hot. Hi, I'm Scott Hunter, and welcome to dotnetconf Day 2.
All right.
2024, .NET 9. Super excited about this. So I'm here with my friend Paul Yuknovich.
Hey, everybody.
And we are going to talk about building cloud-native applications, and we're going to throw some intelligence in there as well.
Yep.
Should be a fun way to get started. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of .NET as well. So with that, let's just kind of jump in. So Azure is the best place to host .NET applications, and we're going to show that. We're going to show some functions today. We built a product called Web API and .NET around 2012 when we saw that APIs were going to be the forefront of the future of the internet. And so we built that feature, and we're going to show how you can take a traditional ASP.NET Web API, and it's so easy to move to an Azure function, which is a highly scalable PaaS platform serverless, which means you're only paying for the compute while you're actually, your calls are being made. You're not buying that virtual machine the entire time.
Totally, and it can burst like crazy. It could go to 0.
Exactly. So we've got this new feature that we're gonna ship in about a week. It's in preview right now. It's called Flex Consumption, and that's a new SKU of Azure Functions that, as Paul said, can burst from like 0 to 100 in just a few seconds, and then jump back down when the traffic goes back away. And then we're going to show how also Azure Functions enables an easy path to adding AI to your applications. You know, you've probably seen all the articles and read all the stuff and said, wow, there's a lot of tech. Paul's hopefully going to show us how in just a few lines of code, you can do some of the cool stuff you've seen. And then finally, he's going to show some advanced AI features as well.
Yeah, it's like the easy things are really easy. The hard things are actually getting easier. So I can show you all that.
You know, as we're talking about scale, what makes .NET amazing is, you know, we don't just build it in a vacuum. Because we're part of Microsoft, we get to actually build it, and many of the services that you rely on for the stuff you run today is powered by .NET. You can see here we've got Microsoft Graph, Microsoft Entra ID, Microsoft Teams, Cosmos DB, Exchange, Azure App Service, and many, many more are built on .NET. And one of the things that makes .NET great for hosting cloud applications is look at the scale of some of this stuff. Graph with 70 billion requests a day, Entra ID, 185 billion requests a day, Microsoft Teams, tons of projects. But the big thing is look at these CPU numbers and how they change as we do each version with more optimizations for performance. You can see how we're saving, you know, each of these teams money by using .NET as their primary technology. I can slide down here to Cosmos, and once again, you can see 30 to 65% CPU savings, Exchange, 26% CPU savings, in App Service, 80% throughput. We just enabled gRPC earlier in the year, I think, and HTTP2. And this is one of the benefits of building .NET in Microsoft is we actually get to test it and run it at crazy scale ourselves. And so when you run your apps on .NET, they should be awesome because we're running it at this kind of scale.
One thing I don't know if everyone knows, Functions is actually a big .NET app. And we just upgraded to the latest version. We saw all kinds of perf improvements. And we're excited to take 9 now and take those improvements too. So we're even experiencing those benefits.
We were just talking to the bosses yesterday about those performance improvements. Seriously, Paul and I literally were in a meeting with our boss yesterday talking about those kinds of changes. You know, one of my favorite features in .NET 9 that we're not going to focus on because we're just going to focus on building APIs is when people compare .NET to other things like Go or Rust. Traditionally, you would see .NET use more memory, and that's because our memory allocator, our garbage collector, was aggressive and would grab a lot of memory when it first started up. We've turned that down in .NET 9, and so now we have a similar footprint of memory on a device, which is kind of cool.
That's cool.
Got to nerd out here, and then here's just an example of, you know, I just talked about a bunch of Microsoft stuff that runs on .NET, and here's an example of like 4 companies that are also heavily invested in .NET. So anyways, .NET's great for the cloud. You can see that here. And with that, let's move off to some demos and stuff, Paul.
Let's do it.
So
You're going to go first today, right?
I'm going to go first today.
That's the way to do it.
I was goofing around, and once we get close to .NET I was reading this blog post that the .NET team put up on the RC release, and it's the first version of Aspire that has Azure Function support. And as we mentioned before, if you build a web API today, you probably host that somewhere where you've got a virtual machine or some service in Azure that's running full-time, 24 hours a day, running your web API. And Paul and I think that you would be very interested in doing serverless functions, because in that case, you're not running the VM 24 hours a day. You're running it for however long your function runs, which can be a lot less time. And if I'm going to scale up, do I really want to run 10 VMs 24 hours a day or 100 VMs 24 hours a day? Probably not. And so I was excited to see that we've added Azure Function support in .NET Aspire. And for fun, what I did is I took this. This is a blog post that shows this, and I have not done any of this stuff, Paul, since like high school. But their sample was this translate to Pig Latin.
I can't get my head around that anyway. I need the machine.
I need the machine too. I don't know. We did this in high school, and I don't know how we did it, but
my sister was good at it.
But it's just an example of something. And so what I did is I went and said, let's go put this in a traditional ASP.NET Web API. And I mentioned earlier, we created ASP.NET Web API around 2012. It ran on .NET Framework at the time, and the goal of that was to make APIs were going to be super important, and we wanted to make them easy to use in .NET. And so I assume you probably used Azure Functions before. I mean, used ASP.NET Web API before. But the big thing here, if you look here, here's my primary function. And the most important thing here is when you're doing a web API, you're doing REST. That means you got payloads coming in a certain format. You're going to return the payload in a certain format, and those formats are not natural to a developer.
No.
I don't. Back in the early days, what we would do is you would parse the input and break it out into a bunch of parameters, and then you were going to make a result. You would then take all the data you have in .NET types and convert that back to JSON.
And you realize you got the casing wrong.
Yes.
And you debug it for another half hour.
And so the point of Web API was to basically do that work for you using something called model binding. In this case, I just have an input text, which is a record which contains a value. And on my result, once again, just a result. I don't have to actually do any of the JSON parsing here. I just do the code like I'm used to doing the code, and it just works.
One thing I'll mention too, before functions you'd look at and you'd say, hey, that's not really the .NET type system, it's kind of its own.
We're going to show that.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to show that. So,
okay.
So, and this is the same stuff I stole from that blog post. But the big point here is this is what something looked like around 2012. We got rid of all the JSON parsing. You got the model binding. Just use the types like you want to use, and you're kind of good to go. But I want to show some of the challenges of this technology. So if you've been doing .NET for a long time, you're probably used to this. What does this actually run on? When I run this, I opened up the properties file folder, and inside of there's a launch settings.json, and it's going to contain the port, the web address, and the port that we're running on. So you can see with 34237 for HP. And how am I ever going to remember these things? These are, once again, if this is what Aspire kind of solves.
You need a tool really to create that kind of stuff, right?
You need a tool. And so I actually put a Blazor front end on this thing, and I want to highlight that my Blazor front end is a little fragile, because if I go look at my homepage here, you're going to find it's got that same URL baked into it right here. Yuck. That means if I want to publish this to Azure, it's not going to work really well, because I'm going to have to publish the front end, the back end. They're not a continual unit piece like I want them to be. And so, this shows some of the fragility of this. And so for fun, another challenge here is I've got multiple projects. And so Visual Studio has never been great at running multiple projects. Our command line's never been great at running multiple projects.
Yep.
I've done the trick where I can go over here and right click and I've done startup. I've set up my startup projects here.
Oh, like solution order kind of stuff?
So you do all this solution ordery stuff. I have to decide here if I want to start with debugging or not debugging.
Yep.
Not a great story, and this is something we solve with Aspire, but I just want to show that the app runs. So let's do this. Start without debugging. It's going to boot up one project for my backend, one for my front end. It's going to go and bring up the weather for fun, because I started with a default web API project, and I can do welcome .dotnetconf 2024. I'll click that. It went and called the API, returned all this. So it works, but it's not something I could easily copy and publish to Azure without doing a bunch of work. I'd have to go find a way to take those URLs and convert them into configuration, which is dangerous. I could do environment
Even as Hello
variables.
World, it's a lot of DevOps stuff.
A lot of stuff.
Yep.
So next step was I want to take this web API and I want to convert it from a web API to an Azure function. So I'm going to start with that. So let's go and open another Visual Studio. And let's choose, there we go. And one of the things that Paul and I both work for the team in developer division that builds a bunch of our Azure PaaS services.
Yep.
And one of the goals we had with Azure Functions over the last couple of years was make it feel native to every language. When it was first created, it was kind of its own programming model. And so whether you're Node.js, your Python, your .NET, we've done this effort to make it feel natural to all of those different technologies. So I'm going to go and open up the function. And there's a couple things that are different here. And let me go move back over here, and I'll open the same.
See, I got excited when I saw the word function before, and I just started going.
So once again,
Yep.
same input, same types as you said before. Same action result, same from body, same. I'm on the wrong one. Same action result, but there's a few things that are different here. Number one is there's a trigger, HTTP trigger attribute here with authorization levels. And that's because this is going to run in the cloud.
Yep.
And because I'm running in the cloud, I've got to be explicit and say,
Yeah, you should be really intentional if you do something anonymous in the cloud. That's our position. So we give you some options to do something different.
you're going to notice the same from body with the input text stuff that we had right over here. Looks exactly the same.
Yep.
There is this one new type that kind of comes in that this kind of gives me access to all the stuff.
Yep, the whole kind of function lifecycle.
If I wanted to go manually parse all the stuff and go look at the actual inputs being sent to me, I could go right there. But I want to highlight the same logger, the same results. This code looks exactly the same almost.
It's
Paul.
the same. I think over the last year we've really hit that parity. And you also own main, which I think is a cool thing.
Yes, which is how I can do things like the logger, all the things you would expect in an ASP.NET Core project.
Yep.
Translate to this. This works exactly the same. And by the way, it's going to have the same challenges as well. I've got my launch settings. Inside of there, there's a port 7226. And my Blazor application, once again, is going to have that same challenge of having to be hard-coded to that 7226. And so even though this is more ready for the cloud because it's built on our serverless function. So if I publish this, unlike the first app, if I publish the first app, my virtual machine is going to run the entire time, 24 hours a day.
Yep.
Took almost exactly the same code, added one parameter, added an attribute, and now it runs on serverless functions, which means I'm only going to pay for what I use, and I've got this burst capability to scale.
And even a much smaller size, right? Just the memory you're using, just the CPU.
And so let's take it to the final level. And after we get off the stage today, Safia and Matthew are going to come in and actually do a deeper dive on using Aspire with functions. But I got all started, I said again with that blog post saying, hey, I can run this inside of Azure. So super cool. So I'm going to switch to the final version of this. And Paul's got slides later that will actually give you, if you want to try any of these things, you can grab this stuff and try this stuff. So this is an Aspire version of this. So what I did is when I created my function this time, there was an option to check for Aspire orchestration, which is something if you've tried Aspire before, you'd be used to. Now, a couple things are different. Now I've got my Blazor front end like I've always had. I've got my Aspire function like I've always had, but I've got this new app host. And this is the code that kicks it all off. Before, I did that weird startup project thing. Now, my startup project is really this app host. And if I drill in the app host and go in here, you're going to basically see I've got this new builder.add Azure Functions project. I poked that at my Functions project. I've got my Blazor front end. And if you've not seen Aspire ever before, when you create a project, you give them a name, and I never use those hard-coded ports and IP addresses again. I just use these names.
Thank goodness.
Exactly. I hate this stuff. And then my Blazor project wants to have a reference to functions because it's going to call the function. And this is a new feature in Aspire 9 is wait for. And what wait for does is wait for says, I'm going to wait for make sure that other project starts.
Nice.
In Aspire 8, the wait for the with reference sort of waited for that process to start.
Yep.
But the process starting doesn't mean it's ready to handle a request. And so the new wait for says, not only do I want to wait for that project to start, I want it to actually be ready to take a request.
It's almost like a health check built in or something.
It's a built-in health check.
Oh, that's cool. Yep.
And then finally, you saw the attribute before on the function saying what the type is. I need to tell Aspire whether any of these things can be accessible on the public internet. And so that's what this with external HTTP endpoints does. Now notice I did not put that on the actual function. That means the only thing that can ever call that function is going to be the web front end.
That's awesome. So it's network isolated by default.
It's already network isolated by default. One of the features of container apps, which is the default way of publishing in an Aspire application. And I'll show the final piece of this, which I'm going to go back in to my Blazor application. I will go into, let's go in here. No, I am losing myself. Let's go here. And you're going to notice that I no longer have any ports or IP addresses. I just say HTTP function, and I say that because, once again, if I go back to the app host, I called it a function.
Nice. It's like a DNS name almost.
It's DNS names.
Yeah.
And
sweet.
so now I get all the cool Aspire capabilities with an Azure function. So we'll run this. And let's give it a second there. And now when I run the application, I get this really cool dashboard that shows me a couple things. Interesting here, Paul. What is this? Oops. Azurite. What is Azurite?
Sounds like a cool thing I'd see in Minecraft, almost. Oh, that's netherite. It's, okay, in all seriousness, that's the storage emulator.
So Azure Function requires storage for a couple of its capabilities. We're trying to remove that requirement but it's still there today.
Yep.
And so what's cool here is, normally if I'm using Visual Studio and I click the Azure box when I'm installing Visual Studio, it's going to install Azurite for me. But with an Aspire application, I no longer have to worry about that because now Aspire is going to go boot it up in a container, less stuff to install on my machine. But that's one of the pieces that makes this work.
You have to think about authentication, all these things. That makes it just so much better.
Now here's my function, here's my front end.
Yep.
I get all the things I would want. I can go and say, show me my function, and here's all the logging that's running on the function. I can go back to my Blazor front end and see that. It's exactly what you would expect. I can now let's go click on the front end. There it is. And it should take a second. There you go. Get the result back. Obviously, I can't read that.
Me neither.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's kind of cool. Once again, if I go back to the dashboard, I would expect all the things. I can go and say, go show me the console. Go show me the console for the function. I put some logging in there.
So the whole observability is just working now.
You're seeing there's my logger writing the request, and so I get a great dashboard to find all this kind of stuff. We don't have time to show it, but I did publish the app to Azure as well. And one of the goals of Aspire is to do all the right stuff. I see a managed identity here, Paul.
Oh, thank you, sir.
So we're doing all the right stuff. So nothing's using credentials and
Never.
in configuration files or anything like that. It's all doing the best practices. And I can go to that same Blazor front end in Azure, and I've got this application, same app running in Azure. Welcome. And there you go. It all works. So behind the scenes, what I actually did is I went and I technically did a right-click publish in Visual Studio. In Visual Studio, in the case of an Azure function, what will happen is it'll actually publish the front end and the back end. It publishes the entire thing. And I have access to that entire dashboard I just showed for local development. It's in the cloud for public development as well.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so with that, Sophia and Matthew are going to come and do a deeper dive on how to publish, how to do all these types of things. But I want to hand it over to Paul and have Paul go a little deeper on how we can add some AI to this. And then if we have time at the end, maybe we'll even go so far as to even show some crazy scale.
If we could do some, sounds great.
We're going to do AI over Stephen Tobe's crazy blog post of like 1,000 lines. And so
I love it.
Let's do it.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll switch over to my screen. And if you all want to follow along, so actually one quick thing. Ooh, superpowers are coming out. All right, we'll show this again in the end, but if you want to get .NET 9, we have this link here, aka.ms /get-.net-9. And then also, if you want to just take a moment, grab this URL or use the QR code and you can follow along with the demos. All right, with that said, so we're going to do, I've pre-cooked a bunch of things, it makes it fun. And if I think about the last year, I would say AI has been moving so fast, it's been really fluid. We showed some stuff last year. Like we showed how we made RAG easy. I think that's evolved. We've made things way more secure by design. And we've gotten a lot further down the road of like, what are people really trying to solve? So those are some of the things I'm going to show you today. First thing, like if you hit that link, we have a sample for RAG, basically the retrieval augmented generation. I like to just say in normal terms, like you're going to chat your own data. So we have a great sample for that. We'll come here. By the way, at this point, we've moved them all to Azure samples. We've done a really good security pass on them. There's no secrets anywhere. Use and managed identity, all the good stuff. So if I switch over to...
And they're all AZDified as well, which means all you do is clone the repo, and then once you clone the repo, you just do AZD init, AZD up.
AZD,
yep. And so these are super easy to get in the cloud and try yourself.
Totally. Yeah, I think to Scott's point, like here's an example right here. AZD init with the template, you can go that way, or just clone and say AZD up.
Yep.
Either way. And it's going to provision, like a lot of these things need AI resources, they need storage. So it's just going to take care of all that stuff for you. All right.
And I'll just give you a hint. If you try to AZD up one of these things in a particular region and you hit a problem, try another region. The AI assets are a little hard to find even still.
I agree.
And so is there,
look at the 2s, look at the the 3s even sometimes.
Is there a region you recommend?
I like, I would start with like East US 2, West US 3 in the US.
Okay.
Those are some good ones. Also a thing you'll notice, actually maybe I can just, we can go off the rails, right Scott? Yeah. So let's go into one of these samples.
AZD makes it very easy to try and then change your region and try again as well. So.
I just paved this machine. I forgot AZD. How could I forget to do that? That's unlike me. Well, what I was going to show is when you do an AZD up or you create a new environment, it'll list a set of data centers you can use. And we've already thought about that a bit, and we've shown you recommended regions. So if I poke all the way into the bicep here, bicep is the infrastructure as code, makes ARM easier, right? So if I go into main, you're going to see right here, I'll make this a little bigger. You can see that we've already kind of outlined some of these data centers that are particularly good for this combination of services. So that's just a little hint. And the tooling, like AZD, picks right up on that, which is awesome. So
it used to not.
It used to not. Very true. Okay, so let's go back to the code. So let's take the RAG example first. Let's clear this. I'm a command line person, so sorry, I can't get away from that. So let's open this solution, Visual Studio. I brought my Visual Studio rig today.
So Paul's laughing awesome when he says, we actually a day or four before .NET most of us wipe our machines out and reinstall everything clean because we've had so many beta versions up over the years. So this is, or the months.
This
before.
machine's got stories.
It
anyway, but it's been cleansed. All right, so I'm opening this in Visual Studio, and this is the like absolute hello world of RAG, and I'm just going to show you that. And we're going to build up from here. Okay, and it is natively a function. So we're going to show this in functions today. Functions will have some advantages that we make the programming model really easy. It's kind of like you can always use the SDKs, and the SDKs are fantastic, but functions has these triggers and bindings that makes it even easier just natively to use these types.
Because you're a runtime. Technically, you're
Yeah,
a runtime.
we
and
are
that's
a
why
runtime.
you can add capabilities to the runtime.
So is that Shift-Alt-Enter? I like the Zen mode. I'm getting used to that. So we're going to look at here, Scott, is the step one of doing RAG, of doing retrieval augmented generation, is that you ingest a bunch of data. And that's always been one of functions' superpowers. So here we're just using a normal HTTP trigger, but think of all the trigger types we have. There's blob inputs, there's queue inputs, there's event streams through Event Hub. So you've got all of those at your disposal. So we're just using actually ordinary functions here to do the ingestion. And just like Scott showed, we're going to do a little, we're posting objects in the body. We can deserialize them and kind of work with them easily. But the cool thing we're going to now is we're going to say, hey, I want the output of this function to go straight into a vector database. And I think one of the awesome things that the team's done is we now have triggers and bindings, especially bindings, that make it easy to work with common vector databases.
Stephen Tobe has a blog post he wrote about a year ago on doing RAG in .NET, and it shows, by the end of his sample, he's got like 30 or 40 lines of code to go do the vector database stuff that you're just doing in a line here.
It's literally, so this line of code right here, line 68, you can kind of follow along. We have this embedding store output. And you can, there's attributes you can set, you can kind of configure the chunking. But the key thing is just saying, hey, here's my vector database. I'm going to use the AI search service for that. Here's the model I'm going to use. So I could use GPT-4, save money, Turbo 3.5, that's fine. Pick your favorite model and just bind to it and off you go. And it doesn't even have to be just AI search. It could be.
So to be clear,
yeah.
all I'm going to do is take Stephen Tobe's blog post, post it to the function.
Yep.
And with those small lines of code, it's going to go put it in a vector database for me and wire it up to my model for me.
That's totally it. That's all you got to do. And everything else we're seeing here, this is just .NET, right? Like, hey, I want multiple return results, so I'm going to have one to give me an HTTP 200, and also at the same time, I'm going to send the search document onto embeddings.
So the idea here was we ask ourselves the questions: what's the code you're going to write every single time, again and again and again and again? Writing the code to put your data in a vector database, you're going to write it again. All the embedding and chunking stuff. And so the goal of the function tech that we have here is to take that hard work away.
All right, so this, gosh, I love reading these blogs. Stephen really goes into so much detail. Even just check out the TOC. The TOC of all the things he covers with all the improvements. It's awesome. It's like a book.
And this post especially, he went deep, low level. I mean,
he went really deep.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about things that, what best practices did I want to shine the light on today? Things that help with web programming, cloud, and AI. And Jason came to mind. I think that's really a good one. But there's also these newer types that are going to help with AI. So we have like spans. Spans could have multiple kind of numerical components or floats in them. So it's a great way to represent vectors. And as we know in AI, when we're doing more fancy inference and training, and predictions, we're going to be using vectors. So that was a thing I was kind of keying into. And also, there's a great set of primitives. There's already been great primitives in .NET, like hyperbolic cosine, but you would take kind of simple values, simple scalars, and now they can actually take these spans, right, as you can see here, which will let us kind of vectorize things and work with vectors.
Right. Our hope with putting these types in .NET was to make every other .NET library that's doing ML not have to go, or AI have to go create the same types again and again. It's like, part of the goal of .NET is like, here's all the base primitives, whether we write the library or a third party writes the library.
It's like there's a library for that.
We can all share the same primitives.
That was awesome.
There was a lot of work that went behind some of this stuff where we actually went to the community and talked to them about, hey, can we all adopt the same primitives?
That's awesome. And I also love it how Mr. Tobe is showing kind of the perf benchmarks as you go, so you understand the overhead. It's really cool. So what I thought we could do is, I mentioned I would go further than last year. We'll go further than RAG. So let's take our LLM, which can search something like Tobe's blog, and we can ask questions to it. But I actually want to extend it so it understands how to do some things that Tobe would tell us to do. So it's almost like Tobe in a box. I'll do my justice, Stephen, if you're watching me, but we'll do our best here. So let's
Hopefully
come
that's
back.
the name of the sample is Tobe in a box.
I think we're gonna have to go with that. I'll have to ask for permissions, of course. All right, so let's go to. So I'm gonna go to a different sample. This is the next one on the Markdown. So we're gonna go to scaling. And I don't think we've even talked about scaling before.
We never have. We've told Julia. That's about it.
Yeah,
Julia's our boss.
Our way up boss. So the way I think about scaling, LLMs are really good at augmenting and generating things based on text, and it's using the corpus of data that was known when all the models ran, right? But if you get to simple things like telling the time or doing calculations, that's not really what the model was designed to do, and it was kind of a snapshot in time.
I would say a snapshot in time. It doesn't know what the current time is because it was a snapshot in time, so it doesn't really know how to go ask a clock
Totally.
what the time is.
But we as developers totally know how to do this stuff. This is kind of our wheelhouse, right? So
Daytime now, baby.
So with scaling, kind of like the name implies, you can add skills to an LLM, and it goes by a couple different names: skilling, tools, agenting is kind of the cool new name. Function calling, that's another one. Not this function, overall function. So it's just, these are all ways just to add extensions. That's something we've all done as programmers through the years. All right, so let's open this guy up, the assistant sample. And gosh, I'm really excited about this because I think functions screams scaling. Here we go.
Got that circle of patience.
Yes. This is a plea to upgrade my laptop, Scott.
If you had it 4 years, you're qualified.
We're even over that. Okay, so what we're gonna do, drama aside. First thing I'm gonna do is let's take a look at the kind of external interface that we're gonna call. Okay, so I have this assistant APIs file. And that's just a few functions, and it's really simple. I have one function that's going to let you create an assistant. Think of that as an abstraction over an entire chatbot. And the chatbot's kind of special because it understands a session, and it understands kind of the state of the session. And it's got distributed state management, so I can keep coming back.
So a session in a chatbot is the history of what you've been talking to it about. So it can go back and say, hey, what kind of cars are they? No, show me the red ones, show me the blue ones. And it knows, you can just keep adding more to your chat.
Absolutely. And in the form of functions, to make that incredibly easy, we just have these triggers and bindings. In this case, it would be a binding where I can write the output. I can either put to a chatbot to start it, or I can post a query, or basically a question or a prompt, to the chatbot. And in using this assistant, that's all I have to do to kind of work with the chatbot. So that's step one, that's the basis. Actually, why don't we just look at that and just kind of get a feel for that.
And you're going to make this assistant use Stephen Tobe's blog post.
We're going to, I have it broken into a few pieces. So,
okay.
So we're going to ask it some custom questions inspired by Stephen's blog post. But yeah, just knowing the content, the model already can do that. So let's hit F5. And one thing we started doing in our samples, I guess tell us if you like it, Scott did, I also did, we have these HTTP files that just makes it super easy to test a web API. So I've got that too. While this is loading.
That's a feature we added, I think, earlier this year in Visual Studio, which is...
yeah, it even can run it now in Visual Studio.
I can actually just go and open the HTTP file, click the link, and it will fire the request off, and you can look at everything, the headers, the response, the request that was sent.
Let's try it.
Super cool.
So you can see here, two HTTP style functions were exposed. One, if you do a put, it's going to create that stateful assistant. And then we could just start asking questions of it. And instead of having to know how to curl or something that I'll clearly forget how to do, we're going to use that HTTP file. So we're going to go to View, Solution Explorer. We're going to open the HTTP file. And let's just do the very most basic thing. So let's get a new chatbot. Actually, just to uniquify it, let's get a new one. Okay, so we're going to do a put to that. And like Scott was saying, in real-time async, we're seeing the HTTP response. I think everything needed a cup of coffee. And
I would close this one out just to give you more space.
Yeah, we like the debugger windows, but okay.
Make it minimize.
We all get a hiccup in the morning. Did I lose my?
You got a glitch.
All right, we'll just try it again.
It's the cloud.
We don't sweat these things. I might have to.
You might want to check your Wi-Fi and make sure your Wi-Fi is actually hooked to your phone.
Yeah.
It might have flipped back off to Corp.
Yeah, I'm doing a funny thing. I'm working inside and outside of the firewalls today. So let's take Scott's suggestion.
Oh, it says connect to the phone.
Yeah, we can try this one for a sec.
So we have extreme security at Microsoft on our network. And so Paul has to jump around some of that security for some of this demo, and that's why he was using his phone or tethering to his phone for his internet connection.
I can see one other thing. Scott, tell us more about this as I fix this up real quick.
So if you watch the news at all, you've heard that Microsoft's had a huge security effort that we've been working on inside of our company. That entails multiple levels of things that are kind of interesting. One of those is making sure that any of the code that we have, our samples, our internal source code, we don't ever want to have any credential or connection strings to anything inside of one of those and you shouldn't either for your source code. And so one of our goals is to make sure that we don't have any of those left anywhere in our own code. We primarily use technologies like managed identity to solve that. Managed identity is where you actually, as an administrator, you can say this web application can talk to this SQL database. And in that case, you don't need a connection string with a password or anything like that. There's that implicit trust that was built between that. And so it means a bad actor could never steal something from us, or we could make a mistake of publishing that somewhere where somebody from outside our network could actually try to go and access the same database. We do similar things inside of our own network. There's a network where we build code. There's a network where we actually work for our daily work.
Yep.
And we now have to transverse all these all the time.
We do.
As part of our jobs, because we don't want everybody that's working in sales, they shouldn't have access to the same network where we're running build pipelines that are compiling the applications that we use.
Totally. We're going even further. The data is super precious, so all the data now goes into its own subnet and its own network, and there's only one kind of pinhole into that.
Yep.
So we're doing all the things. Scott, you're a scholar and a friend. You let me reset that. I appreciate it. So my network seems a little happier. We just did we're back on the screen. We've created the session. And now we can start to do things. Like I mentioned, I can send lots of prompts to an LLM, but I can now do things like, what is the time in New York City? We'll do a real-time calculation. It's going to call out to a function. I'll show you in a second how that works. Hopefully everything's happy again. We just need a little drama this morning. There we go.
No.
Current time in New York City of 12:38 p.m. That's actually totally accurate. And now I mentioned we're going to start moving into Mr. Tobe's blog. So let's first, if we want to work with vectors, we want to have something kind of interesting. Let's actually have the LLM create us a vector. So first I'm going to create something with 5 components, basically 5 float numbers. And here we go. So we have a vector with 5 components.
Yep.
And let's now calculate the cache of that vector. We're going to do it across the whole thing. So we're going to send that request. And there we go. Would you like to calculate for each component? So and remember, Scott, this is stateful, so we could just say yes.
As we mentioned before, that's the session part of one of these is because you're in a session, it knows what you asked before, and you can keep refining and refining and refining.
And so here we go here. Sometimes it gets a little bit of attitude, but you just got to tell it what you want, or be very polite. There we go. And so this time it's calculating what we want. Now this is incredibly simple. This is something we could just run on our local machine. You might be saying, well, why the cloud? But if you really think about it at scale, with all kinds of data being pushed in, all kinds of data being read, this could be streams of like millions of things per second. And if you want to do that calculation, that's not going to be the strong suit of the LLM. But now using something like a function in the cloud, we can do those calculations as things are happening in real time. We have all the compute power we need to do it. So let's close this for a second. Let's just show how we did that. So there's another file I'm going to call your attention to, the assistant skills. Let's make this full screen. So what this thing has, it just has ordinary kind of code functions. So this is the one that will actually do the get cache. And the main thing I want to show you here is that we have a functions trigger. So very important. For most all these things I'm showing you, you need the OpenAI extension that does the triggers and bindings for OpenAI. And that's got one called this assistance and skills. And so assistance and skills can take something like a string and say, hey, when someone prompts with a string of this form, so they're basically asking you to calculate the cache, I want you to run this function. And you can see that I used like a little token, a little X here to say that's the thing that could vary every time with a function. And kind of like what you did with model binding and kind of request binding, we're gonna automatically extrapolate what that variable is each time. Right. And we know that it's expected to be in an array. And numerically, an array is kind of a numerical representation of a vector, right? And then, we're just going to do a little bit of massaging. We're going to trim out the characters that don't make sense. We're going to split up the numbers. And we're going to create that span type that Stephen taught us in the blog. Right. And we have a span for an input, span for the output. Then we can just call these tensor primitives using that new library, and then off we go. So I think I want to do something cool that applies to AI, but I just want to show you that like the sky's the limit. So if there's mathematical libraries, business libraries that you have, that can do business functions, calculations for you, if you want to automate things like send emails or go publish to Slack, like these are all things you can do from functions, even as users like work with your chatbot or work with your generative AI.
Yeah, and Stephen Tove's RAG post from a year ago actually showed similar stuff, but in his case, it was actually code in your actual running process.
Yes.
Where it's like he had a method that you could actually add to it, and basically it's like the LLM doesn't know time, but it knows how to call that function to go figure out what time is. You tell it, hey, if somebody asks about time, go do this, and you're kind of showing the same thing where you're adding some stuff.
Exactly right. Yeah, in fact, I love you brought up this example. So right now, we're doing function calling, and we're registering these functions or tools with OpenAI itself. So when OpenAI sees the prompt, it knows what to do and it can find this function. But I love Stephen's example too, because it goes even further. Like think of all the interfaces that you could have in your pipeline in .NET. If one of those interfaces exists, you could call that too. So like you could actually start applying multi-models in multiple things. So Steve and I were even talking this week, we'd love to partner more. So maybe we could extend this to not only register with OpenAI, but also maybe look at what's in proc, look through DI to see what's there.
Interesting. Go look at the actual application.
Look at the application, see if there's more services we could add. So that's not there yet.
That's super
but
cool.
I want to get there.
The idea of being able to say, hey, I've got an application that has a bunch of services that OpenAI might want to care about, and it could easily find them and just call them. Then you can basically extend the LLM however you want it with whatever dynamic capabilities that you want.
Absolutely. And it's also, I think it's yet another technique to work kind of multi-model, which I think is becoming more and more common because each model has its own superpowers, its own pluses and minuses.
I mean, you really see this, I think, on the mobile phones where they want to run a local model, and then if that's not good enough, they'll go to a cloud model. I think that's going to be a common paradigm we're going to see as well. That'd be something interesting for us to go figure out how to go do cool scenario.
Oh,
like
I'd
that.
love to do that. Maybe that's what we could come in with the next time. So just, for everyone kind of watching this now, just please do check out in Functions, we have this extension for OpenAI, and that's where you're going to see the assistant skills. That's where you're going to see embedding. That's where you're going to see completions. Just all of these things that are great to do in the SDK, they're even further simplified in Functions. But wait, there's more. So I want to go even further. Let's pop over here. Let's pop out a few directories. The next thing in the bag of tricks we had for you, Scott, is orchestration. So just to put a little context around this, what we're seeing a lot is you're not going to just do one maybe prompt or one RAG scenario per request and be done. A lot of real AI scenarios are about bringing data in from multiple sources, kind of massaging it like ETL, and then running some models first that maybe even just work with the input. And then having more models that can do the generative AI, and it becomes like an orchestration or a pipeline to do these things. And it becomes a real distributed app. And all the same challenges with distributed app development come in of, well, how do I make this thing reliable? What if any one step fails? And these can be long-running pipelines. So you don't want to start a long-running pipeline and fail, and then the user's on their app and they're getting a terrible experience. Also, let's just kind of keep in mind, let's be honest, like AI can be expensive, right? Like we're doing intensive computation, we're paying by the token. So we don't want to have wasteful, unreliable code. So what I'm going to show you is some techniques built into Functions that are going to let you overcome this and make it really easy.
Cool.
So if you go into the orchestration sample that I posted, the theme here, we're gonna veer just slightly away from Tobe's theme for just a second, and we're just gonna talk about PDFs and how do we analyze them for the sake of this. All right, so I have that sample here, and just to show you a little bit of what's going to happen, I described a sort of a pipeline. And what the pipeline is going to do is first we're going to take an input file using a function blob trigger. So this is plain old functions, taking blobs in. We can do it async. We can do it at scale.
So I drop a file into a blob. The trigger's going to fire.
Yep.
You're going to get access to the file.
Yes. We have access to the file. Now, one of the strong suits has not been cracking open files like PDFs, right? There's great, third-party utilities out there, but that's one of the things we're not super good at. But a really cool thing is we can actually bring in another capability that the AI team built, because they've seen this scenario a lot. So they have this whole document intelligence set of SDKs and services, and we can just leverage those inside a function to use document intelligence on the PDF coming in. So now it's more like a text that we know how to use.
And those are cool because those support not just PDFs, but Word docs and a variety of different formats.
Yeah, totally right. So the key kind of Azure SDK in AI that we're going to use is this form recognizer. And that has all kinds of form recognizers, and we can use the document analysis to work with PDFs. And like I said, there's more media formats these days that kind of contain the data you need, but they're not text yet.
Right.
So like this is kind of where you go to get things converted into text.
I've seen people use this to actual text to take a image of a fax and actually convert it to text.
Yeah, exactly right. You can think of like, first we thought of OCR, and now you can take all these multimedias, like you can transcribe, you can do
It'll even describe an
accessibility.
image in the pic. If your document has an image inside of it, it can actually tell you what the actual image in the document is as well. So it's super cool tech.
Yeah, super cool. So here we're basically going to let's look at the workflow. So we have this function that can analyze the PDF, and it's going to take advantage of that form recognizer and do the document analysis, and that's the heavy lifting. And then the last step we're going to do is we're going to call out and do a much more traditional, we're just going to do a completion using the LLM. In the completion, again, that's one of those simple kind of binding attributes that we can use. So if you kind of think about how do I chain this and do it in a reliable way, there's been patterns in Cloud Native for years and years, and some of them are called like event sourcing or journaling. The whole idea is that as you go through each sequence in a workflow, you're going to journal the state of your outputs journal the state of the inputs, and you could rehydrate them at any time. And then you're going to use something like a queue to know if you looked at it or you didn't. So there's all this kind of stuff that you have to do to make it almost like an ACID transaction. That's hard stuff. Like we've been wrestling with that since what, DCOM and MTS and
Well, actually, even further than that, the file systems actually are journaled these days. So NTFS and Apple's file systems are all journaled too. So same kind of reasons.
same kind of stuff. So now I'm getting to the point. Okay, so the really easy.
What are we going to do?
So what we're going to do, we're just going to use a durable function. And durable function has its own programming model where you can treat any other function as an activity. And you can just say call activity, call activity, call activity. And then when you're done, like you kind of expect that process to complete. If it completes, the whole thing is successful. But it's going to automatically journal every activity call for me. And it's going to make this thing completely resilient. So I just literally call the function 3 times. And it's going to make sure that that span of functions completely resilient. And this is like a simpler sequential workflow, but you could also do a fan out. You could do like a parallel set of tasks and say when all are complete.
Yeah, in the old programming days, that would be MSDTC. Microsoft Distributed Transaction Coordinator did the same kind of thing where you could actually make a SQL request across like 3 data centers, and it only completed if all 3 data centers actually got the
Yes, exactly right.
the update. So, and if not, it would roll the whole thing back against all those things. So.
And I think one of the kind of misnomers, a lot of people are like, hey, durable functions, is that just like a really long function? And yes, it can run a really long time. It could even wait forever, right? It can be waiting for an input. But that's not the whole point. It's this whole like state management and reliability that it adds.
Yeah, you'll hate me because my definitive example of a durable function would be, hey, Paul just bought a game from me. And my durable function is going to say, wait 30 days, and then send Paul an email saying, are you happy with your purchase? And that would actually work.
That would, yes. I'm going to switch networks. Remember how we talked about that?
We switching to the phone, or are we switching?
We're switching the phone because this one can get through the firewall.
Okay.
This is just the magic of Hollywood, aka Redmond. Okay, so I've got my function that's starting. It should be any second. We have a cornucopia of debugging things being attached. Although it's handy when something goes wrong that's in the debugger. So you can see it's still loading.
You have 2 minutes.
We got to make it happen. I've got a plan though. All right. And we're going to go to, we're going to take inputs as a blob. And what I've done is I've actually taken the .NET Conference PDF, which is pretty big file, 17 meg. We're going to upload that. And again, this is functions, so you can do this stuff at scale. You can send millions of documents. All right. And we're going to copy this guy over. We're going to upload.
So the conference agenda for .NET Conf is being uploaded as a PDF into
Correct.
your function.
And in just a sec, it should start triggering, and it's going to go through that whole workflow, and it's going to start journaling it. And it's going to do it reliably. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. So I have a sneak peek at a feature that we're adding to durable functions. And this is called the Durable Task Scheduler. So if you kind of think about it, there is a stateful backend, and now we have a fully managed backend. It's much better than a storage account. It's incredibly fast. It's more secure. It's fully managed. It's fully backed up. And because it's something that we manage for you, we can actually give you way better observability because we have an interceptor that's in there kind of understanding all the calls. And so here, a big problem I can solve is I can look at the anatomy of a full orchestration or a full workflow. I can see every step. I can see kind of Gantt chart style how long it took. And if there's any failures, this is always the kind of unspoken problem with orchestration. It's hard to fix it, but we actually can give you the full state and observability for each step. So here I kind of intentionally forced it to fail. You probably didn't notice I deleted the input file, but not the output. So it's actually telling me that the output file already existed, and that's why it failed.
Okay.
So full orchestration, you can use it today. It's in Azure Functions with durable functions. There's actually a peer technology in Dapper called Dapper Workflow based on the same tech. So if you want to run multi-cloud or with Kubernetes, you can use that also.
Cool.
Yeah.
Go back to the slide with the
Yes, sir.
the barcode.
I just got so excited. There's so much to show.
So I know we went through a lot of materials at a pretty quick pace. Once again, everything we showed today, you could just scan the QR code and go to those repos. You can AZD and NET, AZD up those things, and try pretty much anything we showed you today.
It's really chunking. Is it easy to send it back to yours?
You're almost there. One more.
You know, though, if we didn't do this live, it wouldn't be any fun. Here we go. We'll hit escape. It's a good thing we have all these templates we're not going to show. All right, here we go. Here we go, Scott. This is the...
There you go. Full screen, sir.
That's bold. Do you know the key for that? This one. Ta-da, I can do it.
There you go. Biggest challenge is PowerPoint.
Yep, that's how we like it.
Thanks everybody for hanging out.
Yeah,
And
thanks so
please,
much.
Please grab those samples, try them out, send Paul and I feedback, and enjoy .NET 9.
Enjoy.
Thank you all so much. I'm pretty sure that was my favorite part of everything so far, was just getting that last slide up. I mean, it was all amazing, but that may have been my favorite part of the whole conference so far.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm James, and with me,
I'm Jamie.
we do have a few questions, of course, coming in. Lots of super excitement about the new Aspire support for Azure Functions, so there's a whole session after this. But let's go ahead over here first, Jamie, to Sarosh.
Yeah, so in Azure Functions running, .NET isolated should be used, should we use action result / HTTP request, or HTTP response data, or HTTP request data?
You want me to grab it? Yeah, I would say if you don't have a preference, the iAction result is right at home, and it's just the way that we do things in ASP.NET, so that's a great way. If you already have code that's kind of that HTTP request data, that's fully capable and powerful. So there's not a anti-pattern or a best practice. We had those different models to make people familiar, right? So like we have iAction result for ASP.NET developers. We have our own programming model if it's not in ASP.NET. But I would lean towards iAction result.
I would, exactly. Most ASP.NET core developers are going to be comfortable with that. Use what you're comfortable with. That's what I'd recommend. And it means your code's portable at that point across functions or not being in a function. So
I think that's a big advantage. But if you're an ASP.NET developer, I think that's what I would do.
Agree.
Yep.
Perfect.
Awesome.
A lot of questions around the Aspire integration with functions. I mean, you can maybe demystify it. I know Matthew and Safia have a whole session afterwards, but Sune asks, and there's another one here about, does it support all different kinds of function triggers? Someone also is wondering, does it integrate with Service Bus? Like, is it just any function with Aspire, basically? Are there any sort of limitations since it's in preview?
I'll take a stab at it, and I'll let Paul add more to it. First off, one of the cool things about functions is functions has not really ever been an Azure thing. It actually, the function runtime, you can run it on your local machine. You can run it in Azure Kubernetes. We are technically taking the Azure function runtime and hosting it in an Azure container app. But we are doing some magic that's going to be available. I don't know if Safia and Matthew are going to talk about it, but you will have the ability to scale it up and down right from the portal or right from the command line. But it's the same Azure runtime that we run everywhere.
Absolutely. I think you nailed it. So we have the runtime and the programming model, and that full programming model works with the full Aspire, right? Like as you saw, we call it the inner loop. But as you're coding, all the triggers and bindings are there, all the parts of functions. But you're getting the additional experiences you got where it's like, hey, I can have multiple that orchestrate. I get the cool dashboard. So the full programming model is at play. And then the programming model is portable to a lot of services. The first code to cloud like preview that we did goes to container apps. But I'm hopeful that there'll be easy code to cloud support for more hosts over time. But it's still just a function, right? So you can still take that function and deploy it anywhere.
And I heard isolated as part of this as well. And one
Yeah,
of the things that
thanks.
Paul and I would love to tell everybody, isolated is where you should run your functions. Unless there is some reason for history or past, isolated is the model where you're not bound to a particular version of .NET. You're not bound to, it's unboundless functions. It's the best place to be.
It's the best.
Long term. And so we're sad that, our tools offer too many choices. Paul and I were talking earlier this week about making sure that Visual Studio always defaults to isolated. Even if you did a non-isolated project, we want it to always default because that's where you should go.
And now that we have that parity and isolated, there's really nothing holding us back. It's going to give you better performance, better isolation.
We've got great cold start times on it now as well, so it is the right place.
Nice. I'll also give a real pro tip. John Galloway and I work on a lot of functions internally for stuff that our team, and we just use the upgrade assistant, and it actually can help you move into isolated very easily.
And that's been working for you.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
cool.
super good, and we've easily moved all the way up to 8 and 9, so which is super awesome. All right, well, thank you both so much. Super appreciate it. Lots more questions. Keep them coming in, of course. Myself, James, and Jamie will be here for the next few hours hanging out. Of course, get your questions in live on our app. All you got to do is use hashtag .NetConf on X, Mastodon, or Blue Sky. Additionally, your YouTube comments and Twitch comments are coming in live, and then you can get your questions answered.
Yeah. So make sure you go and get on your comments. And we've thrown a lot of content at you all today and yesterday. And so if you want to get started with .NET 9, go on and download .NET 9 at that AKA and get started trying all of the amazing things we've announced yesterday and today and all throughout this week.
Yeah, and I've
actually.
updated all my Visual Studios, and all my dev boxes are all up to date. It's really simple there. We're going to head over to Matthew and Safia to tell us more about Azure Functions and .NET Aspire. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Matthew.
And I'm Safia Abdallah. I'm a principal software engineer on the .NET team here at Microsoft.
And I'm a product manager on the Functions team.
Awesome. And today we are going to talk to you about building and deploying an Azure Functions app with .NET Aspire in 25 minutes.
Yeah.
It's going to be a whirlwind. We're going to get started with a brief intro into both Azure Functions and .NET Aspire, and then we're going to jump into a bunch of demos, and then we're going to close it off with some Q&A. So Matt, what is Azure Functions?
Well, Azure Functions is a way of processing events and handling them with a piece of code that allows you to encapsulate just one thing that needs to process that event. And this is really powerful when you're dealing with larger distributed systems, right? Mm-hmm. Because let's say you want to do an asynchronous operation, your classic order processing scenario or something like that. Yeah. You'll have something go into a queue, and then you want a background task that actually does something with it. Similarly, maybe you want to just have something that runs on a schedule. Having a timer event and go in the background and do some processing, or even just watch your more long-lived data stores. So when something gets uploaded into a blob container, for example, then you could go ahead and have a function runs that, I don't know, let's say resizes an image or something like that.
Yeah.
But of course, you can do HTTP events and a whole bunch of others. But it's a nice way of saying that, as we have events flowing through the system, we're able to react to them and then target them with a very focused piece of code.
Right. That's pretty neat. And .NET Aspire is pretty helpful as well. It's a collection of tools, templates, and packages for building these observable and production-ready apps. When you're coding locally, Aspire makes it really easy to manage all of your projects, resources that those projects depend on, like Azure Storage Queues or Azure Storage Blobs, and any containers or microservices that you're interacting with. And one of the kind of cherries on top of Aspire is that it has a really great dashboard with real-time insights powered by OpenTelemetry that you can access at dev time. So you kind of get a sense of how your end-to-ends in your stack are working locally without having to deploy to staging or production. So, as it turns out, the combination of both Azure Functions and Aspire
It's really good.
can be really good. And Matthew, do you want to show them just how good it is with a demo?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's
All
go
right.
over to the demo right now. So I love to do my work in Visual Studio, so that's where I'm going to be. We're going to go ahead and just do a new project template. Let's use Azure Functions. I'm going to go ahead and create this. And we're going to go ahead and pick .NET 9, but this can also work for .NET 8 just as well. You just have to have the .NET 9 SDK installed. But then, so we have that. I've got an HTTP trigger here, and I have this lovely little enlist in Azure in .NET Aspire. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And as I create this project, it's going to create a standard functions project, nothing super surprising there.
Okay.
But then it's also going to be provisioning the .NET Aspire app host and the service defaults project, which is going to contain a few things that we want to put throughout all of our different projects in the Aspire orchestration. So you can see it's scaffolding those out now. And we can see that we have 3 projects now created in the solution. Let's start with the Aspire one, the app host one specifically. And so this is where we have our distributed application, and so that's the collection of services that we were going to bring in. And then we have this add Azure Functions project method, and then we're just referencing the other project that actually represents functions here.
Okay.
So this add Azure Functions project is brought in by a new dependency, this Aspire hosting Azure Functions. And so with the preview support we have here, that's what allows us to bring things in, map in configuration to set up those triggers, and make sure that everything is flowing through nicely and working with the rest of the Aspire ecosystem.
Right, nice.
So if I look then at the functions project, we have a fairly standard setup here now using our host application builder support. So very familiar if you're doing other types of .NET things. We can get rid of this commented section. We don't need that.
Okay.
But I'm doing my fairly standard setup, configuring ASP.NET Core integration, and then I have this add service defaults. So this is injected by Aspire, and this is what's going to be bringing in, let me just make this a little bit smaller, things like setting up OpenTelemetry, all the service discovery for if I'm bringing in other services, setting up other defaults, and this is where I can kind of control things that will be put into every single one of the projects as part of my orchestration. So that's the service defaults project. Now for the function itself, well, we have the standard default template here, but that's not what we want to use today. So let's just scaffold out really quick a function that's going to take an HTTP request, and then it's going to accept image data, and then going to upload that into a blob store.
Got it.
So just a quick little upload function here that's going to write to this blob container when we get the request coming in.
Got it. Now, where are you getting access to that blob container from?
So I wanted to do it through dependency injection here, but as we can see, things aren't necessarily resolved yet because I have a little bit of work to do yet. So let's go and add a new reference. Let's go add Aspire Azure Storage blobs is what we're looking for. Whoops. Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
So that's the reference we want. So this is what is the client-side integration that allows any project that you've enlisted into Aspire to start interacting with storage that's set up through the orchestration as well.
Nice.
So we can just accept all that. And then if I come back in here, I do still need to make sure that I'm actually wiring it through so that the dependency injection on the function side works. So we're just going to go add a quick builder.add Azure Blob Client, and we're going to give it a name, blobs.
Nice.
Now, that name is made because that's going to reference the connection information that Aspire is passing in. So we also have to tell Aspire to go do that.
Right.
So I'm going to jump back over to the app host here. And this is where I'm going to set up my storage. So we'll very quickly go in and scaffold that out. So we have this add Azure storage. We're running it as an emulator. So if I F5, I get the storage emulator brought up, and then bringing in this blob service. Then on my functions project here, I just need to do a quick with reference and add that blobs object that we just created.
Nice.
So with this, Aspire will go ahead and set up everything for us in terms of those resources and then make sure that all that information flows into functions. Then from the function side, it registers the right dependency injection, and I'm able to use it in my function code.
Nice. And just a couple lines of code.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Pretty
So
neat.
from here, I'm just going to go ahead and set a breakpoint, and let's do it live.
Nice.
So what's going to happen here is, like we just said, Aspire is going to go ahead and provision everything we need. It's going to spin up all the services and the dashboard itself. So we'll see that pop up here momentarily. But it's really nice, especially when you have lots of projects that need to
Yeah.
go all at once. And I set a breakpoint. We're going to hit that. But if I have multiple breakpoints across multiple projects, it's very easy to debug a
End to
bunch
ends.
of things end to end. Yeah.
Nice.
So we can see that the Aspire dashboard popped up. Things are loading in. And so I have now that storage account that we created, as well as the blob service specifically within it. You'll also notice this other functions storage resource. So that add Azure Functions project is also setting up by default a storage, because Functions uses a storage account to coordinate a few different things,
Right.
especially across multiple trigger types. And so it's already done one of those for us. You can also customize that if you want, make those all the same thing. But here, I've got all those spun up, and I have my actual Functions project here as well. I can go in and get a bunch of information about the project, all the environment variables that it's got and things like that. Here, I'm just going to go ahead and grab the URL. And we'll also just go ahead and pop open the stream so that we can see what's going on. So I'll go over and now let's upload an image. So I just got a simple file here just showing a nice picture of a beach, and we're going to go ahead and bring that in. So let's bring in the actual function URL and type it right. And so this is going to go post that data. It's going to hit our breakpoint, which it already has. So let's go see what's happening. There we go. So we've got the context of things coming in. There's our file being brought in. Go ahead and disable this and then continue. And if I jump back, we can see I got my 201 created. And of course, all the same logs showing up in the stream here, which is great. So a good way of seeing what's going on in the project. Now, I've set this function up also to not really love having the same image uploaded twice.
Okay.
So if I do it again, we're going to hit a 409, telling us, hey, that's not really what we want to see, which is fine. And of course, I see the same thing in the logs, but it looks very similar.
Yeah.
A streamed log is not necessarily the way we want to debug our applications, especially when things go wrong, right?
Good point.
So that's where the Aspire integration with OpenTelemetry and bringing in all the structured logs and traces becomes really helpful. So if I'm trying to understand what's going on, I can very easily start filtering down and say, hey, I just want to see error level things. Okay. And turns out I'm seeing double logs here. So plenty of things in this preview that we're still improving and things like that. But the important thing is that the data is here, and I can drill in and see additional information about what version of the host is being used, and all the other integrations like the service ID, everything I would need. But importantly, the full trace is available here too. So I can see every interaction that occurred throughout that entire operation chain. And this is the magic to me. Because now I can see, okay, well, I had this function get a call on its API, and then it started doing things interacting with storage. So it did a put against the storage count here and here. So that's the other resource that Aspire spun up. So I'm able to then see every call across every single resource.
Nice.
And so, especially when you get much larger applications where you have long call chains potentially as you're passing events around or other contexts, being able to go through and see exactly what happened the whole way through is it's kind of a game changer.
Awesome.
So, and yeah, that's all it takes to really get started and start seeing the benefits of Aspire. I mean, this is just the simplest example of, hey, we have one function project and one service in the blob container.
Yeah,
but,
totally.
There's plenty more that can be done from there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So should we cut over to yours then?
Yeah, Matthew, I love what you've done. And I wanted to build a little bit on top of what you've started with the upload image endpoint. So we've got functionality using an HTTP trigger to upload an image that we want to resize to a blob container. But we don't really have any code that resizes it yet. However, I've helped us out with that. I'm popped into my favorite editor of choice, VS Code, with C# DevKit installed, and I've implemented a resize image trigger. And this resize image trigger is implemented using Azure Functions blob trigger. One of the things I want to call out here, Matthew, is you'll notice that I've provided a connection name to my blob trigger attribute. And this connection name is blobs.
Same as before.
Yeah, it's ringing a bell. As a matter of fact, this blob trigger and the blob output that I'm using to write out to the blob container that we're interacting with, both are connecting to that same connection reference that you used earlier in your HTTP trigger demo. And this is actually kind of pretty neat. You can use that Aspire client integration for Azure Storage blobs in both the standard Aspire model with the DI-injected blob service client, or you can use blob triggers and blob outputs from Azure Functions.
Yeah, it all becomes the same.
Yes, the same model. Now, here's the thing. There is some special logic that Azure Functions projects and Aspire do in order to be able to support using Aspire resources and blob triggers, blob outputs, other kinds of triggers.
Right.
And what that means, Matthew, is that for preview, we're only supporting triggers for a particular subset of services. So let's see if we can get our list down. We've got Azure Storage Queues supported. Azure Storage Blobs supported, Azure Service Bus, and Azure Event Hubs. So any
Absolutely.
triggers that you're using that interact with those resources will work. And then of course, HTTP triggers will
And
also
timers.
work, and timer triggers will work. And we're looking forward to bringing support for more triggers. This is one of the things we're really eager to hear from everybody about, what triggers would be the most impactful for their applications.
And you absolutely still can bring in other trigger types and doing other resource configurations. It's just, it's going to take a little bit more extra configuration.
Legwork to get it wired up. Yep, it's the legwork that the Azure Functions Aspire resource will do implicitly for you. You might have to do yourself.
I mean, that's at the core of what we want with functions as a service and things like that, right? Is own as little as possible and only write the code that's specifically
That's totally your
yours.
business logic.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So cool, it did not take me much effort at all to wire up this blob trigger that uses Skia Sharp to resize images. I want to call out here that I'm also taking advantage of some modern C# features like primary constructors and file scope namespaces to really emphasize that most of the code here is business logic.
Yeah.
There's not a ton of config or extra stuff going on. So that's pretty neat. I've got this resize image trigger implemented. But how do we know that it actually works? Well, you did a great job earlier demonstrating how you were able to F5 and debug into your Azure Functions trigger with Visual Studio. As a matter of fact, that same launch and debug functionality works in Visual Studio Code with C# Dev Kit. So if you take a look, I've sneakily started running my project. You'll notice in the corner here, I've got the debugger running with both my Aspire app host and my Azure Functions project that I'm running. And if we hop over to my browser, we'll see that I've got that same dashboard instance that you were running before demonstrated on my machine. So that's pretty neat. Now what I want to do is go ahead and exercise some of the things that you demonstrated with being able to send a request up to the upload image endpoint that you created, but then also verify that my resize image trigger also runs.
Right.
So your trigger will run when my HTTP request goes out, it'll put an image in the blob, then my blob trigger will run and resize the image, stick it back into the blob.
Perfect.
Let's see if we can see that end-to-end in action. So I'm going to jump back into VS Code, and I've got this request.http file, which I'm using to upload all of the various images of beaches that we are using to test this. We were joking earlier that Aspire and Azure Functions makes us so productive we can probably go to the beach right after this.
Yeah, we saved all that time.
Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and hit send request. All right, I'm getting confirmation. I saw that 201 created, which confirms that the image was indeed uploaded.
Right.
And what you're seeing here is I've actually hit the breakpoint in my resize image trigger. So your trigger succeeded, uploaded the image. Mine woke up, said, hey, something's been uploaded. Let me go ahead and resize it. We can confirm the name is beach3, which is the file that I just uploaded. And we can go ahead and continue debugging from there. So that's pretty neat. I get that local debugging functionality across all of the triggers and code in my application. And if I'm not thoroughly convinced that the debugger is telling me that things work as expected, as you mentioned earlier, we have the ability to go into the structured log viewer and inspect our log messages. You showed how we can drill down by the log level. We can also do filtering based on any log messages that I'm emitting. So here's the instance where I just uploaded beach 3. You can see I was trying it out with beach 2 and beach 1 earlier. In my log entry, I have the ability to see the invocation ID, which is associated with the particular instance that we just debugged through. We can use this to filter more and explore end-to-ends for what is going on in our entire pipeline. This makes it really easy for me to debug without having to go to that black and white console log screen.
Right, and just there you could also see very easily which function, which component
which
actually
function was
brought
called.
that log out.
Yeah, and you can imagine this is going to be super helpful if you've got dozens of triggers in your Azure Functions project and you're trying to understand all of the interactions between them.
Monitoring across a bunch of distributed components is has to date been a challenge, but Aspire makes it so much better.
Absolutely. So, Matthew, I'm feeling pretty good about what we've built here.
Yeah,
I think I'm getting ready to ship it. Yes, let's ship it to the people. So, here's the catch. We're going to need to do a couple of things before we can send our Azure Functions project in Aspire up to ACA. And some of the things we have to do deal with the fact that we are using a blob trigger.
Right.
Because blob triggers in particular, require special role assignments on the Azure storage account that we want to connect with. Matthew, you might have to jog my memory. What are the 2 role assignments that we need on our Azure Storage Blob instance in order to get things working? I think it's
Well, so by default, you'll probably want storage blob data owner just because to make sure that you have the basic pieces done. But then the storage account, you're going to at least want some level of reading permissions. But the storage account contributor assignment is what's needed against specifically the Azure Web App Storage connection.
Got it. Okay, so there's some additional roles that I need to add. You did a great job running me through them. There's a couple of ways that I could set up these roles in my storage resources. I could use Bicep. I could maybe go into the Azure portal. Or, ding, 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 I can use Aspire and write C# code to configure the role assignments that I need in my permissions.
Yes.
And this really drills down one of the key things about this integration is everything that you can do with Aspire and use Aspire's API comes to Azure Functions. I want to show you this in a couple of ways in my application. The first is I've made a couple of modifications to the way that we register our Add Azure Functions project. Earlier, you talked about how you can customize host storage. That's the storage account that Azure Functions uses for its own bookkeeping.
Right.
One of the things you can do with the Aspire and Azure Functions integration is pass in a custom storage account or storage resource using the with host storage call. And what this is basically telling Aspire is, hey, don't pre-configure an Azure storage resource for me. I'm going to give you one, and I'm going to be able to customize it to my heart's content, and then use that one as host.
And that explains why your dashboard didn't have the extra entry.
Yes. Oh my gosh, you are so keen. Let's jump back into that. If we go to our resources, you'll see that I only have one Azure storage resource that's emulated locally, and it's called My Storage, and that's because I've done this work. And here I'm using the configure infrastructure API in Aspire to say that for this given storage account resource that I've identified by name, I want you to add the storage blob data owner role and the storage account contributor role, which I think sets me up for success with being able to wire these up.
That should be good.
And you know, Aspire functionality doesn't just extend to this with host storage stuff. You'll notice I've got a couple of other calls that are chained into my Add Azure Functions project. I'm using wait for to indicate that I want my Azure Functions project to wait for the local storage emulator to launch or maybe a storage account to be provisioned before launching, so I can start to sequence my resource dependencies.
Right. You may have seen when I jumped over to the dashboard,
yes,
the storage resources were still actually spinning up even though the Functions project had
yes,
been going.
Exactly. So this way we know that by the time our Azure Functions host spins up, all of the resources it needs have already been allocated. The other thing I've done is I've called this with external HTTP endpoints extension method, which will light up our Azure Functions project for public ingress so that we can actually send requests to that HTTP trigger that you provided. And that's all the massaging that I really need to do, specifically because I'm using a blob trigger and need to set up these additional role assignments in my application and want to also support public HTTP requests.
Right, so we're customizing the infrastructure that we're going to be provisioning
for deployment.
Fully for deployment, but within C#.
Yes.
That's cool.
Mind-blowing, I know, it's pretty darn amazing. So now is where I would do AZD up to deploy my Azure Functions project to ACA. This is where I'm going to pull a little bit of a Julia Child moment, a little bit of a chef's moment, and pull out my pre-baked deployment that I ran just a little bit ago. You could see I've got AZD up on my terminal. You could see that it's been deployed to an Aspire dashboard resource. I'm going to go ahead and open that up, load it in. It's happening live. And there we see that we've got our Aspire image resizer that's been deployed to the cloud. That's pretty neat, and we can view logs, interact with the dashboard in much the same way that we would locally in our deployment. And that's what you could do with AZD up in Aspire. So that's pretty neat. One of the things to know, Matthew, is that when you call AZD up in the way that I just did, what you're actually deploying to is plain old ACA containers for now. That's the phrase that I use. by default, we're not doing any auto-scaling using Kata for this deployment. That's something that's part of preview, but I think in the future, we're really going to do some interesting things with deployment here.
Being able to also have those scale-out events occur in response to the events flowing through the system makes it very nice, because then, we're able to meet whatever load of whatever, let's say that we upload a lot of images to that blob all at once. We want to make sure
a
we're
lot of
responding
beaches to go to.
Yep.
So that was quite the whirlwind, Matthew. We talked about creating Azure Functions project in Aspire. We debugged them locally in both Visual Studio and VS Code with C# Dev Kit. We tested locally and showed debugging and logging and telemetry, all of these good things. And then we deployed to ACA with AZD up. That was quite the whirlwind, and I think you have got some resources up for folks to check out.
Yeah, so let's jump back into the slides. We've got a QR code here that'll take you to actually all of the resources here. But there's lots of good stuff. We've been putting together lots of good, samples and things like that to help you kind of see how you can bring some of these things together beyond what we've just shown here today.
Yeah.
So lots of great stuff, and of course this is also where, as we're going through preview, we want folks to be able to interact and let us know what kinds of things you need. What is the next trigger that needs to be fully integrated, things like that. So certainly, please file issues on the Aspire repo or the Functions Worker repo.
Awesome.
And yeah, just give it a try. There's also this AKA link that'll get you going just as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And with that, I think we're ready for questions.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, amazing session. Thank you so much. We do have a couple questions for you.
Yeah. Let's go over, there we forgot to pause it. There we go. And let's go to this one first, Jamie.
Sure. From Deb, can you include dependencies that are already deployed to the cloud, or does Aspire only work with local projects?
It depends on what you mean by already deployed to the cloud. If you have pre-provisioned resources that you want to use in your Aspire project that's supported in a limited capacity, you might have some extra wiring and config to do. We've actually got an issue in the Aspire repo that tracks bringing more enhanced support for pre-provisioned resources. We hear this feedback a lot, that you might have like dev instances and stuff that are already provisioned and you want to use those. And so the provisioning and emulation features that Aspire brings in. One thing to note is that we were showing Azure Storage emulation locally. You don't have to use the emulator. If you want, you can pre-provision fresh Azure Storage instances for use with your Azure Functions projects.
And you can bring any configuration that you'd have for an existing connection in, reference that in the app host project, and then have that flow through to every other microservice.
Yes.
Very cool. Awesome. Here's a quick one for you, because I know we get this question, especially about Aspire 9, it being compatible with .NET 8 and .NET 9, which is awesome. But everything that you showed today with Functions, is that also supported with .NET 8?
Yes, it should totally be supported with .NET 8. The only caveat is that you do need the .NET 9 SDK installed, but your TFM for the actual project itself can be .NET 8.
Yep.
Awesome.
Okay, great.
Let's head over to the Steve question here, Jamie.
Yeah, Steve asks, Aspire is a great way for local development. Now, with support for Azure Functions, how can you test those functions locally and offline if they're supposed to be running in Azure?
That is a great question. So one of the neat things about bringing Azure Functions to Aspire is that you can use some of Aspire's testing capabilities to run integration tests locally for your Azure Functions project using emulated resources. So one of the things we could have done, Matthew, is we could have spun up a test project with an integration test that used the local Azure Storage emulator to validate that, our 409 conflict response was returned if you uploaded a duplicate image, or that the resize actually happened. So you want to use a combination of Aspire's integration testing functionalities and local emulators to kind of validate those end-to-ends and get close to the kind of behavior that you would see in a deployed stack.
And tying back to the earlier question too, if you have existing resources and you want to do the full end-to-end where you're integrating with some other components, you can absolutely bring those in, and even from your local context, interact with those for another integration testing flavor, I guess.
Nice.
Very cool. Awesome. Run quick one here. We had it kind of answered earlier, but I think it's good double-clicking on from Jose. What if I want to connect to other resources other than the ones you mentioned? Like, what is all supported?
Yeah, Yeah, good question. So it goes back to one of the themes that we discussed in the talk, which is that if you're wanting to use Aspire client integrations and kind of those DI injected clients, the sky's the limit. Any Aspire integration will work in your Azure Functions project. The limitation currently only exists for triggers, outputs, Azure Function specific properties, and that's where currently we only support, there's a list, Azure Storage Queues, Azure Storage Blobs, Azure Service Bus, and Azure Event Hubs.
And that's with the with reference.
With the with reference all lit up for you automatically.
So with reference, you would still use that for the client integrations
Yes.
and doing the DI side. You can also, if you wanted to, though, use with environment variable and set that up so that you're
manually
just
test
flowing
those.
those through yourself. That's not too bad, but it is sort of, if you want to use both in both places, you're going to have to do both with reference and with environment.
Perfect. Awesome. Matthew, Safia, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Now, we're been told that we should reintroduce ourselves.
Yes. So thank you so much. That was a great session. I'm Jamie Singleton. I'll be your host for the next few hours.
And I'm James Montemagno. We are both from our developer community team here at Microsoft. You may have seen us on the interwebs, but we do all sorts of things like help with the blog automation, this event.
Lots of events,
The
lots of
.NET blog,
content.
the YouTube, the Twitch, the conferences, working with the user groups, working with awesome community members, workshops, presentations, all sorts of stuff. You've seen us all over the internet.
You name it.
Yeah. And that also is a good reminder that, one, you should probably subscribe to that on YouTube, because also like all the videos are going to be here, and you want to jam that button, subscribe, ding the notification bell, become part of the notification squad.
Ooh, notification squad.
It's not a real thing, but if you want to, you can just ding it, and then you get notified every time we put out videos like all of the sessions here at .NETConf, which is so super cool. And also you can ask questions on all the platforms, X, Mastodon, Blue Sky. You go to .NETConf.net, you just type your question right there. Did you know that?
I did know that, but hopefully now all of you know that as well.
And get your questions answered live.
Amazing. And then also we do have a student zone that you can register for. It's happening next week. It's a full day event. We're going to build an application together, all in .NET 9. We're going to build in all of these amazing features and requests and extensions that you've learned about here at this event. And we're going to do it all together. So register for that student zone. And I think we should get on to our next session.
I think so, because Mr. David Fowler has some awesome .NET Aspire goodness. So over to you, David.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here to talk about Aspire and .NET 9. Happy for the release. Hope you're all watching with excitement. Now, we're going to have a fun conversation about the future of Aspire. There's been a lot of buzz about Aspire over the last year. We've released Aspire 8 in March at Build, and now we're releasing 9 in November. And I wanted to kind of take a step back and explain kind of where we see Aspire as it is today and where it may be going in the future. Now, bit of a disclaimer, no one has seen this stuff yet, so this is important. I want to put Aspirations somewhere in the talk so it's there. So super important, I asked Copilot to write me a disclaimer for what you're about to see. This isn't a promise, it isn't a guarantee. This is a lot of discussions that the team has had, discussions with customers, discussions about where it might be going, based on kind of what we have built. So heads up, if you're seeing something in this talk, make sure you've watched this part, because this isn't a promise, right? Okay, perfect. And the team hasn't seen this, and you're seeing it at the same time as them. So great. Team, let's go. So Aspire started with, if you've watched our presentations, there's kind of been built on this history and experience of us building things like, open telemetry into the stack, and building things like Tide, those experiments that we built in the past. And a set of us engineers kind of got together for one day, and we sat in front of a whiteboard and said, what are we trying to solve? So the high-level goals were, we want to lower the barrier to building apps that have multiple parts. We want to make sure that we have some opinions, because we know in this space, you can choose, mix and match lots of different things. So one of the main things we wanted to do was to have some opinions. We weren't sure what that meant, but that was one of the things we wanted to do. And then the original goal was to target cloud native applications, right? So that's what we set out to do when we were kind of trying to ideate on what Aspire is and what it would be. What we ended up building is this, what I've been calling a platform. It's kind of a platform that allows developers to build curated experiences for local dev, testing, and deployment. And I think if you were to look at Aspire from 300 feet view, you would see, okay, it has like this feature and that feature. What is it? Is it tooling? Is it a deployment experience? It's all of the above. The reason Aspire works well is because we did all the pieces to accomplish those goals. So what we ended up with is this platform that allows us to kind of build and extend local development experiences, testing experiences, deployment experiences, all in this kind of one platform. That platform can be used to build applications of any form, but that is kind of I think what we ended up with given the overarching goals we set out to do. What does that mean? So the Aspire team, I think after the first couple versions, we found this kind of core platform that was forming out of the bits we were trying to build. We have this core platform where you have this app host project that kind of centers orchestration and deployment and all these other things. And then we build integrations for various popular components like Redis, integration for Redis, Postgres, SQL Server. Those ended up being kind of like extensions of the core platform. So I think the way we see Aspire is there's this base platform where you get a dashboard, you get this kind of APIs to modify dashboard state and show UI. You get APIs to express deployment concerns, testing concerns, and then all the specific instantiations of like specific integrations are just extensibility on top. So we want you to figure out what is the best way to use Aspire for your needs, right? Aspire isn't just what the team ships. It is what you build on top of it that makes it valuable, right? We've had customers take Aspire and build insane, crazy things on top of it. And we want to encourage more of that because that drives the platform and makes it better for everyone else. So I'm going to run through now. So here's the fun part of the presentation. That was the backstory. This is about enumerating kind of what you can do with Aspire and what we are looking forward to doing potentially in the future. All right. So let's talk about development first because Aspire is extremely, extremely, extremely valuable for local development. That isn't the only purpose, but that is like one of the primary things that it improves day to day. So let's talk about this feature I am calling how to reload. Right now, when you spin up an Aspire app host, it'll spin up containers, projects, all these custom resources in the app host. Dashboard pops up. You get a new tab in the browser, and you can kind of change, see the logs and traces and metrics and do all kinds of custom things in the UI. If you have bigger projects, it's a pain to kind of spin up and spin down the entire world. What if we could make everything more persistent? So you run the project, you launch everything up, and then when you change an individual project, when you change an individual thing in the app host or resource, it'll understand the changes, do a diff, and update the dashboard real time. The dashboard will stay alive across multiple runs. And you would see the resources change as your code changes in the application. That would make everything much faster. There'd be no expensive waiting for processes to shut down and spin up. It would just make things feel better. And then one of the big things people ask for is, can I have a button to attach the debugger from the dashboard? You can see with these experiences that becomes a requirement because every launch you want to be able to kind of attach, detach, change what things get started. So we want to figure out how to make the overall experience for local dev faster and more persistent. All right, polyglot support. In Aspire, we shipped, I think, 2 first-class kind of plugins so far for different languages, Node.js-based hosting integration, and we ship a Python integration that I think is currently in preview. I think over the time we've kind of seen people use these extensions, we built the bare minimum. I think going deeper with polyglot support would mean something like, imagine F5ing in VS Code, having a Python app, a JS front end, and a backend .NET app. And when you F5, it would attach the debugger with the right semantics to each process. And you could step through things individually, VS Code and VS, and it would all just work. That's kind of like the thing we're looking for. Imagine if you ran those in containers. So you ran Python in a container or .NET in a container we would make debugging work well, right? Those are things that are really hard to do and configure today without you having to read tons of documentation, figure out things, bind together. What if we just made OTel for those languages just work out of the box, right? Today, there's a lot of work required to get JavaScript and Python going for OTel. We would just make that work out of the box and then support for deployment. So giving the same touch that we give for .NET to these kind of first-class languages. The toolkit for Aspire that we announced yesterday also has support for like Go and Rust and other languages. We would have that same pattern replicated for those as well. So crazy ideas, but I think it would make the experience kind of much, much better. Has anyone ever tried to do TLS locally in a container? As Aspire kind of continues to grow, we see a lot of demand and desire for being able to securely manage containers locally, being able to test with host names so you can test like subdomain, routes, etc. People have been doing this today by changing host files on the machine, requiring admin rights. What if we could make this like super simple using .local domains? .local is a TLD reserved, so you can't like have a public domain name that's .local. So it would be perfect for this kind of thing. So we want to make the experience such that you could choose to use localhost, or you can choose to opt into this model where you get host names per application. So we're starting at the very I think easy. Everyone's gonna nod and be like, yeah, this makes sense kind of features. If you can see that, I have this hacked up version with the .local address here. That just kind of shows the potential of what we can do. Okay, now we're getting warm. So what if I could run my project as a container? For anyone who had used Project Tai, there was a feature where you could just say, run my project as a container. I don't want to make any changes. Just do the right thing for me. We want to make that possible as well in Aspire. And one of the challenges with being in a container is all the things that you think should work don't work. Debuggers don't work. Networking is broken. Various APIs that assume you're on your local host network just break down completely. So when we do this support, everything that works today, telemetry, egress, HTTPS certificates, all that stuff needs to continue just working, right? So that's one of the big things. And then we learned that there's a lot of Docker alternative runtimes on various OSs. We've been teaching a bunch of Aspire workshops all over the world, and there's always someone that has a new container runtime that's not Docker, but it's Docker compatible that we haven't made work yet. So I think one of the things we want to investigate is what are the popular container runtimes cross-platform to see how to make that work as well. And here's an example of what that might look like. I have a project, and I can just say run as container, and it will do the right thing, do the needful. I can mount volumes and do all the things containers can do with projects. So that would be a thing that we would potentially add in the future. All right. So proxies and networking. One of the things Aspire attempts to do is when you're trying to orchestrate multiple processes, projects, containers, remote resources that all run in one orchestration, we want to treat the network like a single unit. That's difficult, but we do our best to kind of make sure that if you go from container to container, you stay within a network that makes sense, or if you go from container to host, or if you want to have your container talk to your project, et cetera, that all has to work. There are more configurations that are also pretty interesting. What if you wanted to test out a webhook? So you have this remote service hosted somewhere else, and it's going to send requests to your local machine. To make that work, you need something like DevTunnel. So what if I want to test Event Grid or Twilio or something that did a webhook call to my application? What if in the app host you could say, create a DevTunnel and open up this to this project, and then pass that to this endpoint for Event Grid and have it all just work? And then what about ingress? There's a issue on the Aspire repository talking about how we should have a first-class ingress story, and I agree. And so we do plan to, in the future, integrate YARP in a first-class way into the Aspire experience. What that could look like is, here's an app host with a made-up DevTunnel resource, and the idea here is that you tell the dev tunnel what resources you want to proxy for. That would internally figure out the right endpoint information to kind of expose. And then I could pass that endpoint to this event grid webhook API. So you can imagine doing this today by hand is running tool A, getting information, putting the URL in the right place. So one of the things Aspire aspires to do, and I think excels at, is taking disparate tools and then making the configuration burden between them go away. So I say, give me a dev tunnel, map it to this endpoint, and then pass that endpoint into this other resource, and have that all just work. I can't see the chairs, but I know there's hands clapping, because this is like super hard to do. I believe you. I believe in you. Yay. Team development. One of the things that we haven't historically spent a lot of time on, I think, as a team overall, is like thinking about how teams do development in mass. So I have a big team. There's team A, team B, team C working on different services. How could I make it so that one team could build a service and produce a hosting and client integration package from their project? So I'm team B. I want to consume team A's service. Team A publishes a NuGet package to some internal feed that I can then consume into my app host and then use like a normal service, right? We want to make that experience more first class. Another scenario is being able to consume shared secrets. What if you have a shared key? The team has a subscription for OpenAI or Twilio or whatever, and you're storing API keys in Key Vault, and you want to have that be the same key that everyone uses, right? How do we make that easier today? I think teams all have bespoke ways of how that's managed. What if we could make it standard? What if we could make it all just work? And then a lot of teams have shared infra that they dev against. Maybe that's the thing that we spend time on. Like, how do I talk to a set of resources that are already in the cloud in a first-class way in Aspire? Here's more code snippets that are made up. I have this, my team labels key vaults based on the environment. So there's a key vault for development, one for staging, one for production. And in my app host, I want to say, use the existing key vault and reference this key vault secret and pass that secret into my project. And this would do all the magic required in dev and in other environments to make it such that it just pulls the right information from the key vault and does it in a very secure way. This feels magical, but I will tell you, like, getting this done in a secure way across teams today is very manual. Teams have to manually configure key vault with the right access. That's difficult to manage. Who puts the secret in? Who rotates it? Like, we want to help automate more of that end to end. Remote development. This one is actually not too far off. In the next version of Aspire, whatever version that ends up being, there's going to be a more first-class support for things like GitHub code spaces. So you'll dev in a code, you can dev in a code space with Aspire, and it will have all the right configuration done so proxying just works. We see that as an opportunity to make bootstrapping dev environments much easier. So combine Aspire and dev containers, and now you have this single way to kind of get an image, get a repo, pull it down, and you're auto-configured to be in a working dev environment. Bootstrap my entire environment for me. This also applies to the dev box scenario. And we think this opens the gateway for being able to do really more secure cloud dev. Today, if you want to talk to an Azure resource from your local machine, doing that in a super secure way is very difficult. This could make it much, much easier. I'm good for time. OK, now we're getting into more made-up stuff. So remember, disclaimer is that this is not real yet. Aspire CLI. Why have one? So when you run Aspire today, you use .NET. .NET Run, .NET Publish, .NET Pack. That is a fine thing to do. But what if we could build functionality that is not a part of the dashboard, but in command line form, or commands for deployment in the CLI? So there'd be a first-class launcher for running, for doing operations like things in local dev, like give me the logs, give me these, give me the logs, give me the resource list, et cetera, in a CLI-friendly way, and then for testing as well. So Here's an example of what that could look like. Here is the Aspire run, would run the application, Aspire logs to give me the streaming logs for a specific API. And then I added some commands made up at the bottom to like generate the infrastructure for various clouds. And the idea would be that these are extensible. The publisher isn't built in. You would have to plug in a NuGet package to enable publishers in the app host. And then doing full deployment in that way as well. So crazy ideas. We're going to get crazier as I go along. This is just kind of a reminder to everyone that one of the things we want to encourage is people building high-quality integrations with Aspire. I hope the message got in to everyone in the keynote and in the What's New that integrations are an integral part of what makes Aspire successful. So we want to make sure that everyone is kind of feeling as though if you don't see your thing, your package, your service in the box, that's a signal to like build it yourself. Go build these integrations, contribute to the toolkit. We want to have the ecosystem kind of like building these things and making it better. All right, time is going down. Now we jump to more crazy. Support for more deployment targets. This isn't controversial. Right now we support an end-to-end with Azure Container Apps. And I think I want to make a point here that support here means first-class support in Aspire, where if you want Aspire to do the deployment on your behalf, we don't have support for these things today. If you want to deploy to these places manually, that all works. So just as a heads up, this is more about, can we make it easier? Can we make it first class to target these environments specifically? So we want to support, Compose, Kubernetes, all these places, container-based platforms on every cloud. We want the dashboard to be supported in those environments too in a first-class way as well. We want that to all just work. Team deployments. A lot of teams don't want to deploy their own infrastructure per dev. So what if we can share a container app environment and everyone deploys to the same environment? Like, these are some basic things that we have to do that we're going to end up doing eventually that aren't done today. It's coming, I promise, I promise. All right, so this one is absolutely not a thing that anyone has agreed to. But I think one interesting thing that I think is a potential future is, what if you could run the app host during deployment? And what I mean by that is today when you do a deployment via either Aspirate or the Azure Developer CLI, you run ACD up, and that will, it runs the app host to get a manifest. The manifest gets pulled out, and the app host gets killed. And then ACD, does some work to build the overall deployment. What if instead, when ACD invoked the app host stayed alive? So during deployments, you could run code in that context. What that would allow you to do is do things like seeding databases, setting up keys, doing all the imperative steps that are really hard to do, that you have to kind of script together in GitHub Actions or an Azure pipeline. What if you could kind of like intermingle those steps for a deployment specifically in the app host? Here's a crazy example where I'm going to opt into using AKS by calling a method. I added a package, Aspire hosting AKS. And I have this subscribe event for when the database is ready. So I deploy to Kubernetes, and the database isn't up yet. In theory, this feature would do health checks from your local machine to make sure that the environment is ready. And then when it was ready, it'll run the seed operation on your remote deployment. Absolutely crazy, difficult to do in a secure way, but part of the goals of Aspire is to figure out how to get rid of all the configuration burden and make these things that should be simple, right? You don't have to worry about figuring out security, networking. What if we could do it for you? We understand what you're doing. We understand what you're trying to get done. So you're expressing your intent, and then we make it work under the covers. OK, there must be an Azure slide, because this is actually really important. In the full length of time, we will support all the Azure resources. We are working with the Azure SDK team to make sure that is fully featured. There'll be deep integration with Entra for things like authentication. We're having a discussion with that team pretty soon. We want to enable least privileged access to Azure resources. So you can say something like, I want to use storage, and I want to only read from this one and write to that one. And then we want to be able to, we want to enable customers to say, I want to apply my company's cross-cutting policy for security, for naming conventions, for whatever else to Aspire deployment. So make it so. Here's an example of how that might look like. I have builder that add my company policy, and I have a producer consumer type model where like the web front end is producing a message, and the background service is consuming a message. And I can see they both reference service bus, but the producer is the sender and the consumer is a receiver. So that kind of gives you a sense of kind of what we're aiming towards. All right, more fun, more crazy. If anyone has ever done an Azure deployment, there's a way to kind of run code during a deployment on the server side. So I guess if we're going to zoom out and talk about deployments, you could, when you're deploying, run all the code on your local machine. That's bad. You could do it in CI/CD. That's better, but it isn't the best. What if something fails? What if it part of the deployment fails and you have to retry and roll back? So what I think more mature teams do is they kind of deploy in an idempotent fashion to the server. And the server has this process of kind of retrying things over and over until it succeeds. So when you use the ARM, you can kind of run code in the context of a deployment. So I can say I want to see the database, and by the way, that database needs access to this resource to do it, and it must run in this network. So you can kind of model arbitrary code, arbitrary scripts, right, to run in that context. What if you could just write some C# in the app host, and that we do all the work to package it, upload it to a blob storage, download it, and run it in a deployment script? Absolutely crazy, but doable. So there's an example of doing database seeding using a deployment script in code. And then I got the shebang left. I got a bit of seconds left. What if we could stop having discussions about which is better architecture? What if you didn't have to pay for your choices up front? What if you could start with a single app and then split as needed, right? It would require a lot of language features and stuff, but what if that was possible? Let me hit you with something random before we go to questions. This application looks kind of crazy. It's an app host with a minimal API embedded. This is an inline program, so it's kind of mixing infra concerns and app concerns in the same application. So I'm spinning up service bus. I'm passing that reference, with reference to my overload of map post message that has this attribute that says, I want to inject the client from that resource directly into my code. This kind of blurs the line between what is runtime and what is provision time. Fun story, I built this prototype way back in the beginning of Aspire, but it is way too crazy to kind of do as a first step. But I think in the eventual time frame of what we can do with Aspire, this is a potential outcome of what we can end up building. And there's more. There's potential future that we can get to. This is just a tease of what you can build. One of the main things to take away is that this doesn't just need to be us. It's extensible. It's a new paradigm. Learn how it works. Hopefully we have a lot of good docs that explain that. And we want you to be creative and kind of express whatever your team needs. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, David. Now, I am under the understanding that everything you just said in this session is 100% committed to. You said it. That's
of course.
Correct?
The team has no idea, but I think.
You all
Just
agree.
clarify really
Nothing.
quick in case people came in
Nothing.
at the end.
Yeah, nothing. That was a bunch of ideas. A lot of it came from, I think, people talking to us on GitHub, talking about potential future ideas, the team having combos about what people are trying to do, what we could do. So it's not promises, it's more ideation based on actual customer feedback. So it's not all crazy.
Yeah. I did get a lot of questions in YouTube before we go to the big board here.
Yep.
Obviously Docker, desktop Docker supported. Also Podman fully supported, has been supported. People had a lot of questions about that when you were talking through that. So yes, thumbs up on all things. I use Podman all the time.
Good.
So,
It's awesome.
Yeah. In fact, the Aspire credential uses Podman in all this stuff too. Cool. Let's go to the big board over here. Oh, we lost it. Where'd it go? Oh, here we go. Perfect. This one for Jamie.
Yeah, Martin.net asks, is extending the dashboard with extra functionality like telemetry, inception, and analysis, or embedding tools like Scholar, are they coming?
I almost put that in the deck.
Oh.
Definitely. So the dashboard accessibility is definitely a thing that we want to do. The team has a lot of desires to make the dashboard kind of a platform for people to build stuff on top of. So you will see progress over time where we incrementally get towards a state where you can say, like, I'm going to build a new integration, and it's going to be, we're going to have a thing called a dashboard integration, right? There'll be hosting, client, and dashboard. And then as a developer who wants to make my experience better, I can say, I'm going to offer my developers an integration for the client library for their app, for hosting, for spinning stuff up, and then for the dashboard to show UI. So it's coming. I can't say when, but the team is definitely thinking about iterating on how that shows up.
Awesome. We did get a lot of questions about Thai. I think you kind of talked about that,
nice.
kind of as it grew and scaled and kind of Aspirified there and where things are at today.
Yep.
I think that'd be a fun community stand-up to do, kind of the evolution story. Real quick one here from Eric. This is really cool because we have a lot of integrations now with other programming languages. You're talking about Polyglot, specifically with Python. And Eric here asks, is there any work on Conda Python, including support for Dockerizing it as opposed to the current virtual environment implementation that's in there?
So we made the Python support preview for this very reason. We didn't get enough feedback from the community to understand kind of what the top 5 or top 2 environments that we should target are. There's no plans for that yet, but I think there are 5 issues, I think, for Python. Definitely go add what you think is kind of the most important thing to add, and we will figure out which things we do first.
Awesome.
Yeah, great question.
Thank you so much, David. Super appreciate it. And thanks for all of you for your great questions coming in to the big board over here. Of course, you can ask your questions live on X, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Twitch, YouTube. If you're on the socials, use hashtag .NETConf. If you're watching the live stream live in Twitch or YouTube, just ask your question there. You can also go to .NETConf.net. You can just type that in. This is a beautiful .NET application built live with the one and only Jeff Fritz and friends, which is all open source as well, which is really cool. So definitely check out the Tags app. All right, what else do we got, Jamie?
All right. Well, thank you so much, David. Yeah, get your questions on over into the Tags app. And we want to know how you're enjoying .NET so far. We have a survey. We're taking in all of those reviews. We're sharing them with the PMs, the engineering team. It's just a few questions. We really want to know what's working for you, what's not working for you, and what else we need to add. So please head on over there and let us know.
Awesome. All right. I think next up we have Mark, who's going to be talking about the new HybridCache. I'm pretty sure that's the next session.
Let's go,
Take
Mark.
it away.
Hi, my name's Mark Raval, and I'm here to talk about the new HybridCache API that we're introducing in .NET 9, in particular with ASP.NET Core, but it works in all your applications. So, with any new API, the first question is why? So we're going to discuss that first, and then in order to put that in context, we're going to have a quick recap of the existing caches, how we use them, and what their limitations are. Again, looking at why we need a new API in HybridCache. Then we're going to have a look at HybridCache in use, see how it simplifies our code, see what new features it brings us, and then I'll wrap up with a summary of the features that we're adding and the direction that we're going to with this new API. So, why are we adding a new API? The existing cache APIs, they work, but they're very hard to use well, and in particular, they're hard to use efficiently. The 2 main APIs that we'd be talking about there are iMemoryCache and iDistributed-Cache, and both of those have great features, but they also have limitations and pain points that make them awkward to use in most common scenarios. But also, your code ends up writing a lot of the things itself. The libraries do very little internally. So what we're trying to do, since cache is so important, is make it really easy to use cache well. And in particular, the most obvious code that you can write should work efficiently and well and correctly without you needing to worry about all those details. So, first thing I can do then is to show an example using iMemoryCache as to what your existing cache applications might look like. So I have over here a fairly standard .NET 9 application, web application, and it's very, very simple. I'll show you in a moment. But in particular, in the first version I'm going to show, we don't have any caching. So basically, I've got a single web page that talks to a simulated service that very deliberately just takes 2.5 seconds to invent some data. In the real world, we could be talking down to a SQL database or to some large language model, HTTP, gRPC, some expensive resource. Whenever we're talking about caching, we usually talk about some expensive resource. So I've got a simulated data query that's expensive. So I've started the application, and now if I switch over to a browser for this web application and just refresh that, we can see the traffic start down here. And you can see we've got a simple page here that took roughly 2.5 seconds, and all it's done is generate a GUID. And because we've got no caching, if I refresh that page, every time I refresh it, I'll get a new GUID down here, and it'll take 2.5 seconds. So that changing GUID is making it clear that we're doing new work each time. Now, obviously, taking 2.5 seconds isn't great. And performance is important in any application. So what we're going to do is we're going to add some simple caching to make this page run quicker. And the simplest way to do that is with iMemoryCache. So if we go back to our application, if I look at the original code that was that's just calling that underlying data fetch, what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch to a different implementation, which uses, so this one requests iMemoryCache as a service. And in that same operation, when we get the expensive data, we're going to use memory cache. So to use memory cache, first of all, we need a unique key for our query. And since this is a parameterized query, we take in an ID here, we're going to build that ID into our key. And memory cache basically has a get API and a set API. So we're going to ask the memory cache, do you have this value? And if it doesn't have it yet, then we'll do the work to go down and perform the expensive operation and set that into the cache. And then whether we did that work, this request, or whether we got the value out of the cache in this try get value, we'll then return that back to the caller. So the way I've got this working, all I need to do to change the implementation that we're using is to come in and tell it to use this with memory cache implementation instead of our some backend data service. And if I save that and restart our application, and when that's going, I'll go back to the web application. Now, if I load the first page, we expect it to take 2.5 seconds because we haven't. The first page needs to be, so we still need to do the work once. But now that I've done that, I can run it a few times, and now it's taking 0 milliseconds. And importantly, obviously it's just expired. Now, when it's taking 0 milliseconds, I'm keeping this ID. So that means we're not doing any extra work. We're just getting that value straight out of cache. And that'll last for a few seconds. I think I've got it configured for about 10 seconds before it has to do the work again. So that's iMemoryCache. But the limitations of that is, of course, that's just running in process memory. So if we've got any kind of cold start, so the application recycles, or if we have multiple nodes, we can get into various problems, either with an inconsistent cache where as a consumer caller bounces between different websites, they get different values, or we can get into the situation where it looks fine until everything shuts down, and then all of a sudden the entire site takes ages to start from a cold start. So that's iMemoryCache. It has limitations, but you can use it. It's relatively easy to use. There's another big limitation, which is there's no serialization going on here. It's actually handing back the exact same object that you give it. That is a good thing. It doesn't have any overhead, but it's also dangerous because if that object is mutable, so if you can change anything on that, you could then be handing out that same object to lots and lots of requests. And if they make changes to it, obviously they're going to be changing the value that's live in the cache. So that's iMemory cache. Again, very simple to use there. We just register it with add memory cache, and that's the same code we just looked at. There's one other thing we need to be really, really careful of when caching, which is stampede. So what's that? Normally, if we just have one request come in and we get a cache miss, so that value isn't around, that's fine. We'll just pay the cost, we'll go down, do the work, store it into cache, and everything's fine. But if we're on a really, really busy site and all of us, our cache expires, we suddenly get the problem where we could have 10, 20, 200 requests, all requesting that same bit of data and all getting a cache miss. And when that happens, if we're not careful, all 200 of those requests can end up doing the expensive operation, which obviously is going to have a lot of overhead on your underlying system. And you can also get the problem where they then do the work of storing that work into the cache. So what does that look like? So if I go back to our website here, and it's a cold situation at the moment, all the cache has expired. So if I quickly run this from 3 tabs, you'll see all 3 of these, they've all got different IDs, so they've all done the work, and all 3 of them took 2.5 seconds. But now that we've initiated the cache, it's nice and fast, and they're getting the value out, so that's great. But when we were under load, we were under a lot of pain there, and that can really hurt systems. And that's something we might want to avoid. So that's iMemory cache. The next thing we might want to look at in the existing systems that you're familiar with is iDistributed cache. So what's iDistributed cache? That's a similar API to iMemory cache, but now we're talking about out-of-process stores such as Redis, SQL Server, SQLite, Garnet. All of the, it could even just be a file system. Anything that lets us store data outside of the process. Now that has 2 great advantages in that it means that if we do a cold start, the out-of-process data might still be available, so we don't have to pay that cost of just because we restarted the service, we have no cache. And the other thing is, if we're using a central server for that, again, usually things like Redis, we can then have a consistent data store for our cache. And configuring that, we're getting quite a bit more work now, but it's a very, very similar concept. We create a key for our data with our unique ID, and call into the distributed cache has got a similar get API. If the data isn't there, which we can tell by the null, then we need to go and do the work. But now we need to actually store it back into the cache, which means we need to serialize it through some serializer. Could be JSON, could be XML, could be protobuf. And then we need to store that data into the cache. But if the data was there, we need to do the opposite. So we need to deserialize those bytes that we got. So we're starting to do quite a bit of hard work here. But it's relatively easy to set up. So now that I've changed the service, I can restart the application. Where's my build error? Build error is in program.cs. Oh, yeah, my bad. So if I run that, restart our application, and what I can also do is, because we're talking to Redis, this view over here shows Redis traffic. And again, I can bring up our web application. And now you can actually see some Redis traffic coming in here. So the first time we did a hit on the page, it went down to Redis to see if the data was in there. Took 2.5 seconds to do the actual work. Then it pushed the data back into the Redis. And we see that go again if I do a slow page. But now, if I keep refreshing that, we're getting the 0 milliseconds, but you can see it's going down to Redis each time to get that data. So overall, relatively easy to set up. But now we're paying the cost of latency and bandwidth down to Redis each time. And we can also get into a lot of problems if our Redis server becomes unavailable for any reason. We're migrating the Redis cluster or something. And the Azure Distributed Cache API plus serialization can also add quite a bit of overhead in terms of byte arrays and things into our request. So very nice, clean API, really, but it has some pain points. What HybridCache is meant to do is to bridge all of these advantages. So let's go and have a look at what we can do now. What we really want to look at is this new API, HybridCache. So let's have a look at that. Because this is a new API, what we need to do is add a new package reference into our project. So you can see here that I've got a package reference to Microsoft Extensions Caching Hybrid, which is the new NuGet package that's hosting this at whatever the current version is. And if I go to our program, CS, when I'm registering, I'm going to add in, call this Add HybridCache API, and that's going to register this new HybridCache service that we can use in our application. And there are various options that we can pass in on this. All I'm going to do for now is just set a default expiration to the same expiration that I'm using in the other places, and that's just going to simplify our code. There's lots of other things we can do configuration-wise. I'm not going to cover all of those here, but the other thing, of course, is to switch our implementation to HybridCache. And if I go and look at what that one's doing, now we can see this is a lot less code. So HybridCache, we still have to come up with this unique string that's going to represent our key for the cache. But rather than having a separate get and set API, HybridCache uses the pattern that already exists in some other cache mechanisms, where we can do this get or create async method, where we pass in a callback to execute if the data isn't already there. So that's really, really simple, because all we need to do is say, I want to use HybridCache, get me this data, here's the key, here's the operation to perform, so I want to call down to the same expensive operation that we had before, forwarding the cancellation token that we've got. And if I restart it, it's still going to take 2.5 seconds to do the first page, because we still need to do the work once. But now, if I do these other pages, they took 0 milliseconds, so they haven't done the work, and they've got the same GUID. So we know for sure they haven't done the work. But you'll notice on the left here, it didn't do any Redis calls. It stored the data down, but on a per page basis, we haven't done anything unless I let it expire. And again, I can just go through these, and they're going to take 0 milliseconds, and they're not doing any traffic down to Redis. So the way that works is HybridCache basically brings together the iMemoryCache API for in-process memory and the iDistributed Cache API for out-of-process memory, and takes care of all the other things for us. So it deals with the serialization, it deals with various other key validation, things like that. But importantly, we've got one other thing that it does that's really useful, that is the stampede protection. So if I quickly refresh all of these pages, again, they're taking 2.5 seconds that you might expect, but rather than each of them generating their own work with the 2.5 seconds, we see that they've actually all generated the same GUID. And what's actually happened there is the HybridCache library has detected that we've got 3 requests all querying the same data that isn't currently available. So it's combined those, and it's only done the underlying work once, and it's queued up the other requests so that when the data comes back from that one operation, they all get that result. So that significantly reduces our overhead when we're under a heavy load and we get a cache miss. So if I run that again, we'll get the pay the cost the first time, and then it all just works for free. So it's really, really simple to set up, and very easy to to work with. Behind the scenes, it's using JSON serialization by default. But that's fully configurable. So if you have types that might work better with protobuf or XML or any other serializer, we can configure all of that. So again, really, really easy to set up. We just add in the HybridCache package, call add HybridCache, and then most of the work is just hidden behind this get or create async method, making it really, really simple to get all of the right behavior by default. And if you're worried about the delegate allocation and capture, there's also a secondary API that allows us to pass in a state to hand down to our callback, so that we also don't need to pay the cost of a capture context if you're in a really, really high throughput scenario. But for most purposes, the simple API where we just give it our async callback, that's going to be absolutely fine. So that's the core parts of HybridCache. It's a new cache API. It's releasing alongside .NET 9. So what do I mean by that? Is that it's not just targeting .NET 9. So if you've got an existing .NET 8 application, whether that's for long-term support or a .NET Framework application, you should be able to use this API. It's much, much simpler to use, and importantly, you're much simpler to get right. And as we saw, we get the stampede protection. And as we discussed, this now gives us much more predictable behavior if the backend cache becomes unavailable or anything else untoward happens. Lots of exception handling built in so that the cache isn't going to break your application if there's something that comes in. And we're also making use of new APIs. So there's a low allocation API, very similar to iDistributed cache, that is available on some backend providers. So we've built this into the SQL Server backend cache and the Redis backend cache, and we would like to help build those into any other iDistributed cache implementations that people are using, whether that's Cosmos or SQLite. If we can help with that, I'm more than happy to jump in there and see what we can do to help. It's not a complicated API. So we've also got a lot of configuration points in this API, including the ability to fully configure serialization, either on a per type basis, or if you've got a serializer that handles some family of types, it can handle all Google protobuf types, for example. That's really easy to configure. And we've also got observability built in, so that's all of your standard events and counters, ETL, that should just work. Another new feature that we're adding is the ability to invalidate data based on tags. So if you've used output caching, you'll be familiar with this. So when we actually add things to the cache in the get or create API, I can optionally specify one or more tags, which are just string tokens that map to whatever your domain is. For example, you could in a sales application, you could tag data that's in the the special offers, and then if you want to reset all of the data associated with special offers because it's Black Friday or whatever, you can just run a command to invalidate all of the data associated with a specific tag, and at a single moment, all of that data will become invalidated in one go. Much more efficient than having to know all your keys to invalidate. We're also looking at back-end assisted cache invalidation. So obviously we've got the problem if you've got an out-of-process cache and an in-process cache, making sure that if you want to forcibly invalidate the out-of-process data, that gets into the in-process data ASAP. That's won't be in the .NET 9 initial version, but we're looking to add that as soon as possible. And importantly, what we're adding here isn't just a new API, it's a whole new abstraction. So yes, when you call the add HybridCache registration, you're adding the default implementation, but because it's just an abstraction, other people are free to also implement that API. So I know Fusion Cache are looking to add an implementation with their own features, which that we may the inbuilt option may have features we don't support, and their option, their implementation may have more other features. So you got lots of options there. So that's the main overview of HybridCache, obligatory download .NET 9 slides. There's a bunch of links there to the documentation that exists on learn.microsoft.com, the NuGet package, and the GitHub repository and the demo code. Just to clarify, in terms of timescales, this API will still be preview when .NET 9 lands. It's in the .NET extensions family of libraries, so this will be shipping in the 9.1 release of .NET extensions, which is likely to be very soon after .NET 9. I can't commit to a specific date there, but you can play with it now, but it'll be GA in the 9.1 release of .NET extensions. That's pretty much it. If there's any more questions on this topic, please feel free to ping me either on Twitter or directly, and I look forward to hearing what you can do with this API.
Oh, that was great. Thank you, Mark. And hello, Katie.
Hey, Matt, how are you?
I'm doing great. Little known fact, HybridCache is one of my favorite features coming out with the .NET 9 extension.
So epic.
I know.
Epic.
I love it because you have the local cache and you can connect it up to like Azure Redis, Azure Cache for Redis. Beautiful. And actually, I'll be talking a little bit about it later, just a little shameless plug
peek.
coming in. Oh, great. Yeah, so coming up, we have talking about Azure API Center, another one of my favorite features coming up with Julia and Martin. And of course, we definitely want to tell everybody about how you can host a session for .NET Conf.
Definitely. So we do have our local events form still open. Tomorrow's the last day to register your event. We have, I think, over 130 events so far.
Way.
Those are all over the globe. We have a map on the .NET Conf website, so definitely get your submission in. Get your friends, get your coworkers, talk a little .NET Conf. You can find that submission form at aka.ms/.NETConf 2024/local events/submissions. That was a long one.
That's the long one. We are not good with brevity. We get the aka.ms down, super
Exactly.
short, but after that, we're like, we have some room.
We're too excited.
Let's use it up.
Exactly.
That is super great. Yeah, so Azure API Center is a great way for you to manage your APIs within Azure. And it's one of my favorite Azure functions. It goes kind of hand in hand with Azure API management, but it's not the same. And Julia and Martin will tell us all about that coming up.
They will clear it up, but don't forget, if you have any of these kinds of questions, what does this look like? How can I use it in my own applications? Please ask your questions. We have them all here. We're getting questions from Blue Sky. You can submit them on the .NET Conf website, YouTube, Mastodon, X, wherever you are. Submit those questions to us using the hashtag .NETConf, and we will be sure, Matt and I personally, will look for your questions, find them, and read them off so that we can pass them along to Julia and Martin.
Hi everyone, my name is Julia, super excited to be here, and thanks Matt and Katie for the very nice introduction. I'm here today with Martin, and we have a super fun demo for you guys prepared to learn more about Azure API Center. Before we're actually going to jump into our demo, we do want to make sure everyone is aligned on what Azure API Center is, and in particular what it is for API developers, right? Azure API Center is a product for API admins, but it's also a product for API developers. And we really want to make sure you guys know after the session what benefits it has for you and how it can help and improve your day-to-day life. So let's quickly recap. What is Azure API Center? Azure API Center is a centralized inventory solution, and it helps with your API discovery, API consumption, and API governance. And as I mentioned before, it is a product for API admins, but most importantly, it's also a product for API developers. So from an API developer perspective, what are some of the core challenges we can help you with? Overall, we help with API inventory, we help with API governance, and we also help with API discovery and consumption. Let's talk a little bit more about these different challenges. What about API inventory? Especially nowadays, APIs are everywhere. API sprawl has really become a huge problem. more and more APIs are being developed, more and more APIs are being developed overall. So yeah, there's a huge development in APIs, and more of these APIs are just everywhere in your organization. So it's really hard to get a better grasp on your API ecosystem. So with API Center, we really want to make sure you have this one inventory solution, so an API admin, but also API developer can find the right APIs. And most importantly, for Azure API Center, we don't care what API type you have. We don't care what lifecycle stage your APIs are in, and we also don't care where your API is being deployed. This means maybe in the Azure ecosystem, maybe this means cross-cloud. Second of all of this, API governance. So how do we define API governance in API Center? We look at API governance from a design time perspective. So with Azure API Center, we can help you ensure that all of your APIs are following certain guidelines that you might have within your organization. We want to make sure all of these APIs look the same, they're following the right policies, and especially this is important from a security and compliance perspective. And then last but not least, API discovery and consumption. As an API developer, you want to reuse as much as possible, right? You don't want to build what might already be out there, in particular of APIs. You want to reuse what's already been built, and there's a huge need in finding the right APIs. So this is where the API discovery and consumption aspect comes in. And we want to make you more efficient. We want you to have a better knowledge into your API ecosystem, and this is again where Azure API Center will come in. I think I've talked enough slides, so let's definitely jump into the demo. Just a heads up, I will be talking and showing Azure API Center more from an API admin perspective before I will be handing it over to Martin, my .NET friend, who will be looking at the product from a more developer-focused angle. This is important. We have these two different angles just for you to better understand the admin perspective, to understand the fundamentals, before we can really dig deeper into what Martin will be showing, how you can use the product and make your day-to-day life more efficient. All right, this being said, let's switch over to my demo. Currently, you can see Azure API Center in the Azure portal. We talked about the inventory piece, right? So this is where it really comes in. Azure API Center is your one inventory solution. So right now, you can see 3 different APIs. There are lots of different ways how you can register these APIs. Of course, through the portal, which is kind of boring, lame, right? So we have with Azure API Center, we have CLI support, we have bicep support, we have GitHub Action support. So we really want to make it as easy as possible for our developers to bring in and register all of these different APIs that they are currently building and doing. From an API admin angle, we talked about API sprawl, right? So maybe within your organization, you have multiple different API gateways up and running. You have them in different regions. You might have them in different lifecycle stages. So you have all of these different infrastructure out there. And as an API admin, again, you need this one single place, and you want to combine all of these different information. So this is where our latest integration with Azure API Management comes in. This is where we are using a feature called Link. So with links, you can essentially create a link to an Azure API Management Service instance, to an API gateway. And whenever you create this link, this means whatever information you have on the API management side will be put into your API Center. And as you can see, I already went ahead and did so. This means this is currently syncing. So all of the information I have in my API Management Service instance is also going to be displayed in API Center. So for example, in here, I have an API Management Service. Currently, I have 2 different APIs in here. So let's check out. I created this link. It is set to syncing. There's no error or bug happening. So how does it look like on API Center side? You can see these 2 APIs are now being combined here in my one inventory solution. And because it's linked, you can't delete these APIs because the single source of truth will stay Azure API Management. This is in particular important if, let's say, you have multiple different APIM instances up and running, and you really want to combine all of these informations in one single place. You can use links to gather all of the different information and have your one place to make all of the things happening here. We talked about the single source of truth. So let's see what happens if I delete an API on my API management side. As I mentioned, first of all, this is a live demo, so that's why you can see it currently isn't working here. But overall, let's jump onto API Center side. Whenever you change something on API management side, all of these changes will be reflected, and all of these things will be reflected in here. So we talked about the inventory angle, right? We talked about having different APIs in API Center. Let's talk about the API governance angle. So in API Center, we have a feature called API analysis. Again, API analysis or API governance in API Center means we're looking at it from a design time perspective. So within your organization, you might have certain rules, you might have certain policies, how your APIs should look like from a design time perspective. So in API Center, I can view the rule sets that I have up and running. I can, of course, also modify and change this. This is where we have an integration into our IDE in VS Code, because it's so much easier to make changes to any kind of code-related things in VS Code. So in Visual Studio Code, we have an API Center extension, and you will find within your API Center a rule set folder where you have direct access to your rules. So you will see the same rules I currently have deployed to API Center. And as an example here, I currently have three defined. One is a naming convention for my version here, so I want them to follow a certain way. I also want to make sure all of my APIs have an operation ID, and then also another naming convention for my operation IDs, which means everything should be in lower snake cases. These rules can be changed, and that's why we have the VS Code extension or the VS Code editing experience in here and redeployed back to API Center. This means you can first locally check and locally test if these rules make sense for your organization before redeploying it back to Azure API Center, and for all of the changes to be affected in here. So whenever you have rules within API Center, you can now check on your inventory, and you can make sure that all of these different APIs are following these certain rules or these certain guidelines that you have. So for example here, my Swagger Pet Store API is showing some error and warning messages. Me as an API admin, I would like to learn more about this, so I can check out the more detailed report, and I can find error and warning messages. I can find all of the different information, why this is happening and where it's happening in my API contracts. So this is the API admin angle, right? Ideally, of course, we want to involve our developers early on as possible, because they are the ones designing, they are the ones building out these APIs. And that's where we'll be handing it over to Martin to show you how you can shift left and involve your developers as early on as possible, and making it a really great collaboration here. So now over to you, Martin.
Okay, thanks, Julia. So yeah, as Julia went through there, we are going to look at pretty much the same examples that Julia went through, but just from a developer example. And we're going to look at some integration with Copilot as well that you can use to really help speed up some of the fixing of some of the analysis rules that might be broken within your APIs, as well as using Copilot to generate OpenAPI spec files that are compliant with your rule set. First of all, just to reiterate, the rule set can be downloaded pretty simply just by expanding out roles and double-clicking the rule set. So as you can see on the screen there, exactly the same as what Julia showed, just to show that it syncs between the two. And we can obviously make any changes that we want here. We could also use Copilot as well, incidentally, to generate new rules that we can then copy and paste into here, and then they can be synchronized back just by right-clicking rules and going deploy rules to API Center. And if changes are made from the admin side, As in Julia's use cases, then we can sync any of those local copies, sync any of those local rules back down to a local copy. So first of all, what we're going to do is imagine we're an API developer. We live predominantly within our IDE of choice. You can see the extensions registered here, and we're going to look at the Pet Store API. We're going to look at different versions that are available. We can see version 1. We can also see that we have our default definition, and we're going to right click and we're going to export the definition document. So very quickly you can see that we have the definition file open, and straight away there you will notice some similarities between what Julia showed you on the screen looking at some of the errors you can see for the version number. And the operation ID is obviously not following snake case, so that is coming up as a problem to fix as well. And just to show you a bit further down, there are other operations that follow the exact same convention. So there's a couple of ways we can fix this from here. You know, we may know exactly what the problem is. So for instance, if I hover over the problem there, we can see it says every API version should follow the following way. So month, day, year. So we can literally just change that directly in there if we want to, and you can see that error has also gone. You may have some more complex errors as well, depending on what the problem is. So what you can also do is you can right click and go to the Copilot plugin and you can click Fix. And what that will do is it will use the rules that are within the system there, within the rule set, and you can see that it is using a reference, which we can see is our current file that we have open to fix the problem, and it will change the operation ID to match lower snake case, which is list_pets. And you can go through to other ones as well. So let's look at one which is a little more complex, where there are extra underscores in there as well. So we can again right click Copilot, Fix, and it will attempt to fix the problem, and it has exactly done that for us. We can just have a quick look through. Notice there's another one as well. So again, just right click and Fix, generate the edit for us, and we can accept those edits, and that file can then be saved. You can effectively add another version of this directly from the IDE, directly into Azure API Center and register it from the API, meaning that you don't have to go through the portal experience. As Julia was saying as well, with CLI support and with CI/CD support, for GitHub, you can obviously register and manage those APIs as part of your day-to-day workflow. So we're not adding to the developer's workflow as much as possible. We're basically giving you the ability to integrate this functionality directly into your existing workflows and your existing ways of working. What I want to do now is just collapse these down, and I want to look at the rule set in a lot more detail. And what we're going to do now is we're going to generate a brand new OpenAPI spec file. But with this, we're going to use the rule set that we have defined. So first of all, let's just open the rule set, and you can see we still have the same rules in there as you would expect. And we are going to open the Copilot chat. You will notice this is using GitHub Copilot for Azure as well. And then within here directly, we can type in a new prompt. So we want to generate me an OpenAPI spec file with a post operation and something with planets. So in this scenario, we don't have an API available here. We're just going to generate a file. You will notice the context is set to the current rule set file. So Copilot is now going off and generating us a brand new specification. You can see this is exactly what it's done. So I can copy the content of that because we will need that in a little while to inspect. Other things to note here as well is the content that is being created also gives us some explanation as to why it is generated, what it is generating. So you will see that it says It defines an open API specification with a post operation, which is exactly what we asked it to do for a new planet. But it is also telling us that it is adhering to the rules that are mentioned in the rule set, which is the version format, the operation ID must be present, and the operation ID must be in lower snake case. So let's have a closer look at what it has generated just to validate that we are okay with the content. So as you can see, the version works exactly as we would have expected. We didn't specify a date, but you could specify a date into that parameter and it would generate that automatically for you. You could obviously add more operations in. You can see that we have asked it to generate us a post method, and you can see the post method there as well. And you can see the operation ID is indeed there, and it is indeed called create_planet, which aligns to the rules that we have created. So I'm just going to save this file as planets.yaml. And one of the other things you will notice from the Copilot chat is you can register directly in API Center your new API. Now, what it doesn't do at the minute is doesn't take the content and use that to upload your new definition. But what it will do is load the extension, sorry. So we can click manual. I will select my API Center service. Within the API title, I will call it Planets API. I will say that it is a REST API. I will copy the version as well. So the 15.12.2024. I'm going to say that this is a development API in the lifecycle, and then the title is just going to be default. And the specification name and file type is OpenAPI. And then I want to select the file. So I can just click planets.yaml, and this will go register the API directly in API Center for me. And just like that, you can see that that is now registered. Let's just close this down so we can focus on the other side of the screen. So now you can see that we can basically go through into here and we can see that our Planets API is indeed now registered after a refresh. We'll just close those files down. You can expand versions. You can see the version exactly as we defined, open up the definition, and just like before, you can generate the document back directly out of the API Center, and you will see the file as before. This time there are no errors, obviously because we generated this against the rule set, so that works really, really well. So there you go. So thanks very much for that. That's all the time I have to show you this from a developer's perspective. So I'm just going to go back to Julia for any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Martin. Before we're going to jump into questions, let's double check, right, from the API admin perspective. You just registered an API here. So if we go back into our API Center portal here, first of all, after the beginning and the hiccup here, I just want to confirm, so I did delete the API on API management side. So two things should have changed on API Center side. One is one API should get deleted because it is syncing to my API management instance. And the other one is that Martin just registered a new one, so I should be able to see the new API in here. And I can now see the Planets API, which is not linked. But the other one that is still linked to my API management instance here, you can see this one is here, but only one because I deleted the other one here. Thank you all so much for watching. What are the two things you should really take away from today? First of all, Martin has done an amazing job showcasing our Azure API Center plugin for the GitHub Copilot Azure experience. So with the plugin, you are now able to use conversational or organizational context and really enhance your developer productivity without thinking about API compliance after or governance after. You can now do this while building out these APIs. And the other one is our linking concept. So here are two QR codes for you to check it out more in detail. Always come back to us if you have any feedback or any inspiration. We will definitely be here. And now I'm interested to see from the studio if there are any open questions for us.
Oh, there are some questions, but first off, thank you so much for the presentation. Loved it, learned so much. And Katie, should we Get going with the questions.
We have a couple of good ones. The first one is from Stephen Newman on YouTube. And Stephen said, can API Center help with contract testing?
So you can open it. I think you saw it, what Martin showed in the VS Code extension. You can open it, you can auto-generate Swagger UI into your IDE as well. So if you think about testing or like looking at the API contracts there's some first testing you can do. If you're talking about writing testing scripts, that is something we are looking up in the future as well, and to enhance the API testing lifecycle stage, or even in an earlier lifecycle stage here. Right now, if you think about API testing, we have Swagger UI support in the UI, so you can see all of the operations. If you have access to the APIs, you can quickly check and test these APIs in your IDE as well.
Awesome. That sounds great.
Great.
What's next?
All right. Coming up from an upside-down name, Mirhal Ben, can Azure API Center be used for monetization over APIs as well?
Very good question. For this one right now, we are mostly looking at our big sister team, Azure API Management. For monetization so far, I would more recommend looking at Azure API Management, but that's why we also have a very tight integration between these two different products. It's definitely something we are looking at in the future as well, expanding. So it's always good and great to hear some of the feedback and some of the signals we are getting from you guys as well, to see what we should be investing in the future too.
Great.
Awesome. All right, next up we have a question from Marcel Medina on YouTube. And Marcel asks, do we get a standard spectral template on API Center when we hook our APIs with the OpenAPI definition?
Oh, yeah. So great question. I love it. So this is probably related to our API analysis functionality. For API analysis, we are doing essentially API linting. For this, we are using an open source linting engine, which is called Spectral. So whenever you're getting started with Azure API Center, by default, we are enabling for you API linting, API analysis, using a default Spectral template. So right at the beginning, you can quickly go and get started with it. You can see and test it. But we do understand most customers want to change these rules. So that's where we have the editing experience in VS Code. So you can go in and you can change these rules based on your needs. But right from the get-go, right from the beginning, we will provide you with a default linting template, default rule set, which you can then take and make it your own.
Got it. That makes sense. All right, so do you think we might not have time for any more questions? Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Julia. That was an amazing session. I know I learned a lot. I hope everyone else learned a lot. But before we get into our next amazing session, I did want to talk a little bit about our .NET learning path. So that's a Microsoft Learn set of tutorials. You should go check them out. They're all written super comprehensive. We have tutorials on generative AI. We have tutorials on C#, on .NET MAUI, on Blazor, a whole bunch of them, all at aka.ms/.net-training. I know I've already done a bunch of them. Matt, have you done?
Oh, I've written some even, amazingly. No, but yeah, I've done a ton of them, and they're really, really great. Like you said, we get in the Gen AI, we have Blazor, there's Aspire ones out there as well. So you can go across and learn just a bunch of different things about a bunch of our different .NET tech, and wherever you want to jump in, whether you feel like, all right, I want to start at the beginning, or if I want to start way, just at the end. Like, so I just want to learn about OpenTel in Aspire.
Yeah.
Just learn that.
One of my favorite things about them actually is kind of like Matt's saying, they're broken down into modules, and some of those modules are actually project-based. So I know for our C# content, if you just want to get in some practice projects, you can skip to the challenge project modules and start taking those. Then, I don't know, maybe you could reference them on a resume or something.
Yeah, the challenge, I totally forgot about those challenge projects. Those are, for me, relatively new. And yeah, they're super great. And I know, Katie, you have spent a lot of time working on those to get those up and running. And they're they're a lot of fun because you just kind of take them and it's like, all right, here's a project, go figure it out. And that's like the high level one. And some of them more guide you through it. So like there's a bunch of different types in there as well. So what all do we have for the challenge projects?
So we have a bunch. For each of our C# learning paths, which we have a total of 6 today, each of those paths has both a guided project and a challenge. So once you go through that guided project, you're going to learn how to implement the different topics in that particular path. And then the challenge project is a little bit of a challenge. We take out some of that instruction, and you can really practice what you've learned. I know that we have 6 total today. We are working on more, but that's coming soon. But yeah, I think the newest ones we have are Aspire content. We do have a credential. It's currently undergoing some security improvements, so stay tuned for more of that.
Yeah, when those credentials come out and hit after the security improvements, they are amazing. I know we did some testing with them, and it is like you are sitting, it's like you're sitting at a computer, but you're sitting at a computer in the cloud and actually going through and taking, it's like, all right, your boss says to do something, and like you're going through this whole scenario. It's like almost like taking a certification, but not quite a certification.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing, the fact that they're lab-based, and it really is like a practice round. Like Matt said, you're getting these emails with instructions that you have to figure out. It's almost like you're a developer on this imaginary team. But don't worry, if you are new to Aspire, we have a whole set of learning content to prepare you for that exam, so you're not going to be diving in blind. We will set you up for success. So I recommend doing the path first, because the credential's tricky. It's not an easy one, and that's for a reason. We want to really test your knowledge.
Exactly, yeah. Not everybody's just going to get that badge just for opening up the credential and taking it. We want you to go through and actually learn it and demonstrate your knowledge.
Exactly.
So, yeah, and we have just a whole bunch of, we're going to jump back over talking about the Learn modules. I mean, we start at the beginning, even though I still learned a lot with like talking about writing files with C#. You think, oh, that's super easy. But there's a lot of, ins and outs about that too, that you can just go in and learn about just with the stuff that you think, oh, this is super fundamental. And so you can start with 101 stuff and go all the way through, the latest and greatest that we've been talking about here at .NETConf.
Exactly, and that C# content uses one of my favorite tools, the C# Dev Kit in VS Code, which is actually, spoiler alert, our next session. So Leslie and Wendy are here in the studio to talk about the C# Dev Kit with .NET 8. All right, folks, take it away.
Thanks, and hi .NETConf. Hope you're having a great time because it's about to get greater. We're talking about C# Dev Kit today. I'm excited, are you?
I'm so excited.
Sweet. So let's do some quick intros and hop right into it. I'm Leslie Richardson. I'm a product manager on the C# Dev Experience team. I work on Razor, Hot Reload, and Aspire dashboard stuff most of the time.
And I'm Wendy Briding. I am a product management lead on .NET languages and productivity tooling. I work on C# Dev Kit and all of the great things across both VS Code and Visual Studio that you use every day to be awesome with your C# development.
Awesome. So just so we're all on the same page, let's talk a little bit about what C# Dev Kit is, and then we're going to just hop into demos.
Demos, lots and lots of demos. So yeah, to give a brief overview of what C# Dev Kit is, it is that productive inner loop experience for developing your C# applications in VS Code. It provides a solution explorer, which provides you all with the great project management and solution management tools that you know and love across in Visual Studio if you've used it before, or it just help you manage your files a lot easier. It also provides all of the great developer productivity tooling that you need to be successful. So IntelliSense, the navigations. We have an amazing, which we will show off, no launch.json file required to get started and run and debug your applications. And we have .NET Aspire support, so you can develop your .NET Aspire applications. We also have testing integration with our Test Explorer and even code coverage. So lots of really cool stuff.
Sweet.
So enough of slides. Let's switch over to my Mac. If we can switch over to the Mac.
Here we go.
Awesome. So first thing I wanted to show off is there are a couple of things that you will need to enable to take full advantage of the demos that Leslie and I are going to show today. In the C# Dev Kit extension settings, there is the enable hot reload. This is still in the experimental stage. We're still working out and making sure that it is the best experience before we put it out in full GA form. So you'll want to check that one. We also have been working on an improved launch experience, which I'm going to show off, and so you'll want to make sure that that is checked as well. So if you're brand new and getting started in C# Dev Kit, the first thing you'll want to do is make sure you have an SDK. Also, if .NET 9 just came out and you haven't downloaded it yet, you can do that. You can do that right here within C# Dev Kit. And so this install .NET 9 right there for you. If for chance you need to have another version, the other ones are there, but you can get that download started right now. If you have some old ones that you want to clean up, we also have this uninstall.net tool available to you, and this will show you all of the versions of the .NET SDK and the .NET runtimes that we have installed in VS Code, and you can remove the ones that you don't need anymore, which allows you to clean up your environment there.
I like that you can do all this within VS Code now too. It used to be you need to go to a web browser and go to .net.com. I can't even remember the URL, right? Just go download it individually. So
exactly, you don't have to go out to Bing and figure out where you have to do or find all of awesome. And so let's go ahead and dive in and get started. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a .NET project. This is going to bring up the list of project templates that I have available. I'm going to select the .NET Aspire Starter app because I think it's a really cool big app that gets everything going. I am going to pick where I want it to be installed, give it a name, and then new, since the last time, if you've been using C# Dev Kit since last year, we have these template options. And so this allows for you to pick which things you want to do. Here I got it configured for HTTPS. I am going to change it to use Redis for caching. I am also going to have it create an MS test project for me, and then I click create. And now that's going to do the same thing as it would do if you did .NET New and create all of those projects that are needed. And it's going to open it up in the background. You can see that my Solution Explorer has opened up, and I've got my 5 projects all right there and waiting for me. Now, as I said, I alluded to earlier, no launch.json is necessary. All I have to do is Shift F5. I want to C#, my project, and I want to start that app host. And everything is all set up. It's going to perform that first build, which the first one always takes a little bit of time. It's going to then start up all of the projects. It's going to launch that dashboard for .NET Aspire that we love so much. Yay. And everything is up and running. You can see my cache is there. I can go and I can start perusing the website. I can see that my counter works. I can see my weather. If I refresh, you can see that it's hitting the cache until 5 seconds is up, and then it refreshes again. So all is working well.
And look how easy that was. Seriously, if you have tried to create a C# app in the past without C# Dev Kit, it usually it was not that easy, right? Half the time I couldn't even get up to the F5 step, so that's exciting.
Yes, yes, so much cool stuff. But we're not done there. Like, there's so much more we can do. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up a terminal. Now, released just recently, we have a new tool called .NET Scaffold. And so I'm going to .NET Scaffold in the terminal, and this is going to run a new tool. I've installed this tool, and I want to scaffold Aspire, and I want to add a database to my application. I'm going to do the Postgres database. It wants to know, you're missing some of the text, so let me just scroll up here so you can see. It wants to know which one is my app host, which is that one, and then it wants to know which project is going to be the worker project. I want it to be my API service. I want to use pre-release packages in case there's any new goodness out there, and then it's going to go and it's going to do its thing. If I open up my app host, and bring this up, you can see as it's making these changes, this file is going to change. It's adding NuGet packages. It's doing all the things to add that Postgres database. You can see magically all of it just added right there. Cool. And so there's my Postgres. It added it to with reference to that Postgres database, all there. If I come over to my Solution Explorer and look at my dependencies, you can see that PostgreSQL package is all there for me.
And that's hot off the presses, right? Scaffolding?
Yeah.
I don't remember that being there a couple months ago.
No, yeah. Yep, brand new with .NET 9. So awesome. This makes getting started and getting further than just that initial template a lot easier. Now, also new this year, I see that I'm still, my app host and my Redis are using the old release candidate versions, and so I'm going to go update my NuGet packages really quick here. This is going to tell me my current one is the release candidate. I want that 9.0.0 version, and so I click on that, that'll update, and I can do that same thing for this one so that I am all up to date with this app host project.
Very nice. So like if you're not Team Terminal, then it's great to be able to have this other option via the command palette.
Yes, so many great options we have available for us. So the next thing I'm going to show is I'm going to go into, let me close this out for now. I'm going to go into my API project, and I'm going to bring up Copilot. I want to make some tests. I see I've got this method here for weather forecast. It's converting temperatures from Celsius to Fahrenheit, and I want to make sure I'm testing it properly. Sure. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to my test project, and I'm going to create a new file, and I want it to be an MS test class file. Did I click that? I don't think I clicked it. There we go. And I'm going to call that weather forecast tests. And that creates this new test file for me. And it's got all my usings ready. It's got my test class ready. I'm going to change that out. And I'm all ready to go. But I'm going to create a lot more unit tests than this. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add a folder. I'm going to call it unit tests. And I'm going to go ahead and drag that file into that folder, and now there it is.
Liking that drag and drop action.
Drag and drop, all ready to go. So now I need to start making some unit tests now that I've got everything all ready to go.
That sounds hard.
Yeah, well, I have Copilot.
Ooh.
So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to highlight. And you can see over in the Copilot chat, I clicked on this Copilot icon. This brings up the chat for me. When I highlight code, it references that directly in my Copilot chat. And I'm going to say, I want /tests, which means create me some tests. And I'm going to say create unit tests using MS test. And so then Copilot's going to come back with, I'm going to create this, I recommend creating this new test file. I'm going to add the necessary usings, and then I'm going to write unit tests for that. And it's provided me with the set of unit tests here. Now, I've already created my files, so I'm not going to use the one that it's created, but I can just come right into here and copy and come back to my project that I created and paste it in. But I see that I've got red squigglies now, and that's because I'm not referencing that project.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah, and again, I don't like going to the terminal, so I can come right in here and I can add a project reference and reference that API service right there, and then my red squigglies go away.
Nice, and that's a new addition too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have created a new project, we've ran it, we've done all this great stuff, but I've created these tests. Now let's go ahead and get going. I'm going to refresh. This has to perform a rebuild of the full project to get everything and discover those tests. Then my tests appear in my Test Explorer. Now, new recently as well is run
with code coverage. And so I'm going to click on that one. This is going to do a quick build just to make sure we didn't do any more changes, make sure it picks everything up, and then it's going to run all of the tests, and then it's going to give us a code coverage report.
That sounds very simple.
Yeah. So here I can see I've got 100% coverage on my app host, but I still have some. I haven't touched my API service, and I still need some work there. But also you can see it shows my failures right here in line. And so I can look at and I can see, oh, my expected value is 212 and my actual value is 211. My calculations may be a bit off.
Maybe just a tad.
Yeah, so I want to fix that before I get going. So while I'm doing that, we're going to switch over because Leslie is the master debugger and she's going to show us some really cool stuff.
Sweet. Also, to add to test real quick, if you are Team Terminal, you can view that same information in the terminal as well, which is cool. All right, so we're hopping back over to actually my Microsoft Dev box. So again, what's cool about C# Dev Kit and VS Code is that I can do my C# apps from anywhere. So we're back in Windows land. And I've got a bit more advanced of an application going on. It's also an Aspire app. Here's my dashboard related to it. Very nice. And I've already got it open, so let's just go to the tab I have. This looks pretty similar to what we were looking at with the template-based app that you just created, Wendy, except I decided to create a little game called Codal, which is based off of the hit New York Times game Wordle. I don't know, do you still play that?
I do.
Sweet, me too. So if you haven't played it, one, you totally should, and two, it's a very simple game where you have to just guess a random 5-letter word in 5 tries or less. And it also kind of combines some of the rules of that game Mastermind, if you ever grew up with that, where for each guess that you make, it will go through all of those letters and check either A, does the letter exist in the word and is in the correct position? If so, it's going to be a green letter like it is here. If the letter exists in the word but is in the wrong position, it's going to be marked as yellow. And then if the letter doesn't exist in the word at all, it's going to be gray. The only difference between Codal and Wordle here is that we made it nerdier, and all of the words are going to be coding and programming related. So get it, Codal. We like puns here, sorry, not sorry. So unfortunately, there are a couple bugs that we're going to try to troubleshoot using C# Dev Kit because this app has got some problems, and that gives us an excuse to talk about debugging. So issue number 1 has to do with duplicate letters. I've got, in this example, a guess array, and it's listing 2 R's as being in the word in some capacity. However, based off of some of these clues, I'm having a feeling that there's only going to be 1 R in there, so there's something wrong with my duplicate letter logic. Issue number 2 has to do with if I type in a word that is not 5 letters long. So what I'm expecting to see, let's say I type in debugging, is a little error message at the bottom that's saying the word needs to be 5 letters, and I'm not getting that right now. And finally, issue number 3. I mentioned that you have to guess the word in 5 tries or less, but I'm getting a 6th bonus attempt out of nowhere. I should have lost by now. So that's really weird. So let's say I guessed a horrible guess, in this case, debug. I lost, but I should have lost a turn ago. So let's go and do some debugging. So just like as if I were in Visual Studio, I can set breakpoints wherever I want. I'm going to set some breakpoints in a couple of spots. The first being this if statement right here, which is checking if my guess is 5 characters long. I'm going to set another one on this if statement, which is checking to see if I actually have any more attempts left. My max attempts should be set to 5, which I can view right now. And once I reach that point while stepping through my app, I can hover over and see those values better in real time. And then finally, I'm also going to set a breakpoint in my guess class here that's responsible for doing a lot of that letter status logic. And specifically, I'm placing one on the if statement responsible for checking for duplicate letters.
Awesome. So you're setting breakpoints across multiple projects.
Yeah, across multiple projects. Doesn't matter. Really easy to do. And what's great is that if you're like me and you like to be breakpoint trigger happy and place them all over the place, you can view them all in your breakpoints window of the Run and Debug tab here, which you may not have seen recently if you're like me and you struggled with launch.json for the longest time. So welcome to this window that you finally get to use now that you made it to the running part of the app. So here we've got the breakpoints hub, which lets you view all of your breakpoints and where they're all located. You can double click to be relocated to where they are. You can also disable them from here as well. And we've also got your variables window, which is going to be responsible for the locals, which is going to give you local variable information, as well as the watch window, which we're going to explore in a sec. So to hit these breakpoints, I'm going to go back and make another random guess. So let's create a new game. And I'm going to use the array guess again. All right. So going back into VS Code, my first breakpoint has been hit. As I mentioned before, I can hover over and view different values that way, or I can check them out in the locals window. And specifically, I'm interested in having that display guess size message that I'm expecting to see appear, so I'd like to take a look at that variable in particular. Guess size message. And it looks like it's currently equal to false, which should be incorrect as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to, let's step through this just so you know you can step through. This should be set to true. And I'm gonna hit save, and normally this would be where I'd get an issue or where I need to like restart my application or something, but with the power of hot reload, it should work where my code changes are applied. I know it doesn't look like that right now, but that's which is a little questionable, and I might need to restart because this has been hanging around a while. But yeah, so hot reload, it's in experimental mode, just a heads up. So to address that elephant in the room, it may not always be the most reliable, but I promise we are working on making it a lot better so that it is more reliable. So I encourage you to turn it on and try it out. And if it doesn't work, you have a chance to share feedback as well. So we're gonna keep on going. And from there, I'm gonna hit continue. Oh, yeah, so okay. We're gonna do a little thing. I'm gonna stall for time by chatting with you some more about how great this is while I reload my window. So, yeah, I mean, we could talk about feedback for a minute too.
Yeah, so if you run into problems,
like that one,
just like that one, and you want to provide us feedback, we love getting your feedback. We highly recommend going into the help option and reporting an issue. And in report an issue, you can select issue for an extension, and you can select C# Dev Kit, and that will open up an issue right in our GitHub repo. It will provide us with what version of the extension you're using, so that you don't have to fill in all those details for us. All we need is from you is what you were doing and what happened. Providing some information from the output window is usually helpful in that instance as well. But yeah, we love your feedback and
sure do. And what's great about going through that report issue via VS Code specifically is that it also retains all of your system info. Yep. So it just makes us helping you address your issue that much faster because we don't have to do a back and forth with you about what version are you using and all this other stuff that usually takes up time. So take a look at that. All right, so we are back to my app. We're gonna try this again.
So in that short of a time, you reloaded all of VS Code and launched up your app, which is running a SQL server on a Docker instance, all in that short amount of time.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right?
That is awesome.
I quite like that. All right, so taking a look, we already modified our guest size message to true. So I'm gonna hit continue. And now the other issue we're trying to address was number of attempts. And I did some digging prior to this discussion. So I realized that just based off of how my HTML and Razor portion of this app is implemented, combined with this logic, because I have this equal sign amidst the less than sign equal to max attempts of 5, that's what's resulting in this bonus attempt that I shouldn't be getting. So I'm gonna delete that, hopefully hit save, and hot reload won't be mad at me. Darn. Oh, you know, the demo gods are fickle creatures, right? Where it works like right before and then it's just like, nope. So that's a little unfortunate. Yeah, so again, it doesn't always work, but that's okay.
It's experimental. We're still working on it. If you run into these issues, send us feedback so we can address them and get these all worked out.
That said, to be mad at the demo gods for a minute, this worked like 5 minutes before we entered the studio, so fun time.
Always happens.
Always does. All right, so I'm gonna go, let's say that I modified my other ones, and usually with hot reload, I wouldn't have to restart. So yeah, that is the expectation, but it doesn't always happen. So if it doesn't happen, as we mentioned before, you can report the issue. Very easy to do. Go into help, and then report issue, select bug report, feature request, or perf issue. And you can choose from any installed extension that you already have, which makes things so much easier. Select C# Dev Kit, and then put whatever is ailing you or whatever feature suggestion that you have, and we'll take a look at it. Cool, so C# Dev Kit,
Yeah.
there have been a lot of really cool updates lately. I'm excited to see what else we do. But on the topic of how do you learn more, good news, we have tons of resources for that as well. So, taking a look at resources, got a ton of different links at your disposal. First being, if you don't have C# Dev Kit installed, what are you doing? Install it, go check it out. Yeah. Be sure to send your feedback, of course, and then we have documentation on everything from C# Dev Kit to Aspire, which has been making the cameo rounds for pretty much every talk I'm gonna gander for .NET-Conf up to this point. We also have the code to the game Codal that we were talking about just earlier. So if you'd like to play around with it and see if hot reload works on your machine, because it should, then please go check it out.
But it was telling you it wasn't working, so at least you were getting that feedback.
You know, I will say that one of the
that is
things,
an improvement.
Yep, one of the things that we are adding to the hot reload experience is just additional information for when it fails. So you're not just going to be left in the dark about it failed. Good luck. Yeah, we're gonna put some additional info. So in that example, if I still had it up, something line directive around an active statement requires restarting the app. So I'm sure it was probably some bug that my fingers slipped on later. Yeah, we'll address it later. And so those are our resources. Be sure to check those out. And then also, we'd like to plug a couple other sessions, which as of this point have all happened already, so no excuses. So one of the big ones being Azure Functions. We've been talking about Aspire a lot, both in our talk and other previous talks, and Functions might have been alluded to, but nobody had enough time to talk about it in their talks, which is why Safia did an awesome talk a couple hours ago about how great it is just all by itself. So go check that talk out.
Yeah, definitely. If you didn't get a chance to see Safia's talk, you get to see .NET Aspire with Azure Functions and C# Dev Kit all in one session. So yeah, highly recommend watching that one.
Totally. And of course, I mean, Mads and Dustin are great. They did a What's New in C#, as they always do for every .NET Conf. It's like a tradition at this point. And then last but not least, there is an extension to the C# Dev Kit called the .NET MAUI extension. So if you're a MAUI developer and you want to do MAUI work in VS Code, go check that out, definitely. Rachel and David gave a great talk yesterday all about it.
Showed off all the great things available for MAUI with C# Dev Kit. Lots of amazing stuff. So check that one out.
Sweet. So thanks, everybody. And I guess we're taking it back to the host.
Is there questions?
All right, thank you, Leslie and Wendy. That was a great session. I love myself some C# Dev Kit. And I'm joined by Scott now.
Hey friends, how's it going?
All right, we have one question for you, and it is, are these new C# Dev Kit features available for previous .NET versions, or are we just feature dependent for this one in future?
These features will work for all .NET Core 6 and above, and so yeah, you're absolutely, you don't need to be on .NET 9 to use all of these great features.
Great. All righty. So thank you both very much. Leslie, I love Codal.
Right.
You have to leave it in there so I can have multiple turns. So with 5, I'll never get it. So let's bump it to 10. Great. All right. Well, thank you very much. So, Scott, .NET 9.
Yeah.
You were telling me a great story before about containers and bringing your blog up to Azure.
Yeah, so I've been upgrading, Hanselman International, which is basically just, my website, my blog, and my podcast. So upgrading those to the latest version of .NET is always a fun and interesting tool and experience. So I've gone and I've upgraded those kind of slowly and individually because they are varying complexities. The main website is kind of brochureware. The blog is quite sophisticated. It's worked on by Mark Downey and the DOS blog folks. And then The podcast is kind of a medium-sized site. And I've finally got it all running in containers. I've got it running on Linux in an Azure App Service on Linux. And I got a really funny notification a couple of days ago because I've gone and I've upgraded everything. And I get this warning email from Azure. And it says, there's been an anomaly detected in your pricing. And I was like, no. Oh my God. And I'm like, because you kind of like, oh, am I going to get a credit card bill? Turns out it was that the costs had gone down by 22%.
22%.
So, this is, again, one person's experience. But the point is, in the optimizing of my stuff, in upgrading, in my case, from .NET 6 to .NET 8, I got all the perf benefits. I was able to fit more on one container. And now I've got everything. I've got Azure Friday, Hanselman.com, the blog, the podcast, all running on a single app service plan, and that single app service plan is now like $40 or something. So I've just got a very dense and very performant series of applications. It's been a really great experience, and the anomaly that I got where I was afraid I was going to have to spend more money was in fact that the site is faster and it costs less. So I don't know, one person's experience in upgrading to the latest versions of .NET.
Oh, that's pretty great. Now you always hear the like we'll say like, oh, this person did it, that person did it, and it lowered their prices, but you have the proof.
But performance as well. Like we've seen early, if you look at some of the blog posts before .NET 9, where the Bing team, Bing.com, they have this chart where it's like, and here's where we did the upgrade. And then suddenly latency goes down, suddenly requests per second goes up. All of that just means more performance for the customer.
Yep, exactly. So let me ask you a little bit about containers. So I've been hearing when I talk to the community that folks, maybe not understanding containers quite yet. So what did you feel like when you were moving your code over to the container? I mean, was there a mental hurdle that you had to overcome?
Yeah, there was a mental hurdle because my site was originally in a virtual machine.
Right.
And I was shipping like my app code, but then I was also shipping like this 30 gig VHD, which was a copy of Windows Server. And I realized that like I just want to run my app. What level of responsibility do I want to take? Do I want to be responsible for the hardware? No. Okay. Do I want to be responsible for the operating system? Less and less. Do I want to be responsible for the .NET runtime? Even less. And with containers, you're getting the repeatability, the reliability of like shipping an entire virtual machine. I know if I gave you a virtual machine, it would work. It works on my machine because I gave you the whole machine.
Right.
Containers gives you that, but it gives you that in a smaller footprint. You ship only the pieces that you need. A huge amount of work has been done with .NET containers. I feel, frankly, that the .NET team doesn't get enough credit for the amazing work that they're doing around containers because you've got different layers to choose from. You can say, I want a .NET 9 chiseled container where they've chiseled away just down to the pieces that you want. When you combine a container that only has the functions you want, only has the libraries you want, and then you have tree trimming where you give your application a good shake and you shake off all the functions and all the libraries that you're not using, you're really reducing the surface area of that application, shipping only the stuff that is required for it to run, gives a less surface area for attackers, but also means that the size of that and the in-memory usage of that is smaller as well.
Right.
So containers are virtual machines, but better.
Right.
So once I got that in my head, I'm like, oh, this is great. Instead of shipping this 32 gig virtual machine, I'll ship a 200 meg container.
Yeah, and that's cool. I mean, you get it in your head that like containers might be a little scary word, and I get it. I mean, when I first got started doing it, I was scared of it too. But once you do it, it's like, oh, I'm just working on my code.
Yeah.
It's still your
and
code.
then one other thing, just another little anecdote. I recently got a Copilot PC, which is an ARM-based PC. This is using that Qualcomm Snapdragon processor, and my code just compiled. It just worked. I've got an ARM build of Docker. Visual Studio is ARM. .NET is ARM. Everything is ARM, and my app just worked. And that meant that I could also, since I've got this running on ARM, I can run my blog and my podcast on a Raspberry Pi.
And it works?
And it just works.
It just works.
And what's so cool about that is that as a .NET developer, as you probably know, I've been around a while. I've been doing .NET for 22, 23 years. The blog has been around since 2002. And Mark Downey, who works on his GitHub username is Papa String, Poppa string, because he does string instruments. So he has taken our original DOS blog and ported it and updated it to .NET Core. So we've got 20-year-old code still running now, except it's modernized, it's cross-platform, it's faster, and he's keeping that up to date. And now it's running on a Raspberry Pi when Raspberry Pis didn't exist when I put my blog live in 2002.
That's actually pretty amazing, because another thing we were talking about in a chat group today is, shouldn't code just work years and years later?
Yeah.
And you're, again, just proving it out that it does.
Yeah.
And there's no reason why it shouldn't. I mean, because you spend so much time figuring it out and running it the first time, just because we're updating the versions of .NET, go from 6 to 7 to 8 to 9.
And you've got the .NET Upgrade Assistant either at the command line, which is fantastic, or inside Visual Studio proper, where it'll walk you through the whole thing. And I was able to upgrade my podcast very, very quickly.
Well, that's great. So I'm going to change gears just a little bit. Let's talk about Aspire. Have you played around with Aspire at all?
I have, in fact. Yes. It's an absolute joy.
It's a joy. I messed around with it a little bit too. And you're right. Like, my favorite part's the service discovery. You have just a bunch of projects around, and you don't have to remember the URLs from it. They just can say, add reference. And
Yeah, I think that's a great analogy. When you say add reference, and you have a process that is going to reference a project in process, that has historically been very easy. For the last 20 years, you have a project, you reference another project. But then as soon as that one process becomes multi-process, multi-node. If you're going to put that into a cloud-native context, you're going to have multiple projects. Then it's like localhost : 123 for that service : 456 for this other service. All of that service discovery becomes a huge hassle. We saw that Kubernetes solved that with local DNS. Aspire abstracts that away so cleanly that a project and all of those ports, you don't have to even think about.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I did think about, like, we were talking about containers. Let's talk a little bit about Aspire. Because now you don't actually, like you say, you don't have to worry about the ports or anything. Like, it just works.
It's really amazing to go .NET Run and see 12 projects fire up, some in containers, some not, some local and some not.
And the dashboard, amazing. We were doing during Build a .NET Aspire workshop, and we were using the dashboard to debug what was going on in the workshop for Aspire. It's like this meta thing going on.
Absolutely. I know you and I could yap on and on about this for a long time, but we've got Bill Wagner in the wings with much more interesting stuff than what we have to say. So let's turn it over to Bill.
Thank you very much, Scott and Matt, and I hope you've been having a great day at .NET Conf as well. So as I said, I'm Bill Wagner, and I'm here to talk about some of the recent things that we've been doing in C#. Not all cutting-edge C# 13 things, as Dustin and Mads did yesterday in their presentation, but some of the features that have been baking for a while. They've been in a few versions, and if you're not using them, you really should be adapting some of these today, just to make your code base a little bit easier to read, keep a lot of things in place where you can look at it and understand what code is doing a little bit better, a little bit easier, and to slowly start integrating those. And if you're like me and you've been using C# for a while, it's really, really easy to just get in these habits where all we do is we just keep doing the same thing because it's always worked. It's been working forever. And that's one of the things with C#, where we have a very, very high bar for backwards compatibility. So anything that happens that, we've added new features to the language throughout all these different versions, everything that you knew from whenever you first started using C#, that all still works. But we keep adding these features and we keep looking at things because we want you to be more productive and because we are building different programs than we did, when C# was first invented. You just heard Scott and Matt talk about Aspire and containers and building cloud native things and so on, and Azure Functions and all these. So we're doing different things than we did 20 years ago. So I'm going to look at 6 different things that we've been working on over the past several releases and talk about where you should be integrating those into your code base today. And also talk about how to do it in a way that isn't quite so disruptive, right? Because, we're all shipping projects, we're all shipping product or applications that we have to get delivered. So, you can't just sit there and stop and say, I'm just going to, take the next month and just upgrade my code base to use the latest language features, especially because it all works. So we're going to go over pattern matching, file scope namespaces, and it required some different things with properties and the story around properties. We're going to look at string literals and a lot of the things we're doing with strings. We're going to talk about records and collection expressions. Okay, so now let's start with pattern matching. Pattern matching is a way to declaratively write what we historically have written with if then else imperative statements or switch statements and things moving back and forth, and it's like if you do this, do that, and check this, and if this was true, and now we're inside another block and we have more ifs and so on, and pretty soon you end up with this fireman's ladder in and out and things, and you've got to like walk through each statement to figure out for multiple variables what does it really mean. So now let's just look at some code. So I'm going to start with just play around with some patterns. I'm going to talk about the thing I've added right here in a little bit, but let's just say I wanted to write a Boolean function, and I wanted to write a NAND gate. So I'm going to make a NAND function, and that's going to take two bools, A and B. And if you look, okay, the compiler's using C# language to just build it, but I want to use pattern matching so I can see how those inputs map to an output. So I'm going to say I've got two inputs here. I've got A comma B. And if you look, okay, that, once again, Copilot just wrote this for me. If both A and B are true, then the output of an AND gate is false. Otherwise, it's true. Now, if I want, I can expand this out. I can actually say, you know what, if it's true and false, well, then it's going to be true. And now you see I start to get some things here. I've got a green squiggle under my switch. And what it says for me, this is a warning from the compiler that says, you didn't handle all possible input values, right? I've got two Booleans, so there's 4 input values. I've only got 2 there. If I write the others in as well, and then it says, okay, now that goes away. I have handled all the possible inputs of this. One is false, the others are true. Now, what Copilot wrote for me originally is, it said, all right, so since these 3 are all the same, I can say, well, I just don't care. Anything here, and it should return true. Okay. Now, I can also put the comma there because we saw for pattern matching, there's times you might want to rearrange these. And another thing with pattern matching is if I were to take this and move this one up above, now you see I get an error. And the error I get is that this one will never be reachable because up here, it's already been handled. Since that discard pattern says, oh, it's going to match anything. So it's already matched anything. So as I write the logic for a pattern, anytime I do this switch expression, there are 2 things that are always going to be true on it. First of all, if my switch arms don't match every possible input sequence, I'm going to get a warning and say that, it's possible that the inputs fall right through and you didn't match anything, and then the output is to throw an exception. And it's also true if I end up putting something in place in one of these patterns and it actually takes over everything for a later pattern, well, then I'm going to get an error that says, this pattern you've put down here is never going to be reached. And because it's never going to be reached, well, that code never executes. So we're going to tell you that's probably an error in your code. That kind of logic from the compiler helps make sure that your logic in terms of I've got these multiple inputs and here's what should happen, make sure that that's a little bit more correct. And if you look at it and you read this either in this form or in the full form, if I go back to that version, you can read this and see exactly what the output is based on the input. So a lot of times what we'll find is if you've got code in your code base that does any number of these multiple ifs, this, and nested ifs inside the else, you can look at that as there's probably 2 or 3 or 4 inputs, and maybe there's a pattern matching way to make that a little bit more clear as to what happens. And there's a tutorial on Learn that goes through and takes a rather large system and refactors all kinds of if then else logic into some patterns, and you can experiment with that yourself. Now the other one I'm going to add here is something that we've discovered by seeing some error reports where people using pattern matching are making, I'm going to say, a common mistake because a lot of people are making it. So we're going to address it in an upcoming build of Visual Studio. So if you look at this pattern, I'm saying, okay, if it's a number between 1 and 10, and I want to see if it's not a perfect square. So I've written a pattern that looks perfectly normal and says, all right, if number is not 4 or 9, it's not a perfect square. It's 1, 2, 3, 5, whatever else. So therefore, this should run, and if I pass it in 4, if I pass it in 9, it's going to return false. Otherwise, it should return true. But when you run this, you'll find that there's an interesting mistake in it. And it's one that we've seen in a number of code bases when we look at them. We've had error reports and questions on the docs as well. So if you look, it comes in here and it says, the only one it says is not a perfect square is 4. This logic says 9 is a perfect square. And the reason is, when you start using patterns with and, not, and or, they bind in a certain order. And what this pattern actually does is that. So it says it's not 4 or it's 9. Right now, the compiler doesn't warn on this, but soon in an upcoming build, it's going to start issuing a warning if you don't have the parentheses here, because the 9 will never match. It's effectively been subsumed by the not 4. And what you really wanted here is you wanted something like this, where it's not 4 or 9. Now, obviously, you can add parentheses in your code anytime you're using and, not, nor in some of your patterns, and it can increase the clarity. The rules in the language are clear, is that not binds first, followed by and, followed by or, which is the same thing we do on the primary expressions, the exclamation point, the double ampersand, and the double vertical bars. But again, a good recommendation is, if you start building those conjunctions and compound patterns, go ahead and add the parentheses anyway. It guarantees that your code's going to be correct, and the developers that follow you can read it and understand exactly what you're putting together. So again, pattern matching, really good way to just simplify your code and express the intent of what you were doing. And when the slides come out later, if you click on this link, then that will take you to the tutorial that walks through a good half-hour exercise on using pattern matching. Now, one of the things that we just like, just to make your code look a little bit better, is file scope namespaces. So that's just going to remove an entire level of nesting for you. So all you have here, and I'm using Visual Studio because we get some tool tips, and the IDE will do this for me. So if I have this particular file, come on you. If I just put a semicolon there, if you watch what happened there, it removed the 2 curly braces and outdented everything in the file by 1 tab. I still have the light bulb. If I really hate this for some reason, I can convert it back. And then I get the screwdriver and I convert it back this way again. Now, we really like this just because it gives you that extra horizontal space, to talk about your code and to have it work, give you a little bit more space for your logic. And it just gets rid of a little bit of clutter. Now, this does introduce, white space diffs on every line in your file. So what we've been doing, even on our team, as we've been converting code and starting to use this feature, is we go in and, when we make the PR that made some of these changes, we tell reviewers, turn off white space diff. And then the diff will only show the added semicolon and the removed braces, for that particular change. And it makes the PR review easy, makes the code review easy. And then that comment stays. So if someone's going through history later, they don't suddenly get that wall of diffs, and they can actually see what's really going on. And again, this isn't a feature I would go through and sweep your code base for. When you're making changes, it's one of those things that just makes stuff look a little bit tidier. Okay, and you've got the analyzers and fixators that update it. If you want to update your entire solution, you could apply the same thing and just run it through your whole repository. And with that one PR, say hide white space diff, and then you can move on. Now, init and required are two new keywords, relatively new, that we have added into properties to make properties act more the way we really wanted them to all the way along for design. So let's look at some things with some properties in here. So if I were to take, let's see, we'll play with this one a little bit. I think we can probably pop one in here. So let's just make a new class where I'm going to say inside here I'm going to have a public string property for a name, and might set it that way. So you can see Kathleen Dollard helped create some of these demos originally. So that's our public get set property. Well, now as a string, if I don't set this now and I don't give it any initial value, I now have a warning, because that warning says, you know, you might not have set this, and you said it's a non-nullable value or a non-nullable reference type, so it's supposed to be set either in a constructor or someplace. So, well, let's change this now. Well, we'll leave that as a set for the moment, but now let's just say this is required. So now what's going to happen is if any place else in the code somebody creates a new object of this type and doesn't set this property in a property initializer, they'll now get a compiler warning. The compiler is saying that you didn't set this required property. But now, of course, by doing that, it's now has to be get set. We have to be able to set it anywhere. And I don't really want it changing over time. So now we have init. Now what init does is it creates effectively a read-only property. However, callers, when they construct an object of this type, they can then set the property, but only as part of an object initializer. So you can set the property once, but you can't set it again. You can't change it after it's been created. But you still get to use that convenience of the object initializer syntax to set the properties. So from there you get to start, and you makes it more clear what your intent is. I intended this to act like a property. It should act like data. You should be able to set it using an object initializer, but nobody gets to change it afterward. And now that helps here in terms of now even inside this class, because now it's an init property. If I were to write some other method here, and just take a string and we'll say it's new name, and if I were to try to implement that and say, well, I want to just say name equals new name, well, the compiler once again now is going to give me an error here. Even inside the class, it now says, nope, you said this was init only, so you cannot set it after in anything outside of a constructor. Okay, so what you've been able to do here now is with a property, you can now make it read-only inside or outside the class. You can give calling code the ability to use object initializers by saying it's a required property and using init instead of making it truly read-only, and so on. And that makes it just easier to work with any of this code to express what your intent is on any of the data members in any classes you design. So again, we're trying to just make it easier to work with properties all the way along. Now, strings, as we start using JSON and data more and more and more, we have more different ways that we're dealing with string data. Especially now with, we've seen binary formatters going away, serialization using binary formats can be dangerous. There are security risks there. So JSON is now becoming more and more of a way that we transfer data back and forth, or strings in general using some other format. So let's look at what those features do. Now, since C#1, we've had your basic strings that you can see on the screen here. We've got just quotes, backslashes for anything that would be an escape character, double backslashes if it's supposed to be supposed to have the backslash in it. It's got \n, which, well, it's not quite right on Windows. It would be character turn line feed and so on. We also have verbatim strings. So if you put the ampersand in front of it, well, then you can get rid of some of the escape characters. You notice I still need double quotes here around this one, but I can use only my single backslashes. Now, if you look at raw strings, are really a nice feature, especially with something like JSON. If you look at this JSON string, is all of the element names or field names are quoted strings. Those that happen to be string values, they also surrounded by quotes. To try to write this using an earlier format, you end up with a whole lot of double quotes everywhere, backslash quotes, or some, it's just very, very hard to read. So what raw string literals do is now if you start a string with 3 quotes or more, then the string starts on the next line, and you end it with 3 quotes on the ending line, and whichever one matches, if I were to start it with 4, which is perfectly legal, if you notice, Visual Studio automatically added a 4th on the closing one, they have to match. So, 4, 5, 6, whatever, as long as it is 3 or more. The reason it was done that way is it's possible you could have a string that contains 3 repeated quotes, and we didn't want to make that impossible. Then once you have that discussion, well, what about 4? What about 5? And pretty soon you reach this point where we're just not going to pick the number, but anything more than 3 starts it. And now the actual string output starts with this column here where you can see that Visual Studio has added the highlighter there. Legally, it starts on the starting character of the closing quote. White space here is ignored, and any of the white space from column 1 up to the underlining with these brackets is ignored. And that looks like raw string. Now, what we could do here, once we have these, we also now have interpolated string examples. So now, as you were trying to build strings, if you've ever used toString, historically you would have open curly brace 0, open curly brace 1, and so on, and then expressions at the end of it, and they get filled in the right order, and you've got to kind of parse back and forth between the length of the string and which argument is next. Interpolated strings allow you to just put an expression inside those curly braces inside the string. Starts with a $sign or $sign and the ampersand if you want to do verbatim. And then the expression inside those curly braces is replaced as part of constructing the string. Recently, we also added the ability that as long as you're inside the C# part, you could have new lines or any other spacing in there, and it just works. Okay, for something as simple as just a variable, it's not that commonly used, but you may end up with something where you've got a link query or something like that, and you could format that all the way up and down and make it look the way you want it to. And if you look, you can do that here with things, an interpolated string for JSON. So now I can have the interpolated values come in on the JSON string. And if you notice here, they're surrounded by double brackets. The reason they're surrounded by double brackets is JSON uses a single bracket for starting an object. So I need more than one bracket. So using the same trick we use for the triple quotes, if I have multiple $signs, it takes that many curly braces to start an interpolated expression. So since I have $2 signs, it takes 2 curly braces to start an expression, 2 curly braces to end it. So it's very easy with JSON. And the same rules apply for an interpolated JSON string or an interpolated raw string literal as apply for just a raw string literal in quotes. If I were to have 3 or 4 or $5 signs, it would be 3 or 4 or 5 repeated curly brace characters. And they parse from the inside. So if I were to accidentally have a typo here and there's a third curly brace at the close, the outside one becomes part of the text string. And you can see that in the way it's colored. Right, so combination of raw string literals, interpolated raw string literals, Interpolated strings in general give us a lot more expressiveness in working with strings and converting objects into string data and back and forth. So that's what we're doing with strings. All right. Next, we come up to records. Now, there's a lot of really good things about records. Let's go over in to discuss those. So if I make a record, we get something like this customer record. Okay, now, given we only have half an hour, I'm not going to pop it into SharpLab. But if you go to sharplab.io and you put this in, what you'll see is that it generates a very large number of methods for you. It generates equals. It generates a toString. It generates get hash code. It generates not equal. It generates an overrides of equal. It generates a hidden copy constructor that will get used if you make a derived record from customer, like maybe it's a business customer or a retail customer. And all of that gets generated by saying it's a record. And what that does, the record keyword on either a class or a struct says that the primary purpose of this type is holding data. So I want the compiler to generate all the code correctly to do value-based equality and to treat this as a value-based type. Even though in the case of a class, it is a reference type, but everything in terms of equality is based on the values that it holds. Now, and when we put those together, well, then we get a record that has those extra methods. And another thing that happens with records or with structs is we now have the with keyword that now says, all right, if I had created a customer, and now if I want to modify something, make a non-destructive mutation, I say if I take whatever was in X, my first record, and now with, and then set any number of properties, it will be a copy of X with the new values for the properties set that I set in the with clause. And I could do more than one if I wanted to. I could say first name equals whatever, right? I can set any or all of them. Okay? Works the same as it does for structs. And another big advantage of using the record declaration on a struct type. So if you think about how equality is implemented in a struct, the compiler and the runtime have to do some weird things to look at all the values, maybe use some reflection, maybe do some other comparisons and see, and that's going to slow it down. Whereas when you say it's a record struct, the compiler knows exactly what fields are part of that record, and it just generates the code for that record type because it already knows what the fields are. Okay, so that's adding records into your types. Primary constructors. We've seen this a little bit already in terms of a record. We have a primary constructor here, where at the end of the type name, we just introduce the properties that we want. Now, in the case of a record, that will create public properties for each of those values. So in a record, primary constructor parameters become public properties. Now, in the case of a non-record type, what will happen is those primary constructor parameters become parameters that are in scope throughout the declaration of the class. So you can use them in any of the methods in the class, just like any other parameter. So oftentimes, if you're doing something with dependency injection, you can pass the dependencies as primary constructor parameters, and they're automatically available everywhere in the class. You don't need to declare a separate field. Technically, the compiler generates one for you, and a closure and the implementation is not specified exactly, but that's what it does do, so that you can access those anywhere. And then finally, collection expressions, which you saw a little bit yesterday. So we'll go through those only somewhat briefly. And in that, anytime you're initializing a collection or creating a collection that you're going to pass to a method or what have you, if you see I've now got some tips underneath any of these declarations. And it's going to say, you can use a collection expression instead. I don't have to declare new. I don't have to add that extra syntax to remember. Is it curly braces? What goes there? Array.empty, same thing can happen. There's a simplified collection expression for that. Anytime you want the empty collection, it's just open close bracket. If I want to do this with the byte array, I can do the same thing here. Where now, you see, I don't have to assign it to a variable or assign it to a collection type if write byte array, which is right down right there, takes an array of bytes. Okay, fine, got an array of bytes. I can initialize lists. If you notice, I can also use the stack alloc if it's a date time. Excuse me, I can also use a stack alloc if I'm setting it to a span. Sorry, I misspoke there. So, and it will stack alloc the span if we want to put it into a span. Same thing here. We don't need to state that. So why are these last two significant? If you think about what's going on here, especially in this second one, I'm sending 3 bytes as a collection to this other method. I don't need to declare stack alloc if I use the collection expression, because the compiler will go, this is being used as the parameter to that method, as the argument to that method. I will allocate these 3 things on the stack and pass them right to it. So by using a collection expression, we've enabled the compiler to say, I know how I want to get this bits of data to that method. I'm going to do it in the most memory efficient and time efficient way possible. So in the case of where it's being assigned to a span, I can put it on the stack. It's just going to be then part of the span. In the case where I'm passing it to a method, it can be a stack alloc structure, and then that is just pointed to for the method call. So those things become faster. But you don't have to remember all that and think of how you're using it and jump through hoops to get there. If you just use the collection expression, the compiler will do it for you. Okay. And then finally, I'm just going to show one quick demo of this, is that you can use, see if I remember which file this one was in, but if you can use a, put it up there. No, I can't remember. Where we can put a tuple declaration as an alias. So I can say, if I were to add a using, and I am not seeing that one right now, and I think we're actually out of time. But that is one of the ones that we can use with the using directives. You can say using and give it a tuple type equals name. I think it's the other way around, actually. Name equals tuple type. And then you can get this slow grow up story from, I have some data, it's discrete values. I find I'm using these things together. It's a tuple. Make it an alias. It's got a name. And then I can slowly replace that with a type. So, as you've probably heard several times today, if you don't have .NET 9, go ahead and get it. And places that are resources to get, C# guide is where we have all of our docs for C#, including what's new for a few versions back, including C# 13. GitHub.com, .NET C# Lang is where C# design happens. And GitHub.com / .NET Roslyn is where the compiler development happens. So those are places where you would want to keep track of what's going on. If you want to participate in the community on building C#, talking about what the features are, looking at bugs, or any other feedback on anything else in there. And with that, I am going to say thank you and answer any questions that have come in on chat, Scott and Matt.
Actually, it's me again. Hello. Hey, Bill, it's great to see you. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions right now, but you got a ton of great feedback from the folks watching, so thank you so much for being here and giving that awesome session. Of course. All right, well, I know one thing that Bill did mention that I do want to really put an exclamation mark on is to get .NET 9. It's available now. You can get it from the .NET website. There's so much awesome stuff. We've talked about so much of it so far, and the fun is going to continue.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Katie, I wanted to bring up one thing I know you've been working super, super hard on for a long, long time. There's been several people on my team who've been working hard on it, and it's called the dotnetconf
Student Zone.
Boom.
And I'm super, super, super excited for this. As Matt said, we've been working really hard on it. This is really where you should go if you're learning .NET either for the first time or want to learn something new. We do have some sessions on AI. We have some sessions on .NET Aspire. We have about 2 hours of beginner-friendly technical content there where our presenters will be walking you through step-by-step how to build some awesome applications. But there's more.
There's more.
This year, we also have a career portion. So we're going to be talking to Microsoft recruiters, actually from within the org that Matt and I work in. We're going to be talking with some early in profession engineers. We're talking with some .NET hiring managers. And we actually have another speaker from Geocaching HQ who's going to be talking with us about what it was like to go from a more data-focused path into a more developer-focused path. So they're going to be giving you all of the tips for career readiness, your resume, what they recommend for preparing for interviews, and more. But I think that's enough about the Student Zone. We have an exciting session coming up, Matt.
Yeah, we are going to be talking about the official .NET SDK for OpenAI. I love this. One of my favorite people in the whole wide world here is going to be talking about it, and it's Scott Addy. So Scott, over to you.
Thanks, Matt. And I'm glad you used the word official. I really want to emphasize that. So, hey, .NET friends, I'm excited to be here today and talk to you about something my team has been focused on for several months this calendar year. But before I do that, let me introduce myself. My name's Scott Addy, and I'm a product manager on the Azure SDK team. Now, you might hear the word Azure and wonder, what does that have to do with OpenAI? Allow me to explain. So, historically, my team has focused on shipping idiomatic client libraries for some of your favorite Azure services. Key Vault, Blob Storage, Azure Monitor, the list goes on. But earlier this calendar year, our team charter expanded, and we were tasked with applying our learnings from building those Azure service libraries to suddenly emerging areas of AI outside of Microsoft's walls. And that's when this partnership was formed with OpenAI, and we set out to provide this amazing developer experience for all of our .NET customers who are building intelligent applications. Now, in this session, I want to just provide a brief overview of what you can expect to hear about. I'll provide, for one, more background on this client library that was born through this partnership with OpenAI. But you'll also learn about some interesting features, see the code behind them, and I'll show a couple of demos using the latest API that we've added support for in our client library. We'll wrap things up with some resources for getting started and next steps, and then we'll leave time for questions at the end of the presentation. But let's pull back this curtain and talk about, for one, why this library exists, what it is, and who it is that's working on it behind the scenes. Turns out it's an army of people working on it. So to set the stage here, at the Build conference in May of this year, that's when we announced the work that was being done in this space. And around that time, we looked at feedback from attendees at the conference and over 200 insiders that expressed interest in early builds of this library. There were three common patterns that emerged in this feedback. The very first one shouldn't surprise anyone who's watching, and that is, hey, it really felt like .NET was being neglected in the intelligent app space. As a .NET developer, I'm looking around, I see these multimodal AI experiences using speech, vision, and chat. Those really seemed like a pipe dream to me. And OpenAI, to make matters worse, only offered official client libraries for Python and Node.js. But you're telling yourself, hey, as a .NET developer, why should I have to go anywhere else? Why should I have to participate in those ecosystems, Python and Node? After all, the promise of .NET all along has been build anything anywhere. And more importantly, you shouldn't need a PhD in data science to be productive and to actually build an intelligent app with .NET. The second category of feedback we heard was around REST APIs. It's this idea that, okay, unfortunately, I'm not a Python developer. I'm not a Node developer. I truly do want to write C# code. That's where I'm most comfortable. And so that means I'm forced to craft REST API calls in C# to call those OpenAI REST APIs, or OpenAI REST APIs. But as we all know, if we've done this before, that is both painful and error prone. There are several things you need to think about. A lot could go wrong. It requires a very experienced developer. And the final category of feedback we have here was this notion of no SLAs. And what I mean by that is, there were a handful of open source libraries that existed to use OpenAI, but none of those were backed by Microsoft. And so for some customers, we learned that's actually an adoption blocker. Maybe they're risk averse in the sense that they want to use these APIs in a mission critical application. And so for them, there's comfort in knowing that they can call up Microsoft and talk to someone to get support, that there's someone there to help them in the time of need. There's also the fact that they need to know someone is looking after the security aspect of things. If a vulnerability is discovered, who's going to be around to patch that? So with those 3 pain points in mind, we took those into consideration, and equipped with a couple decades of .NET experience and years of insight gained from developing Azure Service Client libraries, the Azure SDK team partnered with OpenAI's developer experience team, and we created this official, I'm going to emphasize the word official, .NET library for OpenAI. So now .NET customers have an answer to those pain points that I showed on the last slide. And in June of this year, happy to report, shouldn't be news to most folks, that is when we officially GA'd our official library. Now, to get there to that GA date, there was a lot that had to happen, and that's what I want to talk about here. Now, originally, the OpenAI NuGet package was owned by a community member. Shout out to him if he's watching, Roger Pincombe. We worked very closely with Roger to transfer ownership of this NuGet package to OpenAI. Why did we do that? Because we looked at it and we said, well, the NuGet package, OpenAI, that truly is the best name to use in terms of SEO. And we want customers to be able to easily discover this package. It was also the most popular open source OpenAI library at the time in the .NET ecosystem. So it only made sense. We worked very closely with Roger, made the transfer of ownership to OpenAI happen. Roger drafted some migration guidance along with our engineering team so that customers could get from his older existing version of the library over to the new version that we had shipped, our 2.0 release. An official GitHub repo was created under OpenAI's ownership. We created a NuGet organization for OpenAI, and then we shipped this 2.0 release. And I want to call out that this was actually one of 16 releases that occurred in the 2.x release train since that ownership transition, which may seem like a lot. This was June that we shipped. There have been 16 total releases to date. Why 16? Well, it was really because we needed to keep pace with OpenAI's developments. As they released new APIs or new models, we needed to ensure that our library fully supported those features and that our .NET customers could use those. Now, looking through the list of contributors out in this GitHub repo I described, you're going to notice something very striking, and that is that many of the contributors that you see in the screenshot there, in fact, are Microsoft employees. Many of them work on the Azure SDK team. It's that same crew you've trusted for years to build your Azure SDK libraries. I want to drive this point home that this is a library that Microsoft backs and it can be trusted. In fact, along with this effort, before this could even happen, we had to build a reimagined, unbranded version of our Azure core library that is at the foundation of each and every Azure SDK client library. This reimagined core library is what we call system.client model, and it provides shared primitives, abstractions, and helpers that really aid in building libraries for any non-Azure services. OpenAI is the example in this case. Again, .NET customers are in a place now where they truly have a library they can trust, and they can depend on Microsoft to back them up on this just as much as they can any other Microsoft-owned library or product. If a security vulnerability is discovered, rest assured we are working on getting a timely patch release out. And if OpenAI decides to ship a new API in a couple of days, or maybe tomorrow, you can count on a new release more often than not on the same day. We always make our best attempt to ship support on the same day or shortly thereafter. Now, this official library exists to support your multimodal AI experiences, but as a .NET developer, why should you care? Why should you move away from crafting those REST API calls? What's in it for you? What are the benefits? Well, let's dig into that. Most important thing here is that our library boasts complete REST API coverage. If you see an API listed on the platform.openai.com webpage, rest assured our library supports it. And to provide a more concrete example here, back on October 1st of this year was when OpenAI announced a public beta of their new real-time API. And this announcement occurred at their Dev Day conference in San Francisco. Our team shipped library support that very same day for this real-time API, beating both the Python and the Node.js libraries to it. We want to give customers fewer reasons to call REST APIs, and this same-day release cadence is a fine example of that, and our overall commitment to providing a wonderful developer experience. And in terms of models, we recognize there are many models to choose from with differing capabilities and price points. But similar to the APIs and what we were just talking about, you can think of this as if there is an OpenAI model available that you want to use, you can assume it is supported in our library from day one. Now, idiomaticity and productivity are other points that we're well versed in these as an SDK focused team. We truly believe the library should feel natural to .NET customers, and the architects behind the Azure SDK actually ensure that the library embraces both the strengths and the flaws of the .NET ecosystem. But as .NET developers, I think many of us would like to say that there are no flaws. It's perfect. That's why we're here. We embrace the ecosystem for what it is. We don't try to paper over anything. We embrace it. And to enhance productivity, the library provides features that you would otherwise have to build yourself. Things like automatic retries with exponential backoff, or distributed tracing and metrics with open telemetry. If these are things you do not want to think about, again, our library has you covered. We will take care of the heavy lifting for you. And finally, extensibility. Now, this was a big one for us because the library's design actually enabled us to make Azure-specific scenarios very straightforward, with extensions for Azure-specific concepts like responsible AI content filter results and on-your-data integration. The Azure OpenAI Companion Library is a testament to that extensibility and just how robust it truly is. And you can think of these extension points in the OpenAI library as an open invitation to community members to come in and contribute companion libraries, much like what we've done with Azure OpenAI. So I talked about this in the past in a couple slides ago, and that was this real-time API. That is the most recent feature to land in the library, and it's the one that there's more than likely the most buzz about right now that you've been seeing all over the place, social media and elsewhere. I'm going to show a video here, and this video demonstrates how you can use this API to build natural speech-to-speech experiences in your .NET applications. Very short video. Let's take a look.
Hey Siri, I mean Alexa, you. Hey you.
Hey there. No worries. You can just call me your go-to AI. What's up?
Can you recite the alphabet for me, please?
Sure thing. A, B,
Sorry,
C,
I meant
D.
backwards.
No problem. Here it is backwards. Z, Y, X, W,
The
V.
Greek one, the Greek alphabet, sorry.
Got it. Here's the Greek alphabet backwards. Omega, Psi, Chi, Phi, Upsilon, Tau, Sigma, Rho, Pi, Omicron, Xi, Nu.
All
Nu.
right, that's convincing. Your accent needs a little bit more work though.
Fair point. Accents can be tricky, but I'm always ready to improve.
Yeah, tell me about it. All right, bye.
Okay, so I promised that would be a short video. Let's talk about what we saw there. Seems like a really, really simple interface, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes. So what did that demo actually use under the covers? Well, for one, to make that possible, it used OpenAI's Whisper model. And that's a model you would use to convert audio into text. It also used a custom tool that we wrote. We call this the I'm Finished tool. And that tool enables the model, Whisper, to determine when it's appropriate to stop this interaction loop. You noticed at the end, Angelos had said, bye. And again, that was the signal. This tool was taking care of this here. That was the signal that, hey, we're done here. We got everything we needed from you. Let's end this loop. And we're also, in this demo, just a shout out to one of our MVPs, Mark Heath. We were using his open source NAudio library, which allowed us to capture mic input as a stream and outputs, binary data audio segments to the speaker, whatever the default speaker is on the device. The sequence diagram you see on the slide here is showing all of the interactions happening behind the scenes. To be honest, it's a bit of an eye chart, and I just want to draw attention to two things here. The very first thing is authentication. This is the can that so many folks kick down the road. It's not the most exciting piece in an intelligent app, but it is critical that we understand this and get it right. And I bring up authentication because this was using OpenAI. OpenAI requires you to authenticate with an API key. That is your only option. If you are a customer who says, okay, that's kind of scary, we're not allowed to use keys in my environment, we don't have a way to securely store them, maybe we're not using a key vault or anything like that, it's just something that could leak, and then we've got a security breach to deal with. If you are a customer who is thinking like that, that is part of the value proposition of Azure OpenAI. In Azure OpenAI, sure, you can still use that API key, but we also offer a much more secure keyless authentication option. And by keyless, I mean instead of using an API key to authenticate, you're using token-based authentication with Microsoft Entra ID, or what was formerly known as Azure Active Directory. That handles the authentication piece, and then role-based access control, or RBAC, comes into play to handle the authorization piece. And really what that means is you are assigning roles to users of your application that determine what level of access they have. What are they allowed to do? The other thing that I wanted to call out on this sequence diagram, beyond authentication, was that the real-time API you saw here is not RESTful. We talked about REST APIs earlier and how they could be a bear to deal with. There's yet another thing to think about here if you're using this real-time API, and that's that it's a stateful event-based API that communicates not over REST, but it relies on a WebSocket. So there's this duplex communication channel that is open between client and server. And if you have to deal with this directly in your application, that adds yet another layer of complexity that, quite honestly, some developers just do not want to deal with. That is, again, another reason why you would want to use this library. And before we get into resources and things you would look at for next steps here, I wanted to dive into some code. So I'm going to pop open Visual Studio. The code behind the demo you just saw is what I have up here. I wanted to draw attention to some things in here. You might look at code like this because we have samples all over Microsoft Learn. And you'll notice line 7. What's going on there? Hey, we have this pragma preprocessor directive. What is that doing? Well, if I uncomment this, or if I comment this out rather, you'll notice all of these red squiggly marks. And really what this is telling you is, hey, these are, this is a beta grade API that you're using. And if you hover over, you'll actually see a message that leads you to that conclusion, that this is for evaluation purposes only. The reason why we design the library this way, why we annotate experimental APIs with an experimental attribute, is we want to be able to move quickly and keep pace with OpenAI. If we know there is a beta grade API that customers want to use, they're going to want to use that in a stable release of the library. They're not likely to take a dependency on a beta release. So we want to be able to we wanted a mechanism where these preview beta grade APIs could coexist with the stable bits in a stable release of the library. That's how we do that. All I'm doing here on line 7 is suppressing those compiler warnings. Another thing I wanted to draw attention to in this sample is that the entry point to any service, whether it's an Azure service or OpenAI in this case, is a client object. And we have this get configured clients method that we're calling, and that appears near the bottom of this file. And I've set 3 breakpoints here to draw attention to the lines I want to talk about. This is the authentication piece from the sequence diagram. Line 189 on the bottom here is the path that was taken for that demo, where we are authenticating with an API key directly against OpenAI. Alternatively, we might say, well, maybe we want to use Azure OpenAI instead. And in that case, there are 2 different options here. You notice we shift from using this OpenAI client object to an Azure OpenAI client. And the constructor accepts not just an API key in this case, but an endpoint. And that endpoint points to the Azure resource that was provisioned. The keyless option that I described on that slide was, it's up here where on line 164, we accept an endpoint to the Azure resource, but the second parameter in this constructor overload is actually the token-based credential that's being used. In this case, default Azure credential from the Azure Identity client library. One other thing I'll call out while I'm here in the dependencies is in the packages, we have this Azure AI OpenAI package, which takes a dependency on OpenAI, which takes a dependency on system client model, that new library that we had to build before we could ship this official release. And then, I also wanted to call out, just how minimal the changes are when you shift from OpenAI to Azure OpenAI. So in this case, if you want to authenticate with a API key, you're still going to use that with Azure OpenAI. It's just the class, the client class that really differs here, and you're passing along an endpoint as well. That's it for code changes. The other thing you'll notice when you shift from OpenAI to Azure OpenAI is with OpenAI, you are pointing to a model. That's what this string represents that we're passing on line 190. Whereas with Azure OpenAI, instead of specifying a model, you are specifying a deployment up in your Azure resource. And that's what this parameter is on line 180. All right. I wanted to, in the last few minutes we have, I wanted to shift over to a different demo, and I'm going to share my console here. I'm going to quickly run .NET Run, and this is again using that real-time API. Hey, Quincy. See if we can get it to come up here. And what this is doing is it's going to greet me and listen for what it is that I'm.
Hey, how's it going?
There we go. Hey, Quincy.
Sorry to hear that. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know.
Quincy, I need to install something.
Sure, what do you need?
.NET 9 on Windows.
To install .NET 9 on Windows, visit the official .NET website. There you can download the installer for the latest version of .NET. Run the installer and follow the on-screen instructions to complete the installation. Once it's installed, you can verify the installation by opening a command prompt.
And I interrupted it there in the interest of time, but you get the point. Now, one cool thing you can do with this particular demo here, if I open the code in VS, let's say, hey, instead of an assistant named Quincy, I want an assistant named Scott, because I've heard that Scott knows a thing or two about .NET. But I also want to hear maybe Spanish instead of English. And for good measure, we'll change the voice to more of a radio style voice. These are all customizations you can make. So we will quickly make those changes. Scott, Spanish, and over here in the conversation session options, we are going to pass a voice that sounds kind of more like a radio voice. Now let's start this back up. .NET build. And then we will run after the build succeeds. And that very same experience will pop up, but you'll notice differences in the experience based on the changes that I've made here. Hey, Scott.
Hola, ¿cómo puedo ayudarte hoy?
¿Cómo se instala .NET 9 en Windows?
Para instalar .NET 9 en Windows, sigue estos pasos. 1. Descarga el instalador. Ve al sitio oficial de microsoft.net.microsoft.com/download.netm. 2.
And I interrupted it again in the interest of time, but you get the point that, you know, the customizations here are endless. There truly is a lot of power to this API. This is just scratching the surface of what's possible. And so if we get into resources and where you would go next, if anything here piqued your interest, I'll leave you with some important resources to bookmark. The first column you see here is for OpenAI, and the second is for Azure OpenAI. If you're interested in, you know, creating your own deployments and some more robust security mechanisms, definitely check that out. The sample code for both demos we briefly looked at is linked here in that second row of resources. And I want to call out again, if you want to request a feature, if you have a question, or if you just need support, this is where we're using GitHub extensively. Our engineers are actively triaging incoming issues. You know, this is something that some folks are looking at each and every day. I truly hope you learned something from this session, and I look forward to seeing the experiences you build with this new official library.
Hey, that was amazing. Muchas gracias. It looked like they do this to me, speaking in Spanish. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Quincy. Can't remember the new name. And by the way, my name is Bruno. I'm part of the .NET Advocate team. I'm super happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm Myra Wenzel. I'm part of the DevDiv community team. I'm the program manager responsible for the .NET website. So if you're hitting that for download, I'm the person behind that.
Yes, and remember, please download .NET 9. I'm literally installing this in Linux right now. And hey, we have an amazing session coming over.
Yes, so we have 3 amazing speakers coming up. So we have Tarek, Luis, and Tanner, and we're going to continue on the AI path. So we're going to talk about AI fundamentals in .NET.
Hello, folks. Nice to see you. I'm Luis, and here I am with Tarek.
and Tanner from the .NET team. And we're here to talk to you about AI fundamentals in .NET. So this may be an image that you are used to seeing. And so first of all, I want to start off by saying thank you, random person who is doing this thankless work. But hopefully the part that it mostly illustrates as well is that it's very difficult for you to build applications and build solutions on top of shaky foundations, right? And so having a strong set of foundations is really important when you're building your applications. And so when it comes to the .NET team, there's a few areas that we've been focusing on here, right? And so primarily, the ones that we're going to be talking about today are tokenizers and tensors, right? So from a tokenizer's perspective, they're incredibly important and they're a foundational piece of building AI applications for a variety of reasons. If you're working with services like OpenAI, Azure AI Inference, GitHub Models, right? Tokenizers are very helpful in helping you manage context and manage cost in terms of understanding how many tokens are being sent with each of the prompts. And if we're working with local models, tokenizers are a pre-processing step that is used to turn text into tokens and vice versa, right? When it comes to tensors, tensors are also a foundational piece of AI, right? And tensors are a way for you to encode, manipulate, and apply operations to multi-dimensional data. So they're incredibly fundamental when it comes to AI. Now, if you download the latest bits that are in .NET 9, you're going to notice that in the packages like Microsoft ML Tokenizers, which is the official package for tokenizers in the .NET ecosystem, there's a ton of new tokenizers that you have access to that are just built into the library, right? And so you can see a list of them here. When it comes to tensors and tensor primitives, you're going to notice that there's improvements in terms of the number of operations that are available to you to apply to these various data structures. There's also perf improvements that are there as well. And from a tensor perspective, it provides an exchange type that makes the efficient data manipulation and interop between various libraries within the .NET ecosystem that, again, are working with this multidimensional data. And so now, to tell you a little bit more about tokenizers, I'll hand it off to Tanner. Sorry, Terry.
Yeah, thank you, Luis. Yeah, building a .NET AI application, which is interacting with language models, we're required to have a tokenizer. The reason is language models don't manipulate directly the input text. Instead, it tries to convert it to a form of list of numbers, so it can be handled inside the language model. And the tokenizer is a component which is exactly doing that. So the tokenizer is just splitting the input text into smaller units, and we call this unit token. And the token can be like word, can be subword, can be a character or stuff like that. And after that, the tokenizer can map every token to some specific unique ID. And to do that, the tokenizers use something called vocab file. While you're creating a tokenizer object, you provide the vocab file, which is this vocab file actually is containing all vocabs that the tokenizer can work with. Also, it provides a mapping from vocab to some unique IDs. For every vocab, it will have this mapping. So the tokenizers use this vocab file to do the mapping from the token to the IDs. So how we support tokenizers in the .NET? I mean, it's supported through a library. It's called Microsoft.ml.tokenizers. And this library is targeting .NET and .NET Standard 2, which means it can be used in both in .NET and .NET Framework applications. Also, this library, we ship it as a NuGet package. So it exists in NuGet.org. This library also provides some abstractions, and the benefit of the abstractions is if you have like tokenizer abstract class, for example, and using this abstract interfaces, you can switch actually underneath the concrete tokenizer without changing the code if you are using the abstractions. Another benefit of the abstractions is it enables the interop between components. I mean, like one component can send a tokenizer object to another component and can use it through the abstraction interfaces without worrying about like what is the actual tokenizer is used there. We are supporting in this library, I mean, a list of tokenizers. We support BBE tokenizer, which is byte pair encoding, which is used with many models out there. We support tick token tokenizer, which is used with OpenAI models like GPT 3.5, 4, 4.0, and 0.1. We support Llama tokenizer, which is used with Meta Llama models. We support CodeGen tokenizer, which is used with code generation models. And we support other tokenizers like WordPiece and BERT tokenizers, which is used with BERT models. So let's jump now to see how we can use the tokenizer APIs. So first step here is, of course, I mean, like any new Git package, you need to reference this package. So if you see here, we are referencing Microsoft ML tokenizers. And I'm referencing here another package, which is the same, we call it data package, but this is specific for tick token because I'm using tick token tokenizer in my demo. But if you are not using tick token, so you don't have to reference this package. This data package actually includes a vocab file that I talked about it, I mean, for tick token. So users don't have to worry about carrying the vocab files themselves or download it from somewhere. So first step, I mean, like we are referencing this, we are good to go now. Second step is to create the tokenizer object itself. And we have the pattern here to create any tokenizer. So you use the tokenizer name class, I mean, like tick token tokenizer, and you call create method on it. This, for example, I mean, like we are using tick token tokenizer.create for model, and we're saying like, yeah, well, I need the tokenizer to work with GPT-4. If you want to create another tokenizer like Llama tokenizer, so you will do similar thing. You will call Llama tokenizer.create, and you go from there. So we are creating now the tokenizer object, and now we have the tokenizer object is ready. Second, we are going like operation, counting the tokens. So giving some input text, you want to count how many tokens can be generated from this text. This scenario is required, I mean, in a couple of cases, like if your application is using a service which is a language model service, which is charging per number of tokens that you are using. So you want to count the token before you calling the service to make sure that you are inside the allowed quota before calling. The second scenario is some language models restrict any request up to some max number of tokens. So if you are passing long text and it's passing this max, so the result can be truncated and you get surprised with that. So counting tokens is kind of important scenario if you are running into these cases. So here in the code, I mean, I'm using the input text. It's simple sentence saying hello, comma, space, world, exclamation mark. And then I'm calling tokenizer count tokens, passing the input, and it returns the number of tokens that it gets generated from this input. I'm listing here also some overload, which is taking a span of characters. So this is showing like our APIs can be called with strings and also can be called with spans. So if I run this, it tells me like this input text can return 4 tokens. So 4 tokens can be generated from this input. Next scenario here is actually, this is the most important one, which is what it generates the IDs, the numbers that it can be fed to the language models. We have APIs called encode to IDs. It takes the input and it returns the encoded IDs that match this input. If you remember that we counted the token before, it's 4 tokens. So if I run this, I expect to get 4 IDs. So if you see here, I mean, we got like 4 IDs, 9906, 11, 19, 17, and 0. I'm showing here also another overload that you can control about, like if you want to include up to some max token, you can do that. I mean, so we have overloads that it can take the max token count, and you can specify it, and it can include up to this number. If you want to generate the full information of the tokens, means that the string tokens and the IDs for this token and the offset that map inside the input text, you can call encode to tokens. And this API will return list of encoded tokens. And this list will be, every encoded token will have the information about like the string value of the token, the ID, and the offset. So if I run this, it will give me, as we know that it should be 4 tokens. And first token, the value of it is hello string, and the ID and the offset inside the input string, and so on for the rest. The other operation you can do using the tokenizer is, if you don't need to generate tokens at all, but you want to know that where is in the input text you can generate up to max count. So we have this API, the method is called getIndexByTokenCount, which can count up to some maximum and stop there, and it will return you the index inside the input text where it stopped. So you can know exactly, like, you know, up to here it's matching this max token count. And we provide also, if you want to do this from the end, I mean, so you can count from the end up to some place, some index inside the input text. So if you run this, we will get about, like, if we are passing max token 2, so it's saying that up to hello comma, this is matching 2 tokens. And if I'm searching from the end with 2 tokens also, it tells me like space world exclamation mark. This is where, I mean, like 2 tokens from the end. Last operation here, which is also important, is the reverse operation of the encoding. So encoding is encoding the text into IDs. So decoding is the reverse operation, which is convert the IDs back to strings. So if I run this, I'm passing the IDs, which is we generated up there. And this give us back the same strings that we started in the beginning. So hello world. Yeah, by that, I will turn over to Tanner so he can talk about tensors.
Yeah, so to talk a little bit about tensors, we first need to kind of talk about what a tensor is. So a tensor, in the most general sense, is an abstraction over shaped data. So it's a general abstraction for describing and operating on any shape of data. And some of the other common terms you may hear about when working with tensors are things like scalars, which are individual values. For example, a single int or a single float would be a scalar value. Then you have vectors, which are effectively one-dimensional tensors. They are things like arrays or spans of data. So you're going to have many scalars within one vector. Then you have matrices, which are effectively vectors of vectors. They become two-dimensional pieces of data. And in some cases, such as math or even graphics programming, sometimes matrices will have higher dimensionality as well. But then you start getting into tensor being the general abstraction over all of those pieces of data. So a tensor could be a scalar or a vector or a matrix or even a piece of data that has more dimensions. And this general abstraction allows you to work with data mathematically and using a number of operations that makes it very convenient to talk about the structure of the data, to manipulate it and come to new answers and new results. Like Luis had mentioned, a lot of the stuff around tokenizers and tensors here are foundations of AI and ML, and even some of them are foundations of broader computer science. And one of the common operations you might want to do in computer science is something like you want to compute the sum of all values in a span or array of data. And if you wanted to do that, it's pretty easy to go and write it yourself. You track a result, and for every value that's in the input set, you just add it to that result, and you've computed your sum. This is great for simple scenarios, but when you start working with large data sets, especially such as in ML or AI, gigabytes of data in the worst cases. And so you're going to end up wanting to say, oh, this is a performance bottleneck. What can I do to improve the perf? And to improve the perf even a little bit, the code gets quite a bit more complex. You end up starting to have to consider things like loop unrolling, where within a single loop iteration, you're going to do multiple operations at the same time. The code gets a little bit more complex, but it's still not even close to as fast as we can get. And you've already, tripled or quadrupled the number of lines of code you have to maintain. Beyond loop unrolling, you can start doing things like vectorization. This uses the hardware SIMD, or single instruction multiple data capabilities, to basically compress those unrolled operations back down into single operations. So this loop here, which is loading a vector's worth of data, in this case it's loading 4 elements at a time, is doing the same work as this loop here, but in one instruction instead of the 4 separate operations. And you still have to handle many of the same considerations, such as handling trailing elements that don't fit into the loop where you're handling factors of 4 at a time. You can also use larger data sizes that the hardware provides, such as vector 256 or even vector 512. And as you continue expanding the set of hardware you support, the number of lines of code you have to maintain increases. All of that, however, ends up paying off because, as you can see from the benchmark numbers here, for different input sizes, well, if you're only operating on 4 elements at a time, most of them are going to be fairly similar, taking somewhere between 1 and 3 nanoseconds worth of time. As you grow up, though, you'll see that the differences between the options continue increasing. So when you're operating on 65,000 elements of data, you're taking almost 30 times longer in some cases as with the naive loop as compared to what you could get with some of the more advanced options. But you don't want to have to do this for every piece of code you need to write, especially when you're writing very complex mathematical algorithms or handling more complex topics. And so the question is, what can .NET do to make that simpler for you? And the answer to that is we provide, starting in .NET 8, we started providing the foundation of tensor primitives. And in .NET 9, we've expanded that with more functionality. And so now you can get all of the power of the 300 or so lines of code that existed in the file before this that we browsed through in one line. And as Luis's slide mentioned, tensor primitives provides over 200 different mathematical functions, all vector accelerated and covering all of the math APIs that you've come to know and love that exist on both integers and floating point data types. So you have things like sine, cosine, tangent. You've got things like square roots, sums. You have products of data, so multiplying instead of adding all of the elements together. You have things like computing the hypotenuse of triangles, and you even get some of the more advanced functionalities that are more core to AI scenarios, like cosine similarity. And all of those functions are provided built in for you and accelerated for you, so you don't have to worry about that part. But tensor primitives itself is a foundational building block. It only operates on raw spans of data. It doesn't operate on the shapes of data. And that's why it has primitives in the name, because you pass it in the memory, and in some cases you can pass in the shape of the memory, but it doesn't actually give it to you in a friendly way. And so the next step on top of that is to provide a way to interact with the with the data in a more shaped structure, so you can actually define how the data looks. And to that end, we've started building, and in .NET 9 have shipped as experimental, Tensor of T. Tensor of T actually allows you to define spans over tensors, so you can have slices of the data, but also a regular tensor of T type that works much like system.array, but it allows you to actually specify the data. So by default here, this is basically just defining a read-only tensor span that defines the values as having a shape of one dimension. So it defaults to being exactly the same as a read-only span. But let's say that I wanted to operate on this so that it had, so that there were 4 columns with enough rows to fill in the rest of the data. To that end, we can define something like, we could say that it's a shape of 4 by 4. And so now this defines that it's going to take a slice of the data that represents a 4 by 4 matrix. Or we could define others so that it implicitly computes the number of rows for the data. And to this end, we're able to change how we operate on the data so that instead of doing things like summing all elements, it can instead sum all of the elements within a single row and do that repetitively throughout the data. So it allows you to operate in the data in a much more friendly and efficient manner. We definitely love for you to try out tensor primitives and tensor of T and provide feedback, especially for tensor of T since it's experimental. There's still a lot of polish to do there and still more performance optimizations even beyond what we've already got in there. So every bit of feedback helps and will help make it a better product when it is ready to ship for stable.
Awesome, thank you, that was great. Let me kind of switch over here real quick to a quick demo. We still have a few minutes here to kind of show you how all these pieces fit together, right? And so the scenario that we're looking at here is we want to perform semantic search over a collection of movies, right? So semantic search, meaning we don't have to necessarily look at keywords, but we're going to use a few of these components that we talked about here, as well as a few AI models to help us find relevant items. And so we're going to start off with the tokenizer. In this case, we're using the BERT tokenizer, and we downloaded the vocabulary file from Hugging Face, right? So it's available in the repo. The model itself that we're working with here is E5 small, which is an embedding generation model. To help us also do the embedding generation, we're going to use this MLNet Onyx embedding generator. Now, what is this generator? It's actually an implementation of the iEmbedding generator interface in Microsoft Extensions.ai, right? And so what we're going to provide to this embedding generator to construct it is a tokenizer, which is going to help us pre-process the text that we're putting in here. And we're going to provide a model path, which is going to be an Onyx model, okay? And what this embedding generator is going to do is it's going to pre-process the data, and pre-processing is effectively just, let me just go here real quick to the method. It's using that encode to IDs, right? So it's turning that text into token IDs, okay? Once we have that data, we are inferring, and inference here, we're using ML.NET to run the tokens, pass them as input to the model, and we are using this apply Onyx model transform in ML.NET to get the embedding outputs, okay? Now, on its own, the model itself does not give us the exact output that we need, so we need to do additional post-processing on top of that. And so we're applying some operations here like mean pooling and normalize and divide. And if we look at what mean pooling and normalize and divide are doing, we're not going to get into the details of what those are, but they are some post-processing operations that help us get the actual embedding values here. And to help us do that, you're going to notice here that we're using a lot of the operations inside of the inside of tensor T, right? Like unsqueezing, broadcasting, multiplying, right? And all of these operations are optimized, as Tanner showed us here, for working on this multi-dimensional data here, okay? Now, we have this other movie service, which is actually what we're going to use to sort of load our data as well as perform search. And to do that, we're using this in-memory vector store, which is actually an implementation of the Microsoft Extensions vector data set of abstractions that are there, right? And so what the movie service is doing is it's, in this case, it helps us load the data. And in this case, we just have a set of movie titles as well as movie descriptions here. And that's going to create an in-memory vector store for us. Once all of that is set up, we provide the generator, and when we say load async, this is going to generate embeddings for us and store them inside of this vector store. Once the embeddings are inside of this vector store, I want to perform a query for a family-friendly movie, okay? Then I provide my search options, and then I call the search async method, which again, it's just going to perform a search. It's going to generate the embeddings for the query and find the most relevant items from that in that vector store and output those results. Now, if you take a look, for example, when I run this application, I say I want to find a family-friendly movie. The first hit that comes up here is Lion King, and even though it doesn't say anything about it being family-friendly, because we're using semantic search here, right, we're able to effectively return the actual result. And so this is a way or a scenario, right, where all of these fundamentals really come together with the existing libraries that exist in the .NET ecosystem to help you build your AI applications. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to the slides here. Make sure to get .NET 9. Make sure to try out system numeric tensors, try out ML tokenizers, give us feedback, and yeah, check out these resources to learn more.
All right, thank you guys so much. It was a great talk. And I'm always impressed of how much the space is evolving.
Yes, and hey, I'm a big fan of AI. We have a lot of questions. We have some questions around vector databases that you already covered. I love this example of how you can do it all together. But hey, we have one.
Yeah, let's go. I think we'll have time for just one from Steve. So how does openai-dotnet library relate to semantic kernel and ML.NET?
Yeah, so the OpenAI library itself, when it comes to ML.NET specifically, there's no relation, right? It's just an SDK for interacting with the models. You could use it in the context of ML.NET, for inferencing or even embedding generation, right? So that's a way that you could potentially use it. And in terms of semantic kernel, right, it's a way that you can use and interact with, sort of build solutions using semantic kernel. Right, but at the end of the day, the model or the SDK that it's building on top of, it's going to be OpenAI. So there are some relationships there, but in terms of one or the other, it's not really they're not really related in that regard.
All right, thank you guys. So reminder to go download .NET 9, and so go to aka.ms/get.net9, or just go to the .NET website and you will find the latest bits. Also go get VS. We have all the downstreams, right, that have been updated for this release. And so just go try and get all that performance improvements.
Yes, and hey, now we are going to switch to talk with my friend Jordan. We are going to talk about models, because we have tons of models in the ecosystems, and I really want to know how we can use it, what we can do, what are the use cases, and more. And once again, get .NET 9. I don't know how you do to get the AKSMS. I can't spell this, but hey, let's go with Jordan.
Awesome. Thanks, Bruno. Thanks, Myra. Hey, everybody. Good to be here with you all. My name is Jordan. I'm a product manager on the .NET team, focused around helping you build out solutions with .NET where you use AI in your apps. And today, I am your tour guide through the world of AI models. So we're going to spend a little time together here, and I'll take you through and talk a bit about some of the different models available to you, how you can work with them both through hosted services, third-party services, locally, as well as in Azure. So first up, there are thousands of models these days that are available to you. You've seen us use some of these in the different sessions over the past few days. We've got models from Microsoft with the 5 family of models. You've got the Meta Llama models and Mistral, and then of course, OpenAI. And it can be a little confusing sometimes to figure out, where do I start, where do I begin, where do I go? Well, first, what I like to start with is actually even start with a model like OpenAI that's very capable. It's able to do a lot of different things to even suss out, start prototyping and exploring my ideas, seeing if they're even feasible. And then from there, once I've got the initial idea going, start poking around and playing with different models. So in this session, I want to take you through and kind of introduce you to ways in .NET working with the Microsoft Extensions AI library, how you can kind of just dive in here and start playing around. So first up, let's go with how we would start exploring and looking at these models. Recently announced at GitHub Universe was the GitHub models. It was in sort of a limited preview. Now it's available to everybody working with a GitHub account, making it available to you to go ahead and play around with models, start exploring on your own. So this is available if you've got a GitHub account. You set up a personal access token, and then you can start working with these. So for example, here I'm in the marketplace for GitHub models. And I can navigate here and see what are different models available to me. I could explore, and what are some of the scenarios these support, like multimodal scenarios, multilingual. So this is one nice place to look around, start exploring, seeing what's out there. Luis is on right before me, and he has this great phrase about exploring the art of the possible. These are really nice ways to look at, like, well, what is even possible with AI? What can I play around with? And so to help you out with that, we could dive in, and there's a playground experience, as well as this kind of first intro screen here that lets you get an overview of what the models are, what they're capable of. So for example, we'll start with GPT-4o, and we'll switch over into the playground. And here I can start right away chatting with the model and exploring, changing some of these settings, like the temperature, which basically dictates the creativity of the model. You can also go right away, look at the code view, and here I've set it to C#, and I can, for example, see some examples of working with this model through, in this case, the Azure Inference SDK. We'll come around back in a moment on some code on how to call these models. First, as far as a way of early experimenting and playing with a playground, this is a nice spot to start exploring some initial ideas. So, for example, one thing I was looking at building out was a music chatbot. I like to call it BeatBot, playing off of the MVC music sample you might have seen way back in the past with .NET. And I wrote a system prompt that we'll go through here real quick. I'll zoom that in for you, which basically I'm instructing this, the system prompt, by the way, being what tells this assistant, you're in this kind of a way of responding to things. This is your persona. So I'm saying that you're a helpful music expert who even likes the deep cuts. And you always bring any subject back to music. And trying this idea out of how might I see some citations around the sources that it references. So I'm taking this, we'll copy it, paste it into the system prompt, and I can do a quick test of this to see that it works and say, what was the top album in, we'll say 1998, because that's when I actually started out in the software business. And we'll get back here in a moment, a response. And it should be hopefully something close in the realm of music, right? Sure enough, this comes back and it tells us Britney Spears song that was in the top. And as you look through here, there are links to these citations that let us see about where the info came from. Now, if I try to go off script, it'll also take it back to music. So what about the top movie? And it comes back and says, oh, they're fascinating subject. It's always music that truly sets the scene, and it goes on to talk about music. In this case, it might have been related to a top movie at the time. I see Titanic mentioned in here. So there. Sorry, gang, had a little technical issue, but we're back. And where I was going here was showing you the comparison ability. So we've asked some questions of the model. Now we can go ahead and compare a couple. I clicked the button that said compare, brought up the second screen. And now I could look and say, let's pick another model. We'll go with Mistral Large. Let me clear out what I said over here. And now I can ask the same question of both models. We'll say this time what was the top album in 2002. And this will show me the comparison between what the GPT-4o model says versus the Mistral Large model. And you'll see some variances in the way they respond. Maybe there's some different data based on how they were trained. What this does too is this will maintain and synchronize my settings between the two windows. So I have the same system prompt, same temperature, and it gives me a side-by-side comparison. So it's kind of a fun way to explore these models and start to dive in, see what you can do. Now let's take this back to some actual working code. And what I have here, this is a sample application. We'll go ahead and run this, and I'll talk about it for a second. This is a sample I've got a link to at the end for you to check out. that lets us chat as well as play with an image. And so Blazor application, I can ask a question. Describe this image to me and write a 2-paragraph story based upon it. And I can upload an image. In this case, a picture of a frog I took from my garden. See a frog on a leaf, and we see what happens. So this is going against GitHub models. Right now, I'm using the GPT-4o mini model in this case. And you see here we get our response back. And this has my citation was in it. I used the same system prompt we were just playing with. And I've got a description up at the top of what it sees, which usually what's fun in these is they call out not just there's a frog, but there's a leaf. In this case, they, I think, got it right that this is on some cabbage. And oftentimes there's even a mention of like a droplet of water that's sitting on there. And so now I can kind of just start to play around from here. But I took a prompt I was experimenting with in GitHub Models Playground, brought it into this image app, and start playing, see what happens. So if I come back in here, a few details on this sample. This project is set up to run with different hosts. So in this case, I used GitHub, and I could change up the model. I could work with Llama 3.2, 11b, Vision Instruct. It's another one that I've worked with, kind of playing around here. And in my app, what's setting up the code to run here, I'm using the Microsoft.extensions AI library. And the real thing in this app, there's this method that's configuring where we pull the models from. But this is the only thing that's changing in the code. So here we started with my fallback, which is GitHub models. I'm able to get whatever details I need to connect, like the model ID endpoint to connect to and a key. Oops, sorry for all the pop-ups there. Okay. And the key thing is, as long as we can get an iChat client like you see here, and we add that in, I can go ahead and use Microsoft Extensions AI to write my application, and I can then swap through the other models we're about to look at, like Azure OpenAI. It's just a slightly different endpoint and that we go through, but as long as I can get that chat client, the rest of my code can stay the same, and I can play against different sources for models, play against the different models those sources offer. All the time, this same code here, this is my chat service in the app that has the core of the logic. Here's our system prompt. None of this changes. So I can swap out models, play around using the same source code as I experiment. So that was a real quick overview with GitHub models and some of the models we could access there. We'll come back to that in a moment about where you would go from there, like say if you want to start going toward more complex applications or things that start to push on the limits or go toward production. But another great place when you're starting to play around is in local models. And as .NET devs, we get kind of used to doing this. We've been doing things like local SQL databases for years. And it's a natural starting point to think of working with a local model, something I can do local on my machine. There's no credit card being billed, no anything else, just experimenting locally. And let's take a look. That's something you can do with .NET. There are some caveats, though, which is usually around the compute power required. So if you look at running these models, a small language model, we would call those that typically can run on your hardware. Even those can have pretty hefty constraints around the memory requirements and GPUs on your local machines. But as long as you've got those, you can use a small language model. They're a really great alternative. They can be very focused on specific tasks, be very good at those, lower compute, very efficient. And then you've got the large language models like we started off with, OpenAI, Mistral Large, that are really good multi-purpose models. They may have higher compute. You definitely can't run these on your local machine typically unless you got a really beefy setup. But let's see how we could use one of these small language models with a .NET solution here. So for this, I'm using a product called Ollama. You've seen, maybe even heard mention of this in some of the sessions. We've used it for a few of the demos. And what Ollama does is it's an app that can run locally on your machine, runs on Windows, Mac, and Linux. And it can bring down models locally. It allows you to access those through a REST API that they expose. And so when you use Ollama, you've got a large selection of models we can work with on here. So this is just from their website. You can see some of these here that I could be working with. And in my case, in my environment, we've got Ollama already running, and I've got a few models that I've already brought down. So in this case, let's say I want to play with Llama 3.2 for a moment. And just in their console app with Ollama, I can actually run some quick questions past the language model and try them out. And so it's got a nice command line interface for bringing down models, serving them up, running with them. This is taking just a moment to load, but if I'd been doing this without the model installed already, it would be downloading it and take even longer. But here I'm in, I can ask a quick question. What color is a frog? Because I suddenly lost my creative spark for prompts. And there you go. I'm interacting with the model and I can start also playing around maybe with a little mini playground right here from the console. But I think this definitely gets more interesting when we layer in our app, right? So let's jump over and I'll just swap the configuration of this project to run with a local model. Now what's happening here, the way this project is configured is we are using the Lava 7B model because this has some ability to work with images. So that's what I'm set up to use with Ollama now. We'll go back to our project here. Same thing we did before, describe this image and write a short 2-paragraph story about it. And then let's see what it does with our friendly little frog again. Now this will take a moment. I am on a machine that's got some pretty good specs, but it still takes a moment to run. If we take a look at my GPU as this is going, we can prove to ourselves that something's happening. And usually that gets up close to, yeah, here we go, 20, 40%. So we're going to start seeing the content in this SAML streaming in. I haven't figured out why it starts out with continued from above, but we still get a description here of a small green frog. This kind of jumped right into writing a story, but this has details based on the background, the colors. It's in a garden on a broccoli plant. Remember, all I said was describe the image and write a story. And so there now we're running off of a local model. So if this were on my local laptop that was hefty enough, I could be disconnected from a network, even on a plane flight and playing around with AI. Click that up. And again, the connection here with Microsoft Extensions AI, Ollama is another one of those providers that you can plug in. And in this case here, I'm able to create an Ollama chat client, and then I pass it in and configure my app to work with it, and then all the rest of the Microsoft Extensions AI code works to be able to do my image processing. So real quick, we just looked at one small language, a few more details about small language models versus the larger language models. The small language models, they're typically, they're fewer parameters, they are less intense on your computer, so the compute requirements aren't as hefty as a large language model. And they can also work in lower compute, lower energy scenarios, which is a nice thing. They can be very good at specific use cases, specific tasks. So in some cases, it may be nicer to use a small language model tailored for text classification than, say, using a bigger general purpose model. Conversely, you look at the large language models, they have a higher number of parameters, have a higher compute requirements, so they probably won't work on your hardware. But they also, because of that, are very good at general tasks. They can do more complex scenarios and more of them. They can handle a wider range of languages, and they naturally also have the higher compute costs, higher energy costs to them. So there's always that trade-off. Both options are available to you with .NET. We just looked at, in both these samples so far, running a couple of these here. Okay, so let's bring it on here. We'll jump over and mention the cloud in the mix here. So what we started with first was working with GitHub models. I was experimenting locally using GPT-4o Mini. I could have played with some other vision models. At some point in time, you're going to want to be able to more operationalize that and take it to either take it to the cloud, or maybe you're requirements got more complex. So you need something more than the defaults that are set up with GitHub models. And that's where we get into, where do we go next? So Azure AI Model Catalog is actually what powers this is the same as what's powering GitHub models behind the scenes. So if you've got a model you're working with in GitHub models, you can also use that from the Azure AI Model Catalog. Likewise, if I'm working with a local model during my app development and I'm working toward production with my app, many of the models you would work with locally are also available in the AI Model Catalog, and that would be another option you'd bring up when you go into those maybe production systems. So I'm not going to take the time and run this specific demo, but the code would be about the same in this exact sample. If I wanted to run against the Azure AI Model Catalog, I would change what this endpoint is, and I'd have to set up either, ideally you access with your Azure credentials, so Entra ID authentication. You could use a key during, while you're playing around as well, just make sure you keep that secure. But it would just be those couple changes, and the same code we were running would work for this because the GitHub Models is already working with the same inference SDK used for Azure in this case. So let's take a look real quick at the Azure AI Model Catalog. And you can see here, this is a little similar to like with the GitHub models we were playing with. In Azure AI Studio, I can take a look at the model catalog, and I have an experience in here to explore the models available to me. I have some nice helpers with the filters that also are really good thought starters here for what are scenarios, what are things I could do with AI. Text classification, token classification, chat, of course, summarization. So there's some nice little extra exploration stuff in here. I could take any of these and actually here, we're going to go over to one that I've deployed. I've got a deployment already set up. So in a playground experience, I can do something similar to what we just did a moment ago in GitHub Models, where I can add up my own system prompt, explore from within Azure, manage my infra, and set up from here. So one other benefit to this, when we're looking at, say, the local models where we're working with Ollama, one question that comes up typically would be like, well, can I just use Ollama in production as well? Can I just take the small language models I was using? Why not use Ollama? You could set up a container you deploy with Ollama in it. You could use those in production. A trade-off there is like, do you want to manage the infra yourself and some of the maintenance of that versus perhaps a solution like the AI Model Catalog, maybe one that takes care of some of those for you, layers in with your infra better. It just depends on your environment, what works best for you. So now we'll come into the wrap-up of a few last points to consider in here that I want to leave you with. First, there's one of like choosing the right model. We've touched on this a bit as we've been going through. A few things to think about as you look at models. Again, we go back to the beginning. I love to start with something maybe that's more than I need, like GPT-4o, depending on my scenarios, just to see what's possible. And then as I go by and evaluate, do I want to stick with that or something else? I got to think of questions like, what are the use cases I've got? How complex are they? That would help me discover, like, do I want to use a more specific model? If I have requirements for a diversity of languages that may impact, like, which models I want to work with. Do they support my target languages for input, output? Availability of resources. What are your constraints around budget for things like the cost? If you get into the world later down the line of things like fine-tuning, how does it support that? Then deployment environments, too, about the, regionally. Does this support where I want the model to go with the host I work with? Does it support the regions I need to support? And in performance, there's both the ones we think of a lot, like latency and those kinds of responses, but also I would lump in here the things like responsible AI and quality of your responses. So one other thing you can look at after this session, there's the Microsoft Extensions AI evaluation work that's in library that's in preview. We talked about it in a talk just yesterday. With the evaluation library, you can set up a set of, think of Q&A tests to validate that the quality, the answers you get out are hitting your quality metrics for your solution based on the kinds of questions that may get asked. And you can build up this inventory over time of this evaluation set of questions and answers. And that is super valuable to then also let you experiment changing out different models in the system. And if you're backed with the Q&A data, the evaluations to help you out, you can know more soundly as you change and try out different models, how does it impact the end result? Does the quality bar stay where I need it? And so really, I think the way you would go about this is going to be something more like in your own flow. You'd start first with the question of, can AI solve my use case? Prototype. Play around, see for yourself if your ideas are possible and can it work out. Then from there, you're going to get into like, what's the best model to use? This is where you experiment with techniques we've talked about, like prompt engineering, retrieval augmented generation, helping you chat with your own data, maybe trying out different models. This would be the phase where you're optimizing the solution. And then eventually you'll also get towards scaling to what you need in the real world, and this gets out toward other details of the, how do you support load balancing across these, and capacity constraints and all those that might be upon you. So with that, that's kind of wrapping up the main talk we've gone through. We've covered a lot of ground in a quick almost 30 minutes, going from local models to hosted models, played around with images in the chat as well. Here's some links to leave you with that'll let you go check out the image sample we were using. A great video analysis sample that Bruno, who'll be back on screen in just a moment, has been building out that also lets you try out models from different sources, working with different libraries. And then we've got some AI app samples to check out that help you with some sort of like quick starts to get up and running, playing around with AI. And then our AI docs are always there to help you out as well in .NET. So with that, I know Bruno and Myra, if we've got some questions coming in.
Hey, we have several questions online, but also the people online are answering the question, which I love. It's an amazing community. So we can talk about Phi, how well it works, JSON responses. But I think ones that I listen a lot and I want to get your point of view there, Jordan, is local models. A couple of scenarios where it makes sense to use local models. You just show an amazing image analysis using Lava, and now we also have Llama 3.2 to do image. Any other scenario where you think that locals model makes sense?
I know I've just even in exploring, if I'm not quite sure where I want to go, even working with retrieval augmented generation and playing around, working with a local embeddings models, I found really nice to help me get my ideas together, start experimenting before I go setting up a bigger infrastructure or so.
No, that's amazing, and I also love how you mention and you show how easy it was to switch when you are working, an example, with local models, and then you decide, okay, I test Phi locally, and then I want to switch to use Phi on the cloud in Azure with everything that we have also there, how easy it is to go there. So hey, it's super nice and super amazing.
Should we do one question here, like that one? Even though maybe...
Yes.
Okay, so from Kazbek, does Llama model running BioLlama support type completion structured output when it responds with JSON?
Ooh, that's a good question. I know you've actually played with some of these too, Bruno. Do you know on that one?
I know that someone here, also James, I think he was mentioning that you need to fine-tune the model, and I know that right now Llama 3.2, it works. I haven't, and we need to test it, but yes, you can have JSON as output. That said, the function calling, which is the next step of this, is something that it can be a little tricky. But all of the models are getting there. Even 3.5, which we are super fan of that, are going to get there anytime soon. But yes, I will say yes, but it requires a little fine-tuning. And in one of your resources, we also have some links to go to the 5.3 cookbook, where you can see how you can fine-tune 5.3, and then you can fine-tune. It's an example of how you can also fine-tune other models.
I love that our host is also an AI expert.
Super helpful to have Bruno in the mix on that one. Yeah, the video analysis was a good example too of playing locally with the scenario. Yes. I did images, but videos was super interesting from that perspective as well, especially when you're just exploring, what can I even do?
Yes, and a note on that, because when we talk about models that work with vision, sometimes we are so used to ask a question like, I give you an image, describe the image, which is great, which is amazing, and it works. But these models are smart, and I am going to quote smart. And they are very amazing. I love them. I get excited when I talk about this. Because you can also ask questions, like in example, if you have, I don't know, I have a photo with the people that are running crew, there are 10 of us, and I can ask questions, like in example, how many people are wearing a blue t-shirt there? And it will analyze the photo, describe the photo, but also understand the question to give insights about that. We ran and show an example a couple of weeks ago with a colleague that created a camera analyzer scenario, and we showed something yesterday where if you show to this model a screenshot of a traffic camera, you can ask questions about, hey, tell me, if this crowded, not crowded, how is the traffic there? And give me an answer with a value between 0 to 100, so you can have a sense here. And at the same time, you can ask questions to the model, say, hey, extract the text that we have in the picture, so you're going to have some OCR there. There are so many things that we can do that I believe that in the future we are going to see more and more. And as you mentioned, it's all about the models. Play around with the models, see what we can do, how far we can get. And hey, starting locally and then move to the cloud is a path that we really, really recommend. And hey, there are local models who are very, very powerful right now.
It's evolving super fast, and I can't wait to see what you build with all this technology that is coming out. Thank you, Jordan, so much,
Thanks so much.
For your excellent talk. And now we're going to talk about our .NET 9 survey.
Oh, yes. I am not going to say the AKA link. I can't spell, so I'm going to...
I can't help with that. So our AKA is aka.ms/.net-survey. And so go there, fill it out. We want to hear from you. We want to learn what you're doing, what is your profile, because we want to continue to build a better product. We want to continue to evolve. So go there, answer our questions, and we'd love to hear from you, your commentaries, your feedback. With that, I think we are ready for our next talk.
Some MAUI performance, and I'm looking forward to this one.
Take it away, Jonathan.
Hey, my name is Jonathan Peppers, and I'm an engineer on .NET for Android and .NET MAUI. Today we're talking about performance optimizations and NativeAOT and trimming. And luckily that's nothing about my beard. It's just about apps. So let's get into it. First of all, what is trimming? What is NativeAOT? We'll talk about what those terms mean. We'll talk about our journey, how in .NET 8 we had lots of trimmer warnings in MAUI and other libraries. I'll talk about how we got that down to 0. I'll talk about different settings. So if you're a NuGet package author, there are things you can do to make your package work in trimming scenarios, and also what you need to do as an app developer. I'll show a few code examples on here's some C# code that isn't trimming safe and how to fix it. A lot of times that involves system reflection usage. And then I'll go into how to fix your XAML and data binding so that it's trimmer safe as well. And then I have a few graphs at the end that can show what you might expect if you opt into trimming with your mobile apps. And let's get into it. So what is trimming? So MAUI is a cross-platform UI framework. We tend to think that people are building apps and distribute them on the App Store, and that could be the Windows Store, that could be Google Play, the iOS App Store. So trimming is a thing that you're trying to get your app small, so downloads are small. And NativeAOT takes that a step further, and I'll try to explain the different scenarios here. But just to explain what these things are, I went through this process with a console app. So imagine this is a .NET new console app. It has one line of code that prints hello world. If you run .NET Publish on Windows, this is kind of what you get in your output directory. You get a DLL, an exe, and some other files. But imagine that you wanted to zip up these files and send them to someone else and let them run on their computer. Unfortunately, the default setup here, they would need to install .NET for this program to be able to run, right? So luckily, there are settings to get around that behavior. So you can publish a self-contained app So instead of just .NET Publish, you would pass -- self-contained. And what this does is it puts a copy of .NET kind of alongside your app. Now, it's worth noting here that all of the files here will be specific to your OS and architecture. So you couldn't take this and go run it on a Mac now. But you could still publish for Mac. You would just have to have 2 sets of files. But you notice that also this is quite large. It's like 189 files, 74 megs. And this is where you would want to use trimming, right? So if you go a step further, let's add an MS build property publish trim true to the publish command. What this will do is go through all of the managed code and trim away anything that is unused. So you end up with a small piece of .NET that is just what your app is using, and it ends up being quite a bit smaller. So we lost many files, and it's down to around 20 megabytes now, just turning on trimming, right? But we can go further, right? So this created 29 files. There's also a single file mode. So if you tack on the property publish single file true, it kind of zips, not really zip, but merges all of the IL into one file. So we get even smaller here, again, down to 12 megabytes. And if you open this Hello Console exe, I have a screenshot here of ILSpy. You can see all the code from many assemblies is inside here that contains all the code in your app. And so again, you could go run this on some other person's Windows machine, and it would run. But you'd want to publish this for each platform that you target. So we can go even more, right? So in all the examples before on Windows, those programs would be using the core CLR runtime. So NativeAOT is a new runtime. It's different. And so to opt into it, you just use publish AOT equal true. And this gets your app even smaller. It's down to like 1 megabyte, right? So at the beginning, we were like 75. We add on a bunch of settings, we can get actually down to 1. And the way this differs from before is the past examples all have IL included in the app, where this app, it's a console program, but it's more equivalent to if you had written it in C or C++, what you would get. It's just native code that runs on Windows. And there are even settings to get this smaller. I wrote down a few here, but tweaking a little more, I think I got this down to like 700 kilobytes, but you can go further with disabling certain features. So all of those examples, that was a console app. So what do we do for MAUI for mobile? So it's worth noting, MAUI apps we expect could be deployed to an app store, and so MAUI projects are all self-contained and trimmed, right? We also use a trimming mode called trim mode partial, and we kind of think of it as like the safe trim mode, in that it doesn't trim away your code or any of your NuGet packages. It trims away things in the base class libraries or Android APIs or iOS APIs, so that for the most part, apps just work, and that's kind of been our default settings. So now in .NET 9, we also, NativeAOT is no longer experimental, so iOS, macOS, Windows, you can use NativeAOT in .NET MAUI apps. But it's worth noting that NativeAOT is not yet available on Android, and that's something we want to look into in the future. All right, so we talked about 2 runtimes. We talked about Core CLR, we talked about NativeAOT. What about Mono? Like you might have heard of Mono. By default on iOS, Android, and Mac, they use Mono as the runtime. And so that's, even in debug mode, we're using Mono. Release builds also use Mono's AOT compiler. So there's a little confusion here where even from the Xamarin days, these technologies we've kind of brought forward. And so we have the same name. We have Mono AOT, we have NativeAOT. So one thing about Mono's AOT is you it's kind of a trade-off in that you get faster startup when you use it, but the app tends to grow quite a bit in size. And native AOT, however, it's a newer technology. You can actually end up with smaller apps and using native AOT. We saw that example in the console app where drastically smaller apps are kind of the result. However, using native AOT requires a little bit of work to use it, and so I'll talk about like what that actually means. So let's talk about trimmer warnings. This is the extra work you'll need to do if you want to use full trimming or native AOT in your apps. But let's look at what trimmer warnings are and what that looks like. So here's a code example. In this example, just imagine this is a console app again, but it's doing console read line and creating a type based on what the user entered, and then printing out all the methods on that type. So if you opt into trimming, you'll get Roslyn analyzers, like the little squiggly lines on the screen here. So imagine this app is trimmed. How do you know ahead of time that the type exists and wasn't trimmed away? And right, that's what these warnings are trying to tell you. So the type could be gone, or the type's methods could be gone, right? So that's why there's warnings in this example. So I'll talk about ways to get around this here in a minute, but let's talk about where we were in .NET 8. So I tried just creating a MAUI template in 8 just to get an idea where we were. And we ended up we had almost 120 warnings. And if we wanted to make the framework trimmable, we needed to make sure that the framework itself had 0 warnings, because developers, they need to be more mindful of the warnings in their code, not our code, as well as any NuGet packages they might be using. So, and it made sense that a lot of the warnings came from the MAUI UI layer, because there are a lot of dynamic features that use system reflection. So we had this many a year ago, and I'm glad to say that in .NET 9 these should be all gone. So it was a lot of work from different teams, the iOS team, Android team, the Mono team, the MAUI team, we all worked together to get these solved. So let's talk about the settings. How could you opt into these new options? So there's we think of a class of developer who's making NuGet packages as one audience, and then the other are like mobile or desktop developers using MAUI. So if you're a NuGet package author, the first thing that you could try is the property is trimmable true. And what this will do is make your class library, all of a sudden Roslyn analyzers will appear, like the warning I showed before. And this also puts a piece of metadata in the assembly so that your library is trimmed no matter what, right? So if you expect your NuGet package to be used on mobile, this is something that you might want to look into. And so you can go even a step further. If you're a NuGet package author, you can say your package is AOT compatible true. And this does the same thing, except it adds a couple additional analyzers. There's a couple things that work in fully trimmed apps, but don't work under native AOT. And so this just shows a couple extra warnings. If you're going to do the first one, you might as well continue with this setting as well. So if you're an app developer, I talked how trim mode partial was the default. If you want to opt into full trimming, you would put trim mode full. And so on Android, this is kind of our option in .NET 9 to get you to a smaller app. And turning this on also will show warnings in your own code that you can react to if you need to. So next, for iOS and Mac iOS and Windows, you can opt into native AOT. And so publish AOT true, it implies trim mode full. So you don't have to set all of these together. You can kind of just, if you're going to opt into the native AOT settings, you can just use those. And when you opt into this, when you go to .NET Publish Your App, you're actually going to be using a different runtime. you'll be using the NativeAOT runtime instead of Mono. So now let's go back to some code examples. There's not a lot of content out there that talk about how to fix trimmer warnings. So I kind of want, there is at least one doc that's good. I've got a link to it, but I thought it'd be worth going through some examples of this. So this is our example from before. We talked about where the type might be gone or the methods might be trimmed away, either one. So one way to fix this, obviously, is just to declare the type in your code. So if type is type of date time, all the code works and all the warnings are gone, right? I mean, if you think about reading from the console and creating types based on what the user entered, you may want to restrain that input anyway. So imagine that you had a list of known types. The code would probably work when using that list. So, so this is one way to fix it. You know, obviously, if you need to do something more dynamic, we can think of other options. So, imagine you turn that code into a method named print, and you passed in the type. So you would get warnings for writing a method like this. And the way that you can suppress that is you put dynamically access members attribute on the parameter. And this tells the trimmer that, hey, this type is being used for reflection. You need to preserve some other stuff on this type, right? So what this code will do now is all callers of print, it will preserve the type and preserve all public methods on those types. So this is, you know, kind of like the first thing that you might think to do if you find some system reflection code in your app. So you can take this further. You can put the same attribute on generic. So in this case, we turn the print method into a generic print of t. So I think this is a little not even nicer than the other example, because you know the callers can just use generics and they're not passing type of around. But the trimmer knows how to look at all the types that are used in the generic method and do the same preserving that we looked at in the other example. Okay, so let's talk another example that's problematic is anytime that you're taking strings, like our console read line was before, and you're like creating types from a string, you're potentially going to have trimmer warnings. And so this is an example of parsing some JSON, just using the plain system text JSON API that you would expect. Actually, you're going to end up with a trimmer warning. So the type person, it's likely that those properties, first name and last name, could get trimmed away, right? And so, but there is a way to fix this. And so system text JSON actually has a source generator feature where you create a person context and you kind of decorate it with JSON serializable. And what this will do is it creates a strongly typed JSON parser that you pass in to the deserialized method. So here we passed in a person context .default.person. And then the trimmer warning is gone. The squiggle is just completely gone. And the benefit is not just that you solve the warning, but your code now doesn't use system reflection to access the underlying first name and last name anymore. And so this deserialization method is actually going to be a bit quicker than the code was previously as well. So it's worth doing this even maybe if you're not concerned about trimming. So. Okay, so let's now talk about how to fix the same issues within XAML. You know, if you're a MAUI developer, you might be writing lots of XAML. Luckily, it's not quite as involved as some of the examples I showed before, but let's look at it. Imagine you just have a label with some text, and you're binding that label to some view model that has a string property named myText. As you might expect, we're taking a string, myText, and we're kind of using system reflection to read a property. And so you'll get a warning for this if you enable trimming. It's probably a little small, but XC0022. And it's actually quite a bit simpler to fix this one. You can just set a X data type on the label, and then all of a sudden the XAML compiler will know what to do with this. It can create a strongly typed binding and not use a system reflection anymore. Okay, so it's also worth noting that X data type, that you can put it on a parent control. You don't have to put it on every single control. Like it will flow with the binding context that you have set up. So let's look at a C# example. So you can write the code that we saw in XAML. You could also write that in C#. It would look something like this. And of course, when you create a binding and you're passing in a string, that happens to be a trimmer warning, as you would expect. And so we have a new API in .NET 9 where you can call setBinding, and you give it a type, myViewModel, and string is the type of property. And this uses a source generator underneath to create a strongly typed binding. So this, not only will this solve trimmer warnings, but it makes things a bit faster as well. Okay, so a few results. So if you are interested in this feature, first thing you want to know is like, how much smaller is my app going to be if I do this little extra work and solve trimmer warnings? So let's first look at Android. This is two different samples, the MAUI template, and then this is a sample app called MyPal that it uses a lot of NuGet packages. But you can see when you opt into full trimming, you get a nice little size improvement. It's about a megabyte in the template and a bit more than that due to the number of NuGet packages in the MyPal sample. So this is a feature you get on Android. But iOS and Mac, we can also opt into NativeAOT, so we can see that there's actually significant savings here as well. Not only can you opt into full trimming, but you can go further and you can opt into NativeAOT, and your app gets significantly smaller when you do both of those, right? So, and not only are apps smaller when using NativeAOT, they also launch more quickly. So this is the MAUI project template. On iOS, we were about 275 milliseconds before in launch time, and it goes down to about 130 seconds on iOS with NativeAOT. So there's a lot of benefits. You can see why we were interested in using NativeAOT on mobile. Everyone wants smaller apps that launch more quickly. So yeah. So a few more, these are just a few links. We have docs on .NET MAUI and trimming, .NET MAUI and NativeAOT, and also how to solve trimmer warnings in general. So these are some great links. I know, for myself and my apps, I tend to think, do I need this app to be smaller? Do I need it to launch more quickly? And if the answer is yes, I might consider, do I want to do the extra work to solve the trimmer warnings in my app? So, yeah, so I think that's all I have. Make sure to check out .NET 9 and .NET MAUI. You can also get it in Visual Studio 17.12. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Wow, that was stunning. I'm always so impressed by how you keep all these different SDKs and platforms and all the stuff that's going on, the magical work you do. I'm John Galloway. I'm a PM on the DevDiv community team, and here's
I'm Frank, Cloud Advocate.
So we are here to bring you some questions.
Yes, let me start. So right away we have this question that was interesting from a name that I won't try to pronounce too much, but trimming and trim mode is great. However, is it possible to obfuscate code with .NET MAUI to protect IP?
Yeah, so obfuscators are really not the best way to protect your code, in my opinion, because you can always take obfuscated code and figure out what it's doing, right? But it is one thing to note, if you use NativeAOT, it is compiled all the way to native code, and you can't open the code in ILSpy or some other tool and see the original C#. You'll probably see decompiled assembly code, which is maybe at least one level of indirection from what he's worried about here. So.
And that makes sense.
Yeah.
Want to do a next one, John?
Yeah, here. So Morton, our friend, says WinUI now supports AOT. What's the AOT story for MAUI on Windows?
Okay, yeah. So Windows App SDK, latest version, I think it's 1.6, has support for native AOT. I believe they even have solved all of their warnings. And so MAUI, we kind of get that work for free, even though the Windows team did that work. So you should be able to use native AOT on Windows with MAUI. So.
Hooray. And we actually, our next session goes into that SDK, so we can ask them if they don't care.
What was
Let's see, this one here?
Yeah,
is another one from Morton.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. So many questions. Thank you. Careful with that, that is trimmable.
Is trimmable?
Yes, thank you. User who bind to a property is your assembly would suddenly find their bindings to stop working until they unsure they preserve them?
Yeah, so near the end of .NET 9, one of the things that we tried to do was give better warnings in XAML to say, oh, you need to put the type here so the XAML compiler knows what to do with this binding. And I think this is Morton. I've met him, but I think he was maybe playing with our previews before we had that set up.
Possibly.
So I think he'll have a better experience now if he tries .NET.
Excellent. So there you have it.
Yeah.
Cool. I think we got one more. David says, curious, a little off topic, but would you trim a source generator that you would use in a would you? I'm not sure if they're asking if they would like a source generator or if it would be trimmed by a MAUI app.
Yeah, so usually the place you would use a source generator is a way that you can solve trimmer warnings. Like it lets you get rid of system reflection and dynamic code because you can generate the code as if you were just calling the properties directly. So maybe that's the question. That's where I associate a source generator with trimming. So, yeah.
Just kind of in general, like, is it layered on? Like in my mind, I think of source generators run, and then like trimming would happen kind of after that. Is that?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Source generators happen when the C# compiler runs, and then the trimmer is a later step down the line in your build. So
wonderful, awesome. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much, Jonathan. So reminder to people watching, we have the playlist. I believe they'll show this in the magical wherever somewhere, but we have a playlist for .NETConf, and we actually are the amazing studio team has videos that are going up, I believe, at 5 p.m. Pacific today from yesterday, which is crazy. So
you don't want to miss that.
No,
good stuff there.
Very cool. And also a little plug here, but we have the 3 days. We have day 1 and 2 in the studio. Day 3 starts actually end of the day today and runs all night. And then we have we have also YouTube premieres coming up after that on the last day. But it's time for us to go to our next session.
Yes. So coming up next, we have 2 Michaels. So that's nice. Michael Anker and Michael Jolie.
Yeah.
And that will be fun, interesting, talking about Windows, right?
Yeah, and so we've got it's going to be WinUI SDK, and yeah, there we go. It was funny because in my thing I saw 2 Michael Jollies, and I was like, that's going to be a heck of a session. But now we have both the Michaels, and I think we're ready to go. So over to you, folks.
Over to you.
Great, really excited to be here. Thanks, guys. Welcome to What's New in WinUI and the Windows App SDK 1.6. I am Michael Hawker, also known as the XAML Llama, thus the hat, and with me is the bald bearded builder, Michael Jolly. Welcome.
Thanks for the introduction. I didn't realize I was going to be 2 roles in this presentation for a minute there. Scared myself. I'm really excited to learn more about WinUI and WinApp SDK 1.6. So Michael, you want to talk about what we're going to cover?
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to be giving you a overview of what your Windows native app options are for development, why you want to think about Windows native app development, and then of course, just like the title of the session, we're going to dive into what WinUI and the Windows App SDK are, what's new within that in our latest release 1.6 from September, and you, Michael, you have a couple of demos to share with us too, right?
Yeah, I've got a camera app that I actually converted to use AOT. I want to show that off to you because it's really cool. And then I've got an app that's using that tab view tear out. It's actually using the tab view. I need your help to use the tear out. So maybe we can get to that.
Yeah, no, that'd be really cool. I certainly can help you with that. And we'll just end after that with what's coming up next in WinUI and the Windows App SDK. So let's dive in. Why do you want to consider Windows app development, right? Why build native Windows apps? There's a variety of different reasons you might want to consider building native apps, just like we see some of our partners and community apps and our own apps build on Windows as well. You know, it might be to get access to the underlying hardware and have a performant experience. You might want to access specific Windows APIs. You might want some deeper integration with Windows or looking to get that Windows look and feel and integrate within that great user experience. You might be looking to add rich offline capabilities to your application, or maybe you're looking to integrate with APIs from the Microsoft Store and get monetization for your app. There's a lot of different variety of reasons that you might want to build a Windows native app, and it might be some or all of these.
Yeah, and one of the things that really excites me is the way all of the SDKs and tooling we provide lets you kind of come with what you're used to. So if you're more of a JavaScript person, you have the option to do like a PWA. If you're an Angular person, Vue person, go for it. Build your PWA and you can be native. You can also, of course, use Blazor across all those different ways. WebView 2 is available to you. And then even if you needed cross-platform, you can use React skills with React Native, or even .NET and MAUI is a great option for that now. But for native, I've just got to get on Windows. I mean, WinForms is a classic, right? And then you've got WPF that's been around for an eternity at this point. And, of course, WinUI, which is what we're going to mainly talk about today, I think.
Right, exactly. That's what we're talking about, WinUI. So let's dive into that in case you're not familiar, right? What is WinUI? It's the native UI platform for Windows 10 and Windows 11. It's built for modern hardware and devices and offers that latest look and feel with our fluent design language that makes it look like it's running on Windows. And of course, we're here at dotnetconf. You can build with C# and your .NET ecosystem. You can also use C++ if you desire, and it works on x86, x64, and of course ARM64 architectures. And it powers parts of the Windows shell, many of our applications that we build here at Microsoft, as well as platforms like you just talked about, like .NET MAUI and React Native for Windows when they're running on Windows.
So what you're saying is, if I'm understanding you, .NET MAUI and even React Native will compile their version for Windows using WinUI?
Yeah, so when .NET MAUI is running on Windows, it will be using those WinUI components that we're going to be talking about today to create that experience. So it's really kind of got this wide breadth of capabilities that we see in the ecosystem for Windows apps.
Yeah, see, you've got the next bullet point there, but I'm going to interrupt you because you got part of the Windows App SDK, but I'm kind of confused about that because I hear WinUI, I hear WinApp SDK, and I don't really know what the difference between the two is.
Yeah, that's a good question. We normally kind of lump these two things together when we're talking about them, but the Windows App SDK is really a whole set of different capabilities that you can use within your Windows applications. And WinUI is just part of that. It's a UX framework that comes within the Windows App SDK, but you're not required to use it. If you're using WPF or just using Win32 APIs and C++, or like we talked about using .NET MAUI or React Native for Windows, whatever that Windows native application framework you're using is, you can leverage the Windows App SDK to access some of these other APIs. So you have lifecycle APIs, so if you're looking for battery power and performance on your application on mobile devices, you can access those. There's the Islands, Windows, and Scene Graph APIs, so if you're looking to modernize your application in different pieces, you can kind of build up things over time with those APIs. We actually have a great talk at Ignite next week that's going to be diving into that discussion on those APIs, as well as how Office is leveraging them to modernize Office using the Windows App SDK. So I'm really excited about that talk. And then we mentioned at Build, our new AI APIs in the Windows Copilot library will be coming, but we've actually renamed that. It's going to be called the Windows Copilot Runtime APIs. So those AI APIs are going to be coming to the Windows App SDK as well.
Yeah, and I see that big square right in the middle with those Copilot Runtime APIs. if I'm not mistaken, that lets me build AI into my native Windows apps, but using local models.
Exactly, right. The Windows Copilot Runtime APIs will let you run models locally on your machine so you can get better performance or security and privacy on your machine, just being able to do those operations. So we'll talk a little bit more about those later when we get to the end of the talk.
Nice.
So now that we've kind of distinguished what WinUI and Windows App SDK are and how they're related, let's talk about what's new in WinUI that came as part of our last release, 1.6. So you had mentioned before you have the tab view app that you need some help with, and that's one of the things that came in the update is improved APIs for tear-out. So we'll be covering that in a little bit with some code and diving in. We also have wrap mode for Pips Pager. You might ask what Pips Pager is, and you probably didn't realize you've actually probably already used it. The little dots you see on the start menu that show the different pages, that control there that shows those dots is the Pips Pager. And so now that control can wrap around.
So are those, I guess those dots are pips.
Yes, exactly. The dots are pips, and so that's
sense.
why it's called the Pips Pager.
Sense.
Each pip represents a page, so you can have that kind of scrolling paged experience within your user interface. We have more customization for the rating control, and we also unsealed the items wrap grid. So unsealing the control makes it easier for developers either building libraries or within your application to extend that class and build on top of it. And so this was really just a their first step in looking at how we can unseal different components in the SDK and work towards hopefully unsealing more of those in the future. And so digging into the Windows App SDK 1.6, we have some features that all different Windows apps can use. So we decoupled the WebView 2 version within the Windows App SDK package.
Now let me ask about that, because I know in the past, like WinApp SDK has had that WebView 2 kind of package kind of tied to it. So I was kind of stuck with whatever package was in that. Does this let me use newer versions of WebView 2? Like I could just NuGet, install something new?
Exactly, yeah. So it used to be that whatever version of WebView 2 you wanted to use was locked to the version of the Windows App SDK you were using. And so now with the latest release, those are decoupled. And so WebView 2 ships, I think, once or twice a month. They have a faster cadence. And so if there's some new feature that they're shipping, just right away that you want to use, you can now update your WebView 2 version independently and pull that in for your app.
Very cool.
Yeah. There's also new package deployment APIs, so if you're doing anything with packaging and having extensions or optional packages or all those sorts of things, there's some new APIs there that have been added to make it easier for your application to manage that more directly. We also have improvements to the globalization and resource APIs as well that are part of the Windows App SDK. And the big thing that we're here to talk about next is NativeAOT support and basically giving your applications running .NET more performance.
Yeah, I'm excited to show you a demo of the app I've got here.
Yeah, you've been itching to show me all day. So, but right before we jump in there, let's make sure everyone knows what NativeAOT support means and what it is.
Okay.
So NativeAOT is really an option for publishing your application that takes all of that .NET goodness that you have and everything that's running that it takes to run your application and compiling that down to native bits that can just run directly on the hardware without needing the .NET runtime. So that way, if you want to run it on another machine for someone who doesn't have .NET, you can do that. And the new native AOT instrumentation in .NET makes sure that when you're debugging, it's kind of simulating what's going to happen at your publish time, so you know what's going to break within your app and not going to be compatible in that mode. So you know ahead of time what's going to happen, rather than kind of past experiences where you might kind of try and compile your app, run it in a ahead of time compilation scenario, and then it would just crash because you're using reflection or something that it didn't know that wasn't possible. So now with the new instrumentation in .NET, you can kind of discern all that ahead of time and make sure your app's going to be successful when you deploy it to production.
Well, can I show you now?
Yes, you can show me now. We're all good to go. It's demo time.
I tried to show my wife. I tried to show my wife, but she doesn't care. So I need somebody to appreciate this. So I compiled it not AOT, and I compiled it in an AOT version. So, and then I created a bat file that would load them both at the same time. So you can kind of see the speed opening difference, right?
All right, hit the
So
button.
let me run that bat. Okay, so there they were. That wasn't a big difference.
I was going to say, they almost came up at the same time.
Yeah, one was quicker. But, I mean, I'm running on a dev box up in the cloud that's like all souped up with tons of memory and processor and all that. But like on my local machine or my laptop, it's very noticeable. And I'll show you a demo of that later. I actually have a recording of it. But I'm going to oh, wait, no, I want to leave those running because I want to show you the memory footprint.
Right, yeah, there's other benefits, right? It's not just faster startup time, it's memory and package size.
Yeah, so if I look in the task manager, there's the non-AOT compiled app, 51 megs. The AOT one is 36, so better than 20% reduction in memory. And it doesn't show here, but even the package size is considerably lower.
Right, yeah, that's a big improvement.
Yeah, and it was relatively straightforward to work on and get it done. Now, I'll preface that by saying this app was really basic. So like the more complex your app is, the more you're going to have to worry about because you have to think about dependencies. Is that dependency AOT compatible? But for me, I didn't have any of that. So I had it easy. And I just added like some settings to my CS proj. I did have to make sure like all of my classes were partial so that it can get in there and add all the stuff it needs to.
Right,
But
and
really,
once you set that
beyond
publish AOT flag, it started telling you these things that you had to modify in your project, right?
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Like, so one of the things that's nice is it will start giving you all kinds of warnings and stuff to let you start cleaning things up. It's like, hey, this is not going to work. Fix this before we can compile, which was great. And ran through it, and you saw it. It was pretty quick.
Yeah, I've started adding partial to a lot of my classes anyway because of source generators, and so there's no downside to doing that, and it's just a great practice I've started getting into.
Yeah.
Cool. So let's go back to the slides. We can show me that video you said you had of the comparison on your other machine.
Yeah, it's so fancy. Watch. Do you see the difference on that one? That was nuts.
Right. So the right one is AOT, and the one on the left is without AOT.
Exactly. Yeah. And it was maybe 50% faster. And of course, like I mentioned, the package size is a lot smaller. The memory footprint was, you saw, much smaller. And I think it's like kind of important to point out that my app was tiny, and it was a 20 megs lower in memory usage. You can imagine if somebody's building a more complex application for their line of business, they could really see even bigger gains there.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen in our testing is, with the sample app you just showed, with the WinUI 3 gallery, which is a great sample of how to get started with WinUI that's in the Microsoft Store, and with a demo app that we tested, like across the board, we saw the package size decrease, we saw the startup time improve, and we saw the memory footprint shrink. So it was just improvements all over.
Yeah, it's impressive. But moving on from AOT, though, can we talk about my tab view app?
Yeah, you said you wanted some help. So you had some tab view, but you want to leverage this new tear out feature, right? So what's tearing out? We need to remind people probably, right?
Yeah, so like when you have a tab, like the best example I can give you is of Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio, where you have a tab open in that app and you drag it and can bring it out into its own window, or maybe you just have like different tabs open, like different columns and sort of things in your app. That's tear out, basically tearing it out and then dropping it back in.
Right. So here's your app. So you've got a tab view already, right?
Yeah. There's my tab view. I've got a beautiful tab sitting there. I can click new document. Look, I got a new tab. Hey, new tab 3. New document. I can delete those, but like if I go to click and drag it, sorry, that's about as far as it's going to go. I can't drop it out and open a new window.
Cool. So we've already updated the app to the latest 1.6 release. So we're just going to dive in here and use this new property. So there's a property and 4 events that we need to add. So we're going to go to the tab view and add the first property, which is can tear out tabs, and just set that to true.
Okay. All right.
And then the 4 events have either torn out or tear out in their name. So the first ones are external turn out, We're just going to add these in alphabetical order and get the stub methods in there, and IntelliSense really makes this really easy just to get going. And so these last two here, the tab tear out requested and the windowing event here, start the process, right? So when you tear the tab out of the window, it's going to first call that last method to request that, hey, what's that new window? And then it's going to want to transfer the tab that you're dragging from your original window to that new window. So those are those first two events and what they're doing. And then the other two events are basically the reverse of the pattern, right? Can I drag a tab back into the app? Yes or no? And then how do I actually take that tab from the floating window that you were dragging around and put it back in the window that you're dropping it on? So that's what these two pairs of events are doing. And so just we need a little bit of code here to glue it all together.
Am I right? Those are the two that are like the tab that's leaving.
Yeah.
And this is the two that it's coming to.
Exactly. Yeah.
That makes total sense. Okay.
Yeah. So let's dive into the code here, and we can start. Let's start from the bottom up, right? We have to create the window first when we're dragging the tab out. So we'll go to the bottom.
Okay.
And so in the tab tear out window requested, first off, yes, we need to keep track of the window that we're going to create. So we're going to create a property. Okay. And I guess you can just put it at the top there. That's a reference to that window.
I gotta keep my code looking pretty.
Yeah. Code styling is important. You want other people to be able to read it.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so now in this method, we're going to set that field that we created, and we're going to use a helper that we grabbed from the WinUI gallery. That's that window helper class that's going to create the window for us. So that was just a file we could grab directly from the WinUI gallery in the Microsoft Store. There's a lot of great samples there, including the complete version of this sample that we're showing you today. So if you need to grab this, it'll be available in the next update of the gallery app. And so the next thing we do is we're going to set the content of that window. So we've created a main page class that holds our tab view and all the UI that represents our application. So we're just going to duplicate that into the new window, right? So the app looks the same in the two windows.
Right.
And then finally, we just tell the tab API what that new window ID is, so it can keep track of the window for us from here.
Okay.
And then the second part, right, so that's we create the window. We need to put the tab from our original window in that new window. So that's what we're going to do in the tab tear out requested field method here. We're going to grab the content of our window, right, to get that new main page that we just created below on line 77. And then we have a reference to our tab. So the original tab view, we're going to remove that tab, right? So that's that sender.tabitems.remove. And then we need to add the tab to that new main page, right? But we don't have access to the tab view in main page. So we're going to create a method here just to help us add tab to tabs. And that's just going to basically reach into the tab view of that page and add the tab for us.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so now if you run this, we can actually see this happen. You'll be able to drag the tabs out of your application.
Oh, cool. I think I can.
Yeah. The thing that trips me up is when I have multiple monitors and it always goes on the monitor that I'm not expecting.
Yep. Yeah. I've got one on behind me back there, and sometimes it opens. It drives me nuts. So new document one, same deal. I can, create new ones, delete them, but then I can drag it out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, you can do that as many times as you want now.
So does it work like with the look? It works with the Windows layout stuff.
Right, and if you're dragging a tab out, like while you're dragging the tab, you can actually use the Snap OS integration as well. So that's the really cool improvement with this feature. It just makes it so much smoother from a user experience to work with these tabs.
But we didn't do the dropping and the external ones, so I can't bring it back.
Right. Yeah, we've only done half. So let's go implement that other half here.
Okay.
So the first method is really easy. This dropping event, it's just asking hey, can we drop the tab here? So we want to say args.allowDrop equals true, and we're going to be done. So this is just saying, yep, we're allowed to drop tabs on the tab view. And then the second method is basically just like our tab tear out requested, where we're going to transfer that tab. And so we're going to do a similar pattern here. The main difference here is that we just have a reference to the tab, and so we need to find its parent tab view that it's contained within in order to remove it from that. And so we're going to use this helper, find descendant, from the Windows Community Toolkit. Actually, I have a talk about the toolkits tomorrow. And so we've got a reference for that in our project already. So we can just use this method, and it's going to walk up from our current tab in the visual tree and find the parent tab view. And so, of course, once we have the tab view, we can remove the tab from it. And so that removes it from our floating window that we're dragging in. And then we're simply going to just add the tab back to the tab view. So that's that sender tab items.insert there.
Okay.
And so now if we run this, we should be done.
Oh, wow.
So it looks a little complicated at first, but walking through it here bit by bit, it's just two different pieces of a process of dragging out.
Yeah, you're just handling the
putting back.
Sender and receiver, essentially. Okay, so I can still create new ones. I'm going to pull out document 2. Works like a champ. Now, if I bring document 4 back over, yeah. Oh, wait. It just, hold on. Did it just keep up with like the index where I wanted it? So
yeah, exactly. So wherever you're dragging it, you can move the index around. That's why we're using insert there with an index rather than the add that we did originally to just add it to a blank new window.
Yeah, so I could stick it at the end if I wanted, but that's slick. That's slick. I like it.
Great. So I'm glad I could help you out. Let's go back to the slides and show people what's coming up next.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, just to recap quick, as we saw with the can tear out tabs mode, it's going to behave just like your browsers do in Edge and Chrome, creates that new window and lets you easily, lets your users easily just integrate to that deep OS features with the Snap API. So it just feels like any other Windows application. So really kind of great new improvements in this space to the Windows App SDK. And WinUI. And so what's next for them, right? That's the big question. So our 1.7 experimental release will be coming hopefully next week with Ignite. And so we've got a lot of great features in here for both WinUI and Windows App SDK. We're going to reintroduce the title bar control that was at build. This is actually going to be that same version. We're just wrapping up the community feedback period for this control. So we should see improvements based on that feedback coming up here in future releases. We have windowing improvements. So actually that's something we didn't talk about during the demo, is that if you want to make sure that that new window is kind of a little smaller and positioned over the mouse cursor, there's some more work that you have to do to kind of get that polished experience. But the new windowing APIs in 1.7 here should help make that a lot easier for you to implement. So we'll be updating the samples and everything with that in the future as we progress through the release. And then if you're from UWP and moving to the Windows App SDK and WinUI 3, we have APIs for web authentication, camera capture, background triggers. So these are things that have been kind of highly requested over the last few years. And so we have the initial versions of these coming in this experimental release. So be sure to try those out and provide us feedback on there. And then finally, like we talked about before, we have the new Windows Copilot runtime APIs that everyone's been waiting for to do local AI running on your machine.
Yeah, and I've seen some samples of that title bar, and I've heard people asking about it, and it's really nice.
Yeah, we're really excited about the title bar. We're really excited about to see what people do with the Windows Copilot runtime APIs with Silica,
that's the next
text
one I'm looking
recognition,
forward to playing with.
Yeah, all those things.
Yeah.
It's going to be really awesome to see what people build. And so there's lots more Windows native app sessions here at dotnetconf. So regardless of which types of different technologies you're using, if you're building on Windows, be sure to check out some of these sessions. We have one on AI as well. And Sergio and I are giving a talk on Friday as a YouTube video that's about MVVM and WPF and WinUI. So lots of great different sessions here that are coming up or have already happened. So be sure to check them out in your .NET viewing party. And if you want to know more about NativeAOT or .NET MAUI and other applications, frameworks that work with the Windows App SDK, be sure to check out some of these other sessions as well. And so I think I forgot to mention it before, but I think we might have a couple times for questions. So we really thank you for being here with us today, and be sure to tweet at #.NETConf if you have questions.
And we have questions. It was nice talk, Michaels and Michael.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's start with that first one. I like that right corner, right? So is it possible to create a CSWinRT authored component, example background task with publish AOT while keeping the main app non AOT?
Yeah, you can. Any dependencies can be compiled with AOT, but that doesn't mean your app has to be as well. But it doesn't work in the other direction. So you can have dependencies that are AOT and your app's not, but you can't have your app be AOT with dependencies that are not. So one way only, please.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay. I have a question from Leslie asking, I'm trying to compile a WinUI 3 app using WinApp SDK to binaries to share with others at the company. Does the exe file is only working for me but not other people? Does anyone know why?
Yeah, that's a great question, and something we see a lot of people have issues with, like kind of when they're moving from between different past UX frameworks and with WinUI and the Windows App SDK. There's these notions of like having packaged apps, which gives your application identity and gives you access to some different new, more modern APIs that need to know, where your application is installed, versus a traditional unpackaged application, which kind of just can run anywhere as an executable that you would kind of be more familiar with traditionally. And so when you're creating your application, usually a lot of the times as default is packaged, and so you want to use like the Windows App SDK self-contained property and publish single file to kind of get something that condenses down into something that's a little bit more portable. Really, there's a lot of different ways to do kind of installations, and there's a lot of great resources on MSIX and how all this stuff works. And sometimes too, like if you're just trying to share something that's you're working on, like just zip up that exported folder that has the install PowerShell script in it and hand that off. Or also just making sure you're building in a release mode build and doing the publish step in Visual Studio, right? If you're just trying to do debug bits, those work differently than when you're trying to do a final release.
Oh, that's great. Cool. We have time for another question. Let me pick one. Like that one.
That looks good.
Is AOT faster than JIT?
Is AOT faster than, sorry, I can't read the question from here.
Okay, so is AOT faster than GIT?
So I guess that's the what we were kind of talking about earlier on with the examples and the improvements we saw to the package size, the memory size, and the startup speed is right. Like .NET normally, yes, is using the just-in-time compiling and kind of has all this stuff that's going on that it needs to run the application, whereas when we're doing the ahead-of-time compiler, we've kind of like processed that all ahead of time effectively, right? And so we're getting that gain of just being able to run the code directly as it needs to run on the native hardware, right? So we're kind of doing that, we're spending that extra effort to do all this analysis, making sure all our dependencies are up to date, and making sure everything's instrumented, so that when we're running and compiling our app, we can take that extra time to know how all the code needs to run through those code paths, and then get that performance gain on our box after. So like we saw, what we saw with that graphic is like in all the cases across the board of all the apps we've tried, we've seen noticeable improvements to performance.
That's great.
Nice.
Want to do the last one?
Yeah, there's one more. Okay. What is the difference between JIT and AOT in C#? You covered a little bit of this.
Yeah, I think this is pretty similar.
Yeah.
I wish Sergio was here. He's going to be here in our toolkit talk tomorrow. He knows this stuff inside and out. I'm the UX guy. I deal with the controls and the buttons and everything. But no, it's really just about it's a different mode, right? So rather than trying to take your code in the intermediate language that all of .NET runs on, and then kind of that's really optimized and performant, right? .NET runs great, but with just-in-time, you're still doing that extra interpolation step of taking that IL and then translating it to whatever zeros and ones needs to run on your hardware, right? Where with NativeAOT, we're doing all of that extra work effectively at the compile time step as you're building your app, right? And you've done all that extra work to annotate your code so that the compiler knows how to optimize that the best it can and that it has everything it needs to run. And so then when you go to run it, we can be a lot faster about running your application.
Awesome.
Hopefully that makes sense.
Totally.
I'm glossing over a lot of the complexity here. It's not that simple in reality, but that's the basic overview, I think.
Okay. Thanks a lot, guys. And it's great that we have a bunch more sessions, as you pointed out, on Windows development with .NET coming up for .NET Conf. And so now it's time to hear all about Redis caching with .NET. And so we're going to hear from Matt and Catherine. So over to you, folks.
Great. Thank you, John. Thank you, Frank. Really appreciate it. And I'm really excited for this session. We're going to be talking about performance improving your app with Azure Cache for Redis. My name is Matt, and I'm joined here with Catherine.
Hello, everyone. I'm Catherine. So today we are going to show you how easy it is to use the .NET 9 interfaces and improve your application's performance. Here is the agenda. We will firstly take a look at what is Azure Redis service. And we will go through the scenarios for using Redis in your web application. This is why you would care about using Redis. And Matt will go through some concepts overview on the popular cache set pattern in case you are new. And we have some cool demos. We will go through an e-commerce, e-shop web app, and we will zoom in to the new .NET HybridCache interface. And we will talk about how Redis can also be used to add artificial intelligence into your existing applications. What is Azure Redis service? Here's some quick highlight. Basically, we made Redis a fully managed first-party hosted service in Azure. So if you happen to be an Azure developer, you can leverage this service to be part of your end-to-end application architecture. This is a quick screenshot on how it looks like in the Azure portal in case you want to quickly create one. Why you would care about Redis? Here are some scenarios for using Redis in your web app. Firstly, Redis helps improving the performance of your web application. So this is a simple mockup for how a classic e-commerce web app would look like, where Redis would help. Firstly, if there's any sophisticated HTML rendering, you want to save the server resource utilization, like you don't want to burn all your CPUs to just render the HTML web page, you can use web output cache. And this is a built-in interface as part of .NET. We'll see later, it's really simple to use. And then for your product catalog or other types of data, you don't want to run your query against a database over and over again as a lot of users are visiting this application. Instead, you may want to cache all the repeated query results. This is where distributed caching comes in, and you can use Redis to back up this cache data as your cache store. And then each user will be associated with some session data or user profile data. So this type of data usually would change very frequently across a specific session, and there's no point to store it in a persistent database. But on the other side, you may not want to store it in memory in the server either, because you may have multiple instances of the app server, and if one of them happens to be fail over, then all the in-memory data would be lost. So Redis is also a good choice for an external session store. And another popular scenario is leaderboard. So this is very common across various types of applications like e-commerce, gaming, finance, and so on. Basically, you may want to display the ranking of your products, of the players' scores, of the top moving stock of the day, for example, in real time. And Redis is a very good streaming platform for this type of large-scale data because it has a sorted set type of data structure to power all this.
So one of the things, Catherine, that surprised me when we were first starting to talk about this was I always knew that Redis would be great for distributed data. So you can take your data from the database and put it into a cache and make it really quick to talk to. But it was the web output caching that you can also put into Redis and get at it really quick. And the leaderboard really kind of blew my mind that you can really get that out too. I mean, so there's a whole bunch of different use cases that we can use Redis for, and it was, to me, really neat when I started learning about all this.
Yeah, correct. So Redis is really good for where you need critical data performance, like the real-time leaderboard. It will be too late, like after a few minutes, load all the data, or the complicated and repeated data queries. Like you don't want to waste your CPU resources or network bandwidth over and over again to run the same thing. And here's just some additional information about which libraries are supporting each of the interface. Most of them come with the default .NET abstractions. And we have the popular Stack Exchange.Redis among the .NET community for writing Redis-specific queries and using its data structures. So in addition to the performance scenarios, you can also extend your application to add some intelligent features. So if you happen to be a Redis developer and you are already familiar with all the Redis tooling, libraries, and the queries, it's not a bad choice for your retrieval augmented reality scenarios, or what we call like the vector similarity search. So the idea is sometimes, for example, you may want to recommend specific items based on a user's past browsing history, for example. And in this case, just by the pictures, by the text descriptions, if you just compare word by word for how similar the products are, it may not be like exactly accurate or like capturing all the aspects. So what we want to do here is to change the human language, like a product description, into something the machine can read, like an array of floating point numbers. And in this case, Azure OpenAI combined with like some other algorithms can start doing the comparison on which ones are most similar. So recommendation is a more like a sophisticated feature in production, but using the vector similarity search could improve some aspects of the accuracy and the relevancy to your customer. In addition, if you want to just ask questions, simulating how you are chatting with a real life agent, you can just like ask a question in human language, like what should I wear in a Sunday party? And Redis Cache will be able to provide Azure OpenAI or any other models some additional information it does not know about your customer or your products, and help to stitch together the answers also in human language.
That's cool. So we're both able to use Redis as our data stores, as we were talking about before, but also now as like a vector database too, where we take our words, essentially mush them up all into numbers, and then we can start doing our comparisons to them and do the regular, our RAG chats that we were talking about earlier in .NetConf, but using Redis as our database. Oh, that's really neat stuff.
Yeah, and a little bit more into like why adding Redis or like any other vector database in the whole workflow. Because large language models may not be like 100% up to date. In addition, if your company has any private information like my HR policy, it won't be available on public internet, and there's no way models like GPT would know about it. So basically, you either train a new model spending all the time resources, or you just add the information to a store like Redis or some other choices across Azure and plug into your application workflow, so you get the same information and consistency with it.
Excellent, and it's super fast because it's Redis.
Yeah.
Great. So speaking of super fast, I wanted to take a little bit of time to talk about one of the major patterns that we like to use when we're getting at distributed data, and that's the cache aside pattern to really speed up data access. And so Catherine, if you can hit the next slide really quick. And so overall, what the cache aside pattern is that it's all about keeping the data in the cache as up to date as possible. So before, you'd normally just be going and talking to the database directly. This is before the cache, right? And so you know if you're getting the database all the time, you know that data is always going to be up to date. But when we put the cache in front of it, the cache is holding data for us, right? And we want to make sure if our underlying data gets changed in some way, we want that cache to be reflected with the latest data. We don't want that cache to get stale. And so that's what the cache aside is all about. Okay, Catherine, if you can hit the next slide. And so there's two different parts of the cache aside pattern. One is loading the data on demand, or getting it from the database into the cache. And the other is called the write-through strategy. And that's actually making sure when you change the data, you get it back into the cache okay. All right, so loading data on demand. It's pretty much what you would think about is, first off, you have a query coming through, and you want to grab some data out of the database. What you do with the cache aside pattern is first, you check to see if the data is in the cache. And if it's not in the cache, you go read it from the database, pop it into the cache, and then return the item. If it is in the cache, you just return the item from the cache. So to repeat that real quick, you want to grab some data and you have Redis running. What you do is you first check the cache. If it's there, return that data. If it's not, grab it from the database, put it in the cache, and then return it. So that's what I'm calling the loading data on demand. Now, what happens then if you want to change the data? So you don't want to have the data in the cache get stale, so to speak. And so what you want to do then is that you want to first modify the database. And then what you want to do, once you're certain that your database got modified without any issues, invalidate the cache. And then you just wait for the load data on demand to happen again, that first part. Now the reason you want to first modify the database before you invalidate the cache, so invalidating the cache is essentially you're kicking the data out of the cache, is let's say you invalidated the data in the cache first, and then before you're able to write to the database, something comes through and loads the data again. Well then now the data that's from the database, the old data that is now in the cache, and you write some new data, and it's all it gets kind of weird, right? So that's why you want to write the data, then kick the data out of the cache, and then you wait for new loading data on demand requests to come through. So that, in a nutshell, is the cache aside pattern.
So basically, it optimizes for the most frequently accessed data.
Yes. Yep. And it's the frequently accessed data, and it's also the data that you might not know is data that is you can't predict it's being accessed. So like if you know data that's going to get accessed all the time, like let's say the state names in the US here, well you know you could probably put that in the cache, you know that's not going to change, and you're good. You just load that up and pop it in. But let's say we're going to show an eShop demo, and so our products. So like different types of shoes, we don't know which ones are going to get access, so let's put one in the cache as soon as it does get access, and let's leave it there, and then somebody else might be going to get it too.
Yeah. So that's a really good explanation, and I tried to code this into my e-commerce web app, like what Matt was describing. So this is my product catalog. You see all these products, I'm trying to push it into some cache store for faster access. So if I have a lot of customers visiting this site, I don't have to run the queries over and over again. And this is also applicable to the product by ID page, where I'm grabbing the specific information about any product. Let's quickly take a look at what I did in my code. So I carried this application over from .NET 8. And I had to write like a lot of code for, like Matt was mentioning, like removing a product from the cache if everything gets updated. And for the cache aside pattern, I basically need to like manually check if everything is in cache first. If it is in the cache, I would grab it, like here is the code, you see, try to get it from cache. If check if it's null or empty. If it's not, I'm going to just like serialize it, converting the type, and then return this information. Otherwise, if it happens to be not in the cache, I need to go to get this product information from my data store behind the scene, and then put it in cache for the next time to use, and then return the product. So it was taking me a lot of effort to write all this code. Plus, I was thinking very hard, how do I keep the consistency? How do I make sure everything is scalable? Like if a lot of people are trying to access the same information that's not in cache yet, like which thread wins? So in .NET 9, I'm super happy because we added this new interface, the HybridCache. Let me show you the magic. So dependency injection, I have an instance of the HybridCache service type. And here, like my code got shortened a lot. Basically, I just say HybridCache get or create this value for me. And what's inside this loop is all about checking the product from the database, or just return it if it exists in cache already. I essentially just converted all the cache-related code to this one line, HybridCache.get or create async. And then I can put whatever custom logic I want to use in case the value does not exist in cache yet. So Matt, you know more about this HybridCache, right?
Yeah, so you showed off the best part of it, is how slim it makes your code. Other things that it can do is that you can put a custom serialization behind it so it returns objects however you want. But one thing I wanted to talk about that I think is super cool, and we did a session on it earlier today where Mark Gravel goes really deep into it, but I wanted to show off, if we can swap to my machine, is stampede protection. Now I'm going to show the slowest, very slow version of what stampede protection is. So what happens with stampede protection is, let's say you have two requests coming in that want to get data out of the database. And so before, you would have to code this all by hand, so even more than what Catherine showed you. But right now, what I have here is just the get or create async, and then nothing else. So I have things up and running, and what I'm going to do very first is just, I'm going to send a request to do a put, and assuming everything is up and running, and it did, is that put here was just update concert, and I just show it real quick. As I updated the concert, I saved it, and then I removed the cache key from my cache. So cache aside pattern, I'm doing exactly what I said I would do before. Now, this next part, I want to get my data. And so I am going to go in to Insomnia, and I have two GET requests that are just going to pull out a GET all. So I'm going to fire the first one, and then I'm also going to fire the next one. So I have two coming in. So before, these two would go in and they both would try to hit the database. But now, when I step through, the first one goes in and grabs the data and returns the results. But the second one, when I hit go again, only returns the results. It never actually goes in and hits the data return, and it just goes. So I get my data coming back. So that's really cool, and that the HybridCache protects against stampede protection, which lightens up your database and helps performance out and all that. And you don't even have to worry about it; it just does it. And so HybridCache coming out with .NET 9 extensions, which it'll be out soon. And so yeah, really cool, and definitely it's a really easy. It's not quite a drop-in replacement, but it is, yeah, definitely worth checking out. So cool, Catherine. I think we're gonna to start talking about some AI stuff.
Yeah, so I'm really happy about the HybridCache. Like in case you are trying to add a cache to your application the first time, or if you want to get some built-in resiliency, that is what you need. following up on some earlier scenarios, so with .NET 9, in addition to HybridCache, you can still add like session that's backed by Redis. The output cache of this interface still exists. Output cache for Redis is something new we shipped back in .NET 8, and it's still like working well for .NET 9 and helping to improve your application's performance and efficiency. Before jumping directly into AI, I want to make a statement about all our Azure services are secure. So here's the bicep file that I use to provision all these resources for my application. And you can see, firstly, everything's secured within a virtual network. So that's helping me with all the like internet level of public, private endpoint level of security. And then Redis cache, along with a bunch of other Azure services, already supported intra-ID authentication, meaning I don't have to like hard code any secrets or like managing my passwords. You just within Azure, every resource knows each other and they can authenticate themselves.
Yeah, that's actually super cool. And when you're developing locally, you can just use default Azure credentials. And as long as you're logged into Visual Studio, it's going to say, all right, I'm going to take Matt or I'm going to take Catherine. And as long as you have access to that resource up in Azure, so it's going to work. And once you deploy to like App Service or something, as long as your App Service has access to Azure Redis Cache, it just works with the same class. It just works, which is really easy for a development perspective.
Yeah. Okay. So AI stuffs. If I go to click into a particular item here, you may notice this recommended item. So let's try a few more. In this case, I was browsing to the boots, and it's recommending me to take a look at the long boots. Purposely, I also printed out some like detailed query results for the vector similarity search. So the score here means how similar this item is to the one clicked, and like the closer to 0, the better it is. And we can also notice like the descriptions don't really match word by word, but somehow like the semantic meaning of it and the nature of the products are very similar. So that is the advantage of using Azure OpenAI and the ADA text embedding model. It gives you the context and the relevancy of each word. Just a few more examples. If I'm looking at, let's say, the top handle, you'll see it's recommending me something very similar as well. So how this is done? I'm basically translating all the product descriptions into vector embeddings and putting the vector embeddings into the same Redis cache I was using to power all the like distributed caching, output cache session, and so on. And that allow me to later on run a like vector similarity search for how similar the vector embeddings are. Yeah, the code is somewhere in the data folder. And in the item by ID page details, you can see here I'm getting all the like product recommendations from my vector search result. This is the Redis ft.search query that's powering all the recommendations. If you are already a Redis developer, should look very familiar, and it's great to reuse your current skills and knowledge to build something new and fancy for your application.
That's really cool. I really like the fact that you can just reuse what you already know, pop it in, and all of a sudden now you're using it, building an AI. You're building an intelligent app, just like that. That's really neat. Okay, and there's a
like more end-to-end type of sample application on GitHub, where like the Azure Search AI demo C# is already a very well-known sample applications. A lot of colleagues from the .NET team worked on it. I just wish to mention that my colleague Stanley and myself added a Redis branch here. So just to showcase that Redis can be another choice for powering your vector similarity search. There are many like offerings across Azure. You can choose based on your preference.
That's great. And we'll make sure that we include all that in our notes, which we'll have out for everybody else. So thank you very much, Catherine. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Yeah.
Yes, that was great talk. Thank you. Now it's time for Q&A, and we have a few questions here. Let's start first. I like this short one, so it will be easier to read. So I know like you show that a little bit, but is it safe to delete web cache?
Is it safe to?
Is it safe? I'm assuming like is like can we leak data? I don't know. Like what's the
break your app.
Balaji was asking.
Sure. So our Azure Redis cache resource is secure. Like we mentioned earlier, you can put it within a virtual network. It's TLS enabled. We reduce the chance for leaking the password by supporting Entra ID. For what information like your cache, whether like web browser cookie or like the session related, that can be entirely backed by Redis. You need to take care of some of the security at the application level as well, because in a lot of the cases, Redis is just a backend store. We make sure the data transfer, computation, and the persistence would be secure if you use Azure Redis.
Okay, and no surprise. For Microsoft, it's always security first, right?
That's right. That's right.
I thought you want to do that.
Yeah, let me take one. Here's from Jeff Fritz. This is mostly just some praise. Other people commenting too, but Jeff Fritz saying that this cache is the secret sauce behind the dotnetconf website right now, and also Aspirify.net. They're screaming fast because of how they use the cache. I love, Matt, how you showed this, like the cache aside pattern and those ways where you can just kind of transparently layer caching onto a site, right? And all of a sudden it's like blazing fast.
Yeah, I mean it's always a little bit of work, right? I don't want to ever say it's no work, but it's a little bit of work to put it in, but it's easily understandable once you do it the first time. And once you get it in with the HybridCache, it's just, you saw the amount of work that Catherine had to go through before with the HybridCache, and you get that in there now, and it has all this other stuff like stampede protection and all that in there for free, and it just makes writing code even more delightful. So yeah, it's really cool, and it just makes things super fast. Redis is just great.
Well, I'll jump ahead with another one then, because Ed Anderson here, I hope I'm not stealing one you were going to take, but Ed called that out. That stampede protection is really good. Previously had to use like async semaphorisms, and just like, it's complicated, right?
Yeah, it's words I don't even know how to pronounce, and and when you have to do that, odds are you're not going to do that when you don't know how to do it properly. So the fact that it's tested, you have people whose whole job is to make sure that it's good, and you get it for free. I shouldn't do that anymore because you do have it for free. So yeah, it's really neat.
Oh, excellent. Let's do one more. We have time, so we'll pick that one from Mark.
Mark, yeah.
Here. So .NET was Visual Studio Code extension. What Visual Studio Code extension do I need to use to program
using Redis?
Using Redis.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was.
So firstly, if you are doing any web development, you have like ASP.NET, .NET SDK installed. All these interfaces would then be usable. And then there's recently published Redis Insight extension in VS Code, where you can like browse through your Redis resources and viewing what are the data inside and running some command line. So that is available in the Visual Studio Marketplace or Visual Studio Code Marketplace. Just search for like Redis VS Code extension.
Okay, and then like it will be done by Microsoft. So in case there's multiple, it's a Microsoft extension.
Actually, that one is it's based on the partnership.
Okay.
So we worked closely together, but our business partner published it.
Wonderful. And if you really wanted to get down to it, I believe the Azure, Redis, in the portal, in the Azure portal, it has the command line. If you really wanted to be cool like the kids, and I know John loves that.
That's right.
And you can just do whatever you want to do right at the command line. Sit in a coffee shop and be like John Galloway.
Okay. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I'm very excited about this next session. One of our top sessions from last year was on WinForms, and kind of blew some people's minds, but there are a ton of WinForms apps out there, and they can take so much advantage of modern .NET. So
now the next are Mary and Klaus. Up to you.
Thanks, guys. I am Mary McGaw, and I am so excited to be here. I am the engineering manager for the Windows Forms team. I've got short brown hair, and I'm wearing a bright blue t-shirt with the Microsoft logo that you can't see. And my partner in crime here is Klaus.
Yeah, I'm Klaus. I'm a dev on the WinForms team. I'm a little bit taller than Mary, slightly. I have whatever hair color I have. What is it like?
Brown.
Brown. I would say brown. Yeah, and yeah. So that's about me.
And we're here to tell you about some of the cool modern things that we're able to do with WinForms development in .NET 9. So I'm going to break down our agenda into kind of 4 main chunks of stuff that we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about some of the highlights, the new and exciting things that we've added to WinForms, and kind of our focus that we've been, the North Stars that we've been looking at as we've been working in WinForms. Then we're going to get to a little bit more of a serious mode where we talk about security, because security is a #1 thing here at Microsoft, and it's important for WinForms as well. Finally, we're going to get into, or next, we're going to get into some of, I think, the most exciting new developments in WinForms, and that's the simplicity in which we can do asynchronous development. And finally, a quick wrap up and a mind-bogglingly long list of resources for you to use as you're developing your WinForms applications and taking advantage of the modern new stuff. So to start with, taking a look at what's new in WinForms for .NET 9, I want to talk about some of the key focus areas that we've always been kind of thinking about. First of all is our community-driven focus. We are a vibrant community in GitHub right now. The community has been driving features from the very first PR that we ever took in WinForms back on stage for .NET Core 3.1. Thanks, Scott, for merging that one without telling me. That was the second one.
That was good. That was good, yes.
And in .NET 9, we've added the folder browser dialogues multi-select option. We've done a lot of nullability work as driven by the community, and much, much more. As I mentioned a moment ago, though, the security focus is something that has been across all of libraries and all of the other parts of .NET, and WinForms is a huge piece of that. For us, binary formatter removal has really made us do some internal changes that may not be as visible to the outside world, but allow us to continue working in a world where binary formatter is no longer present.
Yes, I mean, we have resource files, and the binary formatter was always a big dependency on that. And resource files are not going away in WinForms, right?
Embedded resources are here to stay. Of course, we've got a performance focus. That's something that really makes WinForms and Core stand out, or WinForms and .NET stand out from .NET Framework. We're able to take advantage of all of the modern C# language features that enable us to improve performance. We've improved our interop. As a matter of fact, we've migrated most of our libraries to a modern interop tool called CS Win32 that does code generation for all of our interop. And the advantage there, the big thing there, is that now with it being code generated, we know that it's accurate, consistent, and performant all the way across the board. Everybody likes UI enhancements, and this release has been no different than any other release. One of my personal little favorites, I know it's tiny, but system.drawing now has a rounded rectangle and the ability to do image formats like convert an image to black and white or put a green cast over it.
It's funny, right? Because this is a feature that has been requested like for the last 15 years, and it's such a little thing, but then it really made an impact already.
Oh, yeah, and the reason that we were able to do that, if we go back to modern interop, because CS Win32 makes it easy for us to consume Windows APIs, Win32 APIs, the ones that maybe we didn't in the past, we're able to pull in new things from GDI, GDI Plus, and make system drawing that much more robust.
Oh, and you know what? We have forgotten one thing to mention. We also did something for Visual Basic.
And that was?
And we had a couple of updates for the project system. And I think we also had quite recently a blog post about that. Well, it's a little bit longer ago already.
Right.
But it's definitely worth checking that out because
Visual Basic is still 20%-ish of WinForms customers, even in the .NET land. So we want to make sure that our .NET, Visual Basic .NET customers are still able to be supported. And then, of course, for me, like I said, the most exciting work that we've been doing is in the asynchronous support, because the world has changed from when WinForms was created. It's changed into an asynchronous sort of environment, and we need to be able to work with that. All right. I'm going to hand it over now to Klaus for a demo about WinForms getting a glow up, as the kids would like to call it usually. But some cool stuff we've done in WinForms. So
I hope people will like it. So let me start with just a look on the typical WinForms app as you know it. Well, it might look already a little bit different. This is a photo viewer that I wrote this morning. Where I just had a couple of photos that I did the other day from the studio here. But let me show something that is really new and really requested a lot, and that is the WinForms dark mode. So to modernize your apps, it's really often all about the look and feel. And I would say that dark mode at this point almost became an accessibility issue. So I know a lot of people who are really, wanted to have this dark mode, not to be able to be blinded by bright colors. But it's also, of course, a preference. So disclaimer, before we go into it, this is for .NET 9 still a experimental feature. And what that means is that when you are starting to use it, you will be flagged a little bit by the compiler and need to adjust your editor config settings to make it work. But let me show you really quick how easy it is to actually have that light mode typical WinForms app and then make a dark mode out of it. So we have the application object, and that's usually the place where we always set up the kind of like the base for the whole application. And new in .NET 9 is the set color mode. And what I can do with it is I have now the system colors enum, which gives me 3 options. And it's quite simple. We have the dark mode, we have classic, and then we have system. And what system does is it just takes over whatever settings you had set up for your Windows environment. So if you're using the light mode, your WinForms app at that point will be light mode, and if you do dark mode, then it will be dark mode. So with this change made, let me just restart it, and hopefully we should see
ta-da!
That thing already in action. Well, there's one thing though that you see, and of course this black text on the item doesn't really look like very readable now. So when you are ramping up your apps so that they are dark mode compatible, there's an easy way then to take those things into account. In this case, we have a new property which is also on the application object, and that is dark mode enabled. So in other words, we can do just this, and let me quickly try to get this work with my notebook, which I hate actually to type on. So if the dark mode is enabled, then we are using a rather lighter color in that, or brighter color in that regard. And now let me start that again, and we should see that now the text is still dark. Okay, so the demo gods.
That's the way it usually works.
Yeah, and
what does it mean that this is an experimental feature, Klaus?
So what that exactly means is that we have, the moment you use an experimental feature in .NET per se, it's not necessarily the dark mode, then the compiler will show you an error message. And then if it does that, then there are several options that you can do. There will be showing up on analyzers where you can pick that you want to have a fix inside of the code directly. Or if you want to have that global for your whole solution or for the whole project, then the analyzer can also set up a setting for the editor config. And that was not it. Let me bring up the text for that editor config so we can focus on that single setting. And then you will see that diagnostic that is responsible for pointing out that it is in dark mode, you can just adjust then to, like put your level of warnings the way you want it. Like if it is an error, or if it is if it is silent, so it doesn't really bother you at all. So this is the only thing that you need to do, and yeah, so that is the way you're best going to use it. What's important, what we want to mention is, we need feedback.
That's why it's experimental, is because there's a lot of UX in WinForms, a lot of UI in WinForms, and we haven't gotten to it all. And we're wanting the feedback as well to make sure from the community that the approaches that we've taken are the approaches that we want moving forward. So I'm going to go ahead and switch gears now and steal the show back for myself because, I like the attention. Actually, it's because I do want to cover a pretty serious topic and an important topic, and that is the security first focus with binary formatter removal. First and foremost, the number one thing for me to tell everybody is that binary formatter is unsafe. It is not something that we recommend, and we have been slowly working our way towards removing binary formatter for years. In .NET 9, the implementation code, the in-box implementation, actually is removed from the library's code and put into a separate out-of-band package, or an OOB package, as we like to call it. And this is the final stage of the binary formatter deprecation or obsolescence plan. And this plan's actually been going on for quite a while. We announced it in .NET 5, where we said we definitely want to remove binary formatter because it's unsafe, because it can cause some of the system, what's the word? Remote code execution. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's the old age coming in. So it can do system remote code execution. It can do denial of service. It can do all sorts of things that, if you're not super careful with it, can really cause problems and security vulnerabilities. So we decided in .NET 7 that all of the dependencies that could be removed have been removed. In .NET 8, it was obsoleted, and for almost all of the workloads, it was throwing exceptions by default. In The exception there, of course, was Windows Desktop, because as Klaus mentioned earlier, we use resources and we do embedded resources which use a lot of potentially binary formatter serialization. In February, we announced that binary formatter was going to be pulled out of the product, and in August, that was completed. In the intervening time here, what I have to do a huge shout out to the team, to Jeremy Cooney, to Adam Sitnick, to Jeff Handley, to Lonnie Tra. They really came together and pulled it out of the runtime and replaced a lot of internal WinForms implementations. So keynotes to be aware of, the implementation is gone. It is removed to a package. If you depend on it, you actually have 2 steps that you're going to need to do. You're going to have to say, I want to use binary formatter, enable this unsafe binary formatter, and now you'll also have to add a package. Embedded resources, most of the time now, don't actually need binary formatter because we've done our own internal work to remove that. And finally, the thing I'm going to demo in just a few moments here is that we've got new analyzers that will warn you if you've inadvertently started to use binary formatter.
Yeah, and when in the time where Mary set up her demo, I want to say something to the analyzers. That is something that we really want to add on for .NET 10. And build in more guidance in general to make your WinForms code more secure. So there are so many places where we can use analyzers for this security guidance, and it's certainly something you're going to see much more in the runtime.
Quite a bit of.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me bring up my demo here, and what I've got is a .NET 8 application, and it has a form with an address control. That address control has a few fields on it, and we're running it in .NET 8. And I'm going to build, and you'll see that I actually probably need to clean and rebuild. I must have accidentally hit a spacebar somewhere. Nope, that's not it. Just a second here. New line in a constant. I told you I hit a spacebar. How about I do that?
Yeah, that happens to me
That
all
happens
the
to
time.
me way too often. Okay, so now I'm going to build. That is much better, much happier. And now we're down to 0 errors and a bunch of warnings that don't really matter. Now, if I go to my form here, and I'm going to go to my button click code. Oh, address 1 went away. Let me go to my button 1 click. I've actually got a place here where I'm going to force binary serialization. And this is just to tell you that there are going to be places where maybe third-party components, maybe old components that you've written in VB6 or whatnot, may need binary formatter.
The funny thing is that we really tried hard to find, meanwhile, a scenario where we hit the binary formatter, but Jeremy did such a good job that it was almost hard to
get there.
To get there, right.
All right, so I've got an error, and that error is because, let me come back in here. It is because binary formatter is not supported. This is the .NET 8 obsolescence that we were talking about. So I'm going to go to my code and enable the binary formatter serialization. This is what we did in .NET 8. And of course, that compiles, everybody's happy. But now let's change it to .NET 9 really quick. And I move it to 9. Let me save. I'm going to do a quick clean because that always seems to make things go a little smoother. And a rebuild. And things are looking really good. And I think that might be because, oh, there they are. I've got the 2 errors that I was looking for. The 2 errors are because I've got these public properties, and the public properties, first name and special property, if I take a look at them, Let me put my cursor here. Let the help come up. It says that I do not have the serialization information set for this particular property. So I'm going to say that I want to hide it from serialization so that I am forcing it not to use binary formatter, because by default it might, and that's not what I want. So that's where the error message comes in handy. And when I build, things are good. Things are working just fine. But remember I had that code that was using binary formatter in my form?
Mm-hmm.
When I hit my button at runtime, I am now getting a compiler error, or a runtime error saying platform not supported. That's because the binary formatter implementation code was removed, and I need to come back and pull in that package. To do that, let me stop my application. And let me go back to my code here. You pull in the package group, simple as that. Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Is this how I want my app to run forever? No, this is unsafe and unsupported, but it will get us through the time where I need to go in and investigate how to move to system text JSON deserialization or some other custom type converters that I might have. And I'll go ahead and run. Everything is happy, and I should, I needed to clean because I did something in my project file. And there we go. It's all working beautifully. Now, that's the serious stuff. Binary formatter is going away. It's important that everybody's aware of it. But it's kind of like a speed bump. We're not making development faster and easier, we're making it safer. We're making people sit back and kind of pay attention. I do want to give Klaus now the wheel for the next 4 minutes, because he's going to show us about async.
In 4 minutes, exactly.
But we've got a whole nother talk where you're covering some of the really cool stuff.
Yeah, we definitely need to do more, yeah.
All right, so Klaus, take over.
Okay, so, and it's a funny motif now because it's showing a binary clock. Really quick then, it's about asynchronous programming in WinForms. We had that before, that we could, like 20 years ago already, we were able to do asynchronous programming, and we had APIs that were starting with begin. And it's time for those to end, because it produced so much spaghetti code that nobody really could use it. So, because of the time that we no longer have, let me quickly show you the essence of what we have been doing. So what you see here is a spinner control that is just like iterating through a very special font type, and at the same time, it'll show the color bar, and it's also flashing. So, and
that is so cool, because you're now writing, you're using the UI thread from two different processes, from two different things that you're trying to do.
Exactly.
And that's not something that WinForms has ever been good at doing.
Yeah. And I just want to point out by code how easy it is to do that. So if you are experienced WinForms developer, you know that if you click and you double click, then of course the click event comes at the same time, right? So when I double clicked, both of those things happened. And if you take a look at the code now, you see that we're waiting in the click event the spinner to turn, but then in the double click at the same time, we're waiting the color blender to do its job. So the way you're setting up those things that are doing things in parallel, because the message queue is always running, it's like a very, very easy thing. And so now the question is, should we skip the other demo and should directly go to that?
The kind of fun one? Yeah, let's go ahead and move to some of the real world application of a scenario where async programming is going to change the world when it comes to a WinForms app. So adding this kind of capability, the asynchronous capability, to your existing line of business applications in WinForms. Take it away.
Exactly. So what this is taking the async features and then, as we said before, being able to use all those new APIs that are basically only providing their APIs in an async form. In this app, and by the way, we have another talk that is pre-recorded which explains in detail how this works, was exactly how to do that. So let me quickly show that. This is like a driver's log sample, and let me just type in a couple of stops here, like I'm going from Duval to Monroe and then to Bellingham, and I don't have time, so I will do all kinds of...
You are terrible at spelling.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter because I'm sending it over to an LLM and getting it back, and so it gets corrected and assisted automatically while I'm working. And this counts for everything that is here on the form. And
wow, so all these web APIs and the OpenAI APIs, they all are asynchronous.
Yes.
And we're able to now, as part of the flow of a WinForms app, just be able to incorporate that, which is really exciting. Now, I'm going to take back over to the PowerPoint in a quick wrap-up since we are just about out of time. So we did our demo for async. Here's our wrap-up for end resources. We talked about one experimental feature in .NET 9, and that was the dark mode. Now, the control.invoke async that Klaus was showing with his work just a moment ago, that's not experimental. That's a real thing.
Exactly.
But we wanted to take it a step further. We wanted to see if maybe a form.show async and a form.show dialog async would be something that people would take advantage of. So those two are added also as experimental features. The warning here is that all of these are still in flux and there might be some slight changes, but they're in enough state that we are able to get the feedback and want the feedback from our customers about it. So please use these, go to our GitHub repo, file the issues, submit some PRs for some of the issues. We wouldn't argue with that. And that's our big thing with these experimental features is give us the feedback. And finally, some resources. I'll make sure that these are all linked for you when you get to the presentation on YouTube. And of course, our standard get.NET 9. And thank you very much for your time. I'm going to turn it back over to the studio with John and Frank.
Yay! Yay! Well, thanks to you, it was a great talk. Love it. And like talking about feedback, we have a lot of feedback already. So let's.
All right.
Let me take that special one from a John Galloway. So I will read it, but then we can extend, I think. So dark mode.
I'm so happy about this. So this is funny. I actually met up with both Mary and Klaus in Las Vegas for Dev Intersection.
Okay.
And I was like, I want to add a really cool last minute demo. And I was doing a modernization talk. And Klaus and Mary like hooked me up with some code. And I literally was like typing it seconds before my talk started, and it totally worked. And I was like, wow. So I love it. I love that you're doing so many like experimental things, and that, you know, people tend to think of their WinForms apps as like set in stone and old, and and it's like, it's so amazing you can take advantage of .NET 9 that shipped yesterday, So anyways.
Love it. Oh, that's good. Good feedback.
I think we have a WinForms fan over there.
Yeah. That's good. That's always good.
Well, I have another one from Ivan, was saying the same thing. Super happy, like WinForms rocks. Like, look like it's all good stuff coming up.
Let me take this one.
Okay.
The next one here.
Yeah.
One from Draconius. Ooh. Can we get themes? So you showed dark mode. Is there any thought of themes?
So theming is something that I would honestly say a developer that needs a themed application should go one of two ways. One is to use the other .NET or Windows UX stacks that we've already got that support theming natively, like WinUI and WPF. If it's a WinForms app, our third-party control vendors are doing phenomenal work in creating tooling and creating theming in their control suites.
Yes,
and we're not ready to step on their toes and take over their world yet. But also check out GitHub, because there are some other people out there trying to make some theming opportunities there.
Yeah, and I will also add that I don't think that the yet will ever come, because the problem is really when you have a line of business apps with 5 million lines of code, then you have decided already for a theming API.
Yep.
So bringing all those from really the really high quality third-party vendors together is actually something that wouldn't work. So we would like interfere with everything that is already out there. What our priority is really to offer those things that you can modernize your WinForms app as they are, so that you don't have to throw away like 10 million lines of code and then start from scratch, because that's often not feasible. We trying to deliver those things that we can do those things one by one by one, so that people are actually able to do that job. And I think that's the
Yep.
That's
kind
the
of
way
one
we
of our
have
North Stars.
decided for that, exactly.
Awesome. I guess it's kind of a tangent. We don't really have much time to go into it, but I've heard some people doing things with like Blazor or like embedding controls with WebView UI sort of stuff.
Well, yeah,
too.
actually, I mean, I don't know if we're able to switch on my screen again, but no, we're not. Okay.
Yeah.
There's one demo that we certainly will have ready in a very short time. I could demo it right now, but Mary didn't leave me.
Cut off.
I cannot
sorry,
say
Klaus.
anything because she's my boss. So what can I do? But actually, yes. So we have things that we can do with Blazor, WebView controls, and integrate those in WinForms and
Seamlessly,
awesome. Really seamlessly, and do some really awesome stuff with it.
Awesome. I love it. I guess like I'll try and do a CTA, but like if you're a WinForms dev that only kind of checks in occasionally and you're like, whoa, some stuff popped up on the .NET YouTube, like follow along, right? You folks are going to be posting on the .NET blog coming up with some more kind of deep dives on these things.
Yes.
And, yeah. So.
And we plan on doing videos, blogs. We just want to make sure that our community knows that they can take their existing apps and continue to grow and take advantage of new hardware, software, and just environmental capabilities.
Awesome.
And bring all the feedback in your issue.
Absolutely.
That's what we try to. Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely.
Cool. Okay, well, thanks a bunch. For people watching, just a reminder that we've got an on-demand playlist, and so you can go to akms/dotnetconf24/on-demand, and those are rolling out. Like the team has already edited these, so there's stuff going out from yesterday going up in minutes. But now we've got a very exciting session.
Oh, I'm very excited to welcome aboard Aaron and David to talk about a community framework. Up to you guys.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks, John. And welcome to our session today about building .NET Aspire integrations. I'm Aaron, and I'm joined here with David Pine. David, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm David Pine, the co-host of On.NET Live and the content developer for .NET Aspire. So if you've been seeing or reading anything about .NET Aspire, I likely was involved with writing that content. So sorry, not sorry.
Well, I mean, hopefully that if we get time for Q&A at the end, you'll be able to definitely answer the questions, given that you wrote the docs on it.
Yeah. Awesome. So what are we doing today? What's the plan? I know we're the final session, so we gotta end with a bang.
Exactly. Well, I thought, given all the exciting stuff that we've been talking about with .NET Aspire in particular over the last, essentially 2 days, let's talk about how we actually extended ourselves, because there's a whole bunch of great integrations that have already been built, but, well, there's possibly something that you need in your application that you don't already have. So how do you go about adding that yourself?
Right.
So there's a whole bunch of different kinds of integrations that we can build. And it's probably important to start just explaining what some of those are, so you know where you can do your extensibility. So what we've got is two kinds of integrations. First, we have hosting integrations. These are the things that are going to run on your server. There might be a language like Rust, I hear that's a popular one in Aspire at the moment. Seen some posts around that recently.
Yeah.
Databases, caches, all that kind of stuff. Things that you need hosted as part of your application that you're building.
Right.
But then there's the other side of that as well, isn't there, David?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we've got client integrations, and this is really the consuming aspect. So in the hosting integrations, we'll model our resources, and in the client integrations, that's where we actually use configuration to connect to the resources that we've configured back in our app host. And we'll register dependency injection, and there's a whole slew of different things that are available out of the box. But I think we're going to be focusing on some different aspects of that today.
Exactly. And the other reason that we both wanted to do this session is you possibly saw the announcement yesterday in the keynote, if you watched the keynote for dotnetconf, or it was also mentioned in the session that Maddie and Damien did around a new project that we've been working on called the .NET Aspire Community Toolkit. Basically, .NET Aspire itself has a whole bunch of integrations built in it, so that you can just install the NuGet packages, but they're not going to cover every single scenario. So we wanted a way that we could have people contribute those without having to essentially join the engineering process that is for building .NET Aspire. So it's an open source project. It was officially launched yesterday. We've had it kind of in a soft launch, so people have found it. We've been building out the docs, and Dave and I have been writing a whole bunch of the content there for that. But now, we're there. We're properly we're able to be found, and I think we still have green builds. That screenshot is from a few days ago before we did some more tweaks to it. But
I love that. Right? Yeah. Green builds are always a promising sign of an open source repository, right? That's great.
Exactly. So if you want to learn more, you can jump over to the GitHub repo there, the aka.ms/community toolkit/aspire, or follow the QR code. And well, you know what? Rather than go through a whole bunch of slides, people might have noticed that it says there's 57 slides in here, and David commented on that just before, because he's like, wait, there's 57 slides, but you know what? Let's park the slides. Let's actually build an integration, because like you said, we're the last session of the day, so let's have a bit of fun and make sure that this is, we have some code in it. So I have the Community Toolkit project, and we're going to build a new integration for the Community Toolkit. How's that sound?
That sounds amazing, but I'm curious. This is Visual Studio Code I'm seeing?
Oh, yeah. So,
okay.
I mean, everyone always codes in Visual Studio and does all their demos in that, but I came from a web development background, so I've used VS Code for a long time, and you know what? We've got this really awesome C# Dev Kit extension, and I wanted to show that off and show that you can do all the sorts of things that you'd be doing in Visual Studio in VS Code. So if you're not working on a Windows machine, you're on Mac or Linux, you can have the same good development experience. In fact, I'm actually doing this inside of a dev container. So I'm using WSL on my Windows box, but then I'm running it inside of a container. So let's add a bunch of complexity to this. So, and this is all going to be live coding. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
I love that. I love how you just kind of set the stage for the potential of failure later on.
Exactly. So I've already set up my environment a little bit. Like I said, this is the Community Toolkit repo. I've got the C# Dev Kit extension. So I've got the Solution Explorer. So we can see that as the kind of thing that you'd be familiar with, obviously, if you're coming from Visual Studio. And I'm just going to add a new project.
Well, while you're doing that, I do want to pump the brakes really quick, because I just saw something, and I don't know if anyone else is familiar with this, but the Community Toolkit for Aspire, it is brand new, right? We just announced it officially within the last 2 days. There was a soft launch, a little bit before that. But I want to express the appreciation for the number of hosting and client integrations that already exist within this project. So it's kind of mind-boggling. So if you enumerate this right away, we've got the Data API Builder for Azure, static web apps, Dino, Go language, Java. I just said Java in .NET Conf. Wow. Right? Node extensions, Olama, Python, Rust, and just recently, SQL database projects, right? So there's a bunch of things that are already built and available in this community toolkit. That's amazing.
Yeah, like we've got like a dozen things here, and actually, just this morning, we created the Python extension. So if you're using, say, Uvicorn to run your Python application rather than just Python.exe, like you can do that. And we're looking at a couple other ways that we can do it. So, and then that's just building on top of the Python hosting integration that's already available from .NET Aspire. Same with the Node stuff. Like we support using Yarn and PNPM because people were wanting those, but the Aspire team doesn't have the capacity to tackle every single permutation of like Node Package Manager or runtimes. There's 4 additional runtime languages: Node, Dino, Golang, Java, and Rust. Right?
Exactly.
We can't expect all of those to be in the box with Aspire, and that's why we wanted a project where like a community environment where we can build these out.
Awesome. So this is our extensibility point for things that aren't going to live in the product. And take it away, new project.
Exactly. So yeah, I got to create a new project. And you know what? I feel like we need to add yet another runtime. Let's add Bun because if you're doing JavaScript now, you can do Node.js, you can do Dino, or you can do Bun, and it's kind of fighting out for which is the superior one to use at the moment. And I'm sure people in the comments will chime in on which one they reckon is the best.
Yeah, we're not trying to cause any debates here, but I think there are some opinions that will be shared, right?
Exactly.
There's not really harsh opinions in the JavaScript community. Is that what you were kind of inferring?
No one's strongly opinionated there. Right. So I'm going to create just a class library. Following our naming convention of community-toolkit.aspire.hosting, because this is going to be a hosting package, and then Bun being the thing that we're going to be hosting. And I'm just going to pop it in the default directory. So this will pop up here in our source. And we've got our file here. And I do need to do one other thing, because we wanted to really look like the way that the Aspire works and the Aspire kind of processes work. We also have some public API validation to make sure that we're actually broadcasting what's in the public API. So I'm just going to add our public API. Whoa, where'd my screen go? Whoops. I went full screen, and I'm not on a full screen machine. I'm on a widescreen monitor, so I've just sliced out my little window for the screen share, and yeah, when I go full screen, it was.
It didn't like that. It didn't like.
No, it did not like that at all. Okay, so I've generated some files in the background, but let's rename this. I'm going to put this in the namespace so that it's easily discoverable of aspire.hosting. Because that way, just when you add this as an integration, it will just immediately appear on the builder dot button. And we're going to create some extension methods. So we're going to rename this from to Bun app extensions.
So, and the reason you're doing the namespace Aspire hosting is the app host project in Aspire actually has an implicit global using for aspire.hosting. Therefore, it's already there. So when you see your top level program statements for the app host, you don't actually have to say using Aspire hosting or .hosting.
Exactly.
And then this will actually just light up these extensions.
And this will just, so this will just light up immediately for you as well.
Love it.
All right. So Copilot's attempting to figure out what we want to do, but it's not quite right. So we're going to create a public static, and then we're going to return an iResource builder, because we're returning the resource builder that you're going to use to then create out the thing that you want inside of your Aspire integration.
Got it.
And this is going to return a particular resource type. So we'll create a new resource type called Bun app resource, and then using the convention, so it'll be add Bun app, and then we will take a distributed application builder, because that's what we're going to be starting from, and we'll have that as builder. And then we got to pass in some arguments for it. So for an integration, we're going to need a name for that integration. So that's the thing that, whoa, that's a lot of things that Copilot is going to want.
I love that.
So we're going to need a name. So I'm going to use something that's new in Aspire 9, which is a resource name attribute. So this then combines with a analyzer to make sure that we're giving a name to our resource that is going to conform to the naming conventions that Aspire has in it. So give it a name. For Bun, we're going to need, say, a string working directory, actually. Make that optional, default that to null, and then we'll also need some kind of an entry point. We'll make that a entry point, and we'll call that not.net index.ts, because Bun will natively launch TypeScript files.
Love that. Cool.
Okay. And well, I mean, Copilot's actually done a pretty good job here. I mean, I don't have a Bun resource yet, but yeah, like that looks kind of what we're going to do. We're going to create our app resource, and then we're going to give that to the builder. So then it's part of our Aspire application. Let's create that resource type. So we'll create a Bun resource, and this is where we have different kinds of resources. Because Bun is an executable, we're going to use the executable resource as the underpinning type. But if you were, say, hosting a container, you could use container resource and things like that. Or if you wanted to go real primitive, you can just use resource or the iResource interface and implement all the basic stuff yourself. We're going to need the name of that, and we're going to give that the working directory. And then the executable resource is going to need that name. It's going to need the executable to run, which will be Bun, and then the working directory that we're running with inside of. Done. And so working directory, here we go. I've said that it's potentially nullable. So we'll do working directory or path.combine, and we're just going to say, we'll go up a directory and use the name. So just kind of a convention, like, if you didn't give us a working directory, we're just kind of going to guess what a working directory might be. Right. Okay, last thing, we probably need to use that entry point. So I'm going to add that as arguments to this application when this resource that gets started. So we'll use the with args, there we go. And then that is going to take in an array of args. So run an entry point. That's basically all we're going to need. Okay, and that's it. Like, that's an integration built.
So just to wrap my head around this, we've got an extension that's in the aspire.hosting namespace. The extension method is extending the iDistributed application builder, and it's called add bun app. It's returning an iResource builder of our new bun app resource that we just defined. And that resource is an executable resource. So we're leveraging some of the existing Aspire primitives. And we're simply walking up to the builder and adding that new resource and saying, run basically Bun with our entry point. So it's really kind of easy to mentally parse all the moving parts here. And this is only 20 lines of code. So that's pretty compelling. And this is the hosting. I just want to remind everyone, this is the hosting integration aspect of things.
Correct. Yeah. So this and this is how you then would add something to your Aspire dashboard when we hit F5 and launch our debugger.
Got it.
Yeah. Just for brevity's sake, I've just added a compiler warning, disabled a compiler warning, which is about the public API stuff. We'll clean this up a little bit later before we ship it.
Yeah.
All right. So now that we've written it, we may as well write and let's actually use it. So I'm going to create a new sample application. We'll use the app host here, and we'll create this in a new folder called Bun, and we'll call this Community Toolkit Aspire Hosting Bun App Host. We'll create it in that directory. Come into here, and then we're going to add a project reference. So again, I might be in VS Code, but I'm doing all the things you would be doing normally inside of Visual Studio, right? I'm just right click, add reference, and all that sort of stuff.
Or your favorite IDE that supports, it's under the covers, it's all just .NET, right? So I know JetBrains Rider, they just came out recently with a free version, and they have an official plugin for Aspire. So whatever you're comfortable with,
Exactly. Okay. So we've got our app host here. Now, I do need to add an is Aspire project reference of false. Otherwise, Aspire is going to kind of generate that autocomplete where you do add project and then you give the generic of projects. Well, we don't want you're not actually going to start our integration just because it happens to be a project within inside the same solution. So we'll just tell it to ignore that a little bit. Okay, so let's come back into our builder here, and if we were to say go var API equals builder.add bun, and we realize that this is live coding and something has gone wrong. That's all right. We'll fix that in a moment. API and there
app,
we go.
Right? It's expecting
it
the
should be bun app. There we go. But it still is unhappy about something. Aspire dot see, it should be no. That's hosting is spelled correctly.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
Did I? Let's have a look. So, is Aspire project reference? Let me check to make sure I did write that correctly. And project resource. My mistake.
Yes.
I was hoping Copilot would have helped me out, but no. There we go. add Aspire project resource. There we go. Now we have our add bun app done. We're going to add we're going to create a HTTP app. So we're going to say with HTTP endpoint. And because this is built off of just primitives within inside of Aspire, I don't have to tell it what the concept of HTTP is. I just used the methods that I would be using for any other integration that's there. And we'll say the port, just put it on port 3000. You could have Aspire dynamically assign the port. It's up to you. Or what do we want to do? Do we want to do dynamically assigned, or do we want to do hard-coded?
Well, a lot of them are are dynamically. So why don't we just do a hard-coded one to demonstrate that it's flexible, right? This is all parameterized, and you can specify it however you feel.
Well, I wanted to show you that we can how we pass environment variables through, and that they'll just get magically covered for us as well. So
yes.
Well, okay. Well, let's do one, and then we'll come back and we'll change it later.
Okay, do it. Yeah.
Okay. Last but not least, we actually need to create that bun app that we're going to start up, because at the moment it's going to do something, and we don't actually know what it's going to do.
Well, what would it do?
Like
conceptually thinking, it would just say run bun, and there's no index TS, and it would probably not be happy.
Exactly, yeah. But there we go. Okay, so we'll scaff out our bun application, and if we come into, not the Solution Explorer this time, we'll come into here, we'll see that, I put it in the wrong location. Let's just move all these files into there.
Moving node modules directories during live demos has never been a concern.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, remember, we're using bun, so it's like super fast.
Yeah. Bear in mind, there's already a Dino hosting integration, right?
There is. So there's plenty of node modules inside of here. And then because last time I decided to write a bun application, I realized I didn't know how to do that. I'm going to copy and paste the one that I tried earlier. There we go. And I've got in here process.m.port, so we access that port that is dynamically provided from Aspire.
Variable. Yeah.
Let's just inject that properly into here. That could be dollars.
Yep.
There we go. That and that. There we go. Okay. So let's see if we can
fingers crossed
this. Debug bun app host and
you
know what? I'm just going to reload my VS window. I saw that there were still some errors happening. Sometimes because of the way adding projects doesn't necessarily kick off the debugger's awareness of the projects. So restarting it is easy enough.
I thought you would have picked up on my bad joke there where I said bun, bun, bun.
Bun, 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 yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, no, I'm gonna make the demo work and ignore the bad jokes. And okay, let's launch it from the command line instead. So let's come in. Where was that project? It was in examples, bun, and then we'll come into the app host project and we'll do .NET run. So we can run from command line as well as F5 debugging. Obviously, I'm not going to have debugging launched here. And we're going to really trust the fact that I've written this code correctly.
Wait for it.
What?
Pause for a dramatic effect.
Pause for dramatic effect. Let's launch our app host here.
Fun,
Huzzah!
fun, fun. Wow, it's working.
It is. We have our console logs. We'll see that the server is up and running at that location.
And that's a dynamic port. That was
And that's
38.
a dynamic port.
Yeah.
So if we go to this port, now, because I am running this in a dev container, it doesn't do automatic port forwarding of the ports that are dynamically generated. So I just come into the ports section inside of my bottom here and then add that port. And then if we come back, hello, Bun.
That's amazing. Wow, it works just like that. So, I mean, that was pretty quick. In all honesty, like that wasn't super hard.
No.
And it's pretty compelling because there are literally thousands of like opportunities to add different languages and platforms and services and you name it. So if there's something that you depend on that we haven't heard of, you know, I guess the question for you, Aaron, would be, how do you think people should get involved? Like, what should they be doing? Should they just come push pull requests to your repo, or do you want issues first, or like what are you looking for?
Yeah, I mean, so probably a good start is a bunch of these links that I've got here, are, like, so you can find everything. So we had an announcement blog post go out today. It tells a bit more about the projects and the background, the reason behind it, and also the difference between the Aspire Community Toolkit and the Aspire core repo. So like, if I want to raise an issue, where do I raise one, and like which project do I gravitate towards? Obviously, check out the docs as well, because we have a bunch of existing integrations. So we may already have one that's covering off something that you're looking for. So see if they're there, and if the docs need work, obviously we can work on that as well. And then the GitHub repo. So that a good place obviously to go if you want to propose a new integration. Come and submit an issue to us, open up a discussion about one and a few things like that, and get involved. Like, send us a pull request if you've got the idea of an integration. So the SQL database projects was actually a community members. They approached us and said, "Hey, got an idea for this." Similarly with Rust. Golang, like they've actually come from people outside of Microsoft.
That's awesome.
And yeah, also if you want to learn more about building integrations, obviously we really did a speed run through that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can check out the docs at on the Aspire docs at ak.ms/hosting Aspire .NET Aspire hosting integrations and client integrations, and they walk through in a lot more detail around the sorts of things that you can build, how you would then kind of craft out your API and that kind of stuff, and walk you through that kind of building experience.
Absolutely, yeah. The hosting and client integration docs are really a great source for that, because we talk deeply about. We go a lot deeper with the hosting aspect and a lot deeper with the client, and then how to glue those things together. So be sure to check it out.
Yeah, and that's actually where I learned a lot of how we built the stuff that we're like walked through just a moments ago, and built out the community toolkit is like going through those docs.
Awesome.
So I think we're just about out of time. I'm seeing the little countdown timer in my peripheral vision going red. But that
we're only on slide 10 of 57, Aaron. Come on.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to click really fast. The other thing that we're working on with the community toolkit is .NET 9 support. So hopefully we're gonna have that by the end of the week, and then we'll release the official 9.0 packages for the community toolkit. But I might have lied. We might not have had 57 slides. There might just be a whole bunch of hidden template slides in the deck that I never deleted.
That's definitely the case.
So that brings us to the end, and I see that we have our friends back in the studio as well.
John and Frank, two of my favorites.
That's right, and big fans too.
Well, definitely.
Yes.
Happy. So like you mentioned how people can get started, but I'm curious, like what already you have and like in the pipeline coming up as like. People ideas for next or upcoming extension. You have some already open?
Yeah, so we've actually had we've got a couple that have been proposed to us around. I think there's like a file system abstraction. So if you're moving between, say, like local file systems and options within inside of Azure or AWS or any other cloud platform, so you can kind of use a more abstract interface for that. We've also had one proposed that is a virus scanner. So like,
Oh, that's cool.
Like if you think you're getting files uploaded from externals, you want it like. I was like, well, that's a great idea. Like a virus scan your like files that people are submitting to an application, so that you can have that built in the pipeline. And then some more stuff around Python as well.
So twisting it around, what's an example of something that would not be a good integration?
Ooh.
Right? I just saw off the top.
On the spot? You put it on the spot like that?
That's a good one.
It is.
I'd say probably something that is very, very niche in what you would use it for. Like, obviously, we're trying to have something that is really approachable for like a wide variety of projects that are being built there. But something that is, say, really specific with inside of like a hyper specialized domain that is not going to be general purpose, because at the end of the day, we've got to maintain those. The other thing that we have pushed back a few times on is integrations that are that there is another organization out there that there might be an open source project or a company behind it. So RavenDB is someone proposed a RavenDB integration for us, but we also had the discussion with the RavenDB team of like, well, is this something that you would prefer to own? And they would prefer to own that, so they're going to build that integration. So it doesn't necessarily make sense for us to try and own everything, because we want people to build their own where they can and where it's going to be right for them.
Nice.
But in doubt, like it's always worth it to go there in the GitHub repo, create an issue, and like then like we'll have the discussion. I'm guessing there to like say, maybe it's better to do this way and this way. Okay, so that's great.
That's a great pattern, right? It's like, instead of just surprise pull requests with a bunch of code, like start with an issue, right? And like say, thinking of this, is it, so cool.
You want to take questions?
Yeah. Well, let me start with Jeff Fritz here. So he says, when building integrations, what recommendations do you have for adding meaningful telemetry?
Ooh, that's a good one. I'll throw that over to David, because he's written most of the docs on that stuff.
Meaningful telemetry. Well, it's kind of a, boy, that's a good one. So, I mean, anything that has to do with like I/O, like I/O bound work is typically something you want to measure. So network calls, HTTP, gRPC, things of that nature, anything that's sitting in a database or a file system, you want to be able to monitor those. And that's where like some of the strengths of some of those telemetry systems come in. So some people overdo it, and some have, it's definitely, you have to kind of finesse it. So it really depends though. And I don't want to be like generically just saying it depends, but it really does.
Okay, let's do another one here from Christopher.
Yeah.
So, okay, it was pretty impressive how so many vendors from a different database were so fast at making integration and collab with the Aspire team and with like a smiley face. So I'm guessing it's more a comment than like a question though. But it's true that it was impressive, like so many connectors already and things like that. That was good. Was it like something that was initiated from your side, or?
Yeah, we really wanted to make sure that, particularly the stuff that was coming with the toolkit, was areas that we'd seen there was interest in. So we looked at what had been proposed to the Aspire core repo as well, and we're like, hey, this is something that's being proposed. There's obviously demand for it in the community. So how do we work with the person that was that raised that issue, or the open source project behind it, or whatever the case may be, to make sure that we have an integration that's there for them.
Cool. I've got another off-the-dome question.
Awesome.
What about somebody that is interested in doing an integration but is worried maybe about, like, what are the long-term commitments? If I write an integration, am I committing myself to maintain it forever and write documentation? And, like, what do you expect out of somebody for kind of a minimum bar?
Yeah, well, so we do have a bunch of contributing guides on like what we expect of people around testing, around examples, around documentation. At the very least, that the initial workload, because we're not the subject matter experts in everything, and we can't be expected to be. But if you can lay the groundwork for us, and then we can help evolve that pattern going on. Anyone that wants to join the community toolkit and own their integration long term, very happy for that. I'd much prefer the people that have more community members owning things that they're experts in than trying to become the expert in everything. It's obviously that's the value of open source, is that we can have many people contributing to this, many people owning it long term.
Awesome. All right, well, we are at time. Thank you so much. This is amazing, both presentation and also what you're both doing to support the ecosystem here. So thanks, folks.
Thank you.
So we're wrapping up our second day of in-studio Microsoft presentations at .NETConf. We're about to go worldwide, Frank.
Oh, yeah.
So
It was so great, so many great presentation today and demos and like the Q&A. The community were great with like great question. I love it. Now we're going worldwide. So it's the 24-hour or following the sun kind of
That's
thing.
right. That's right. So what's happening next is Sam Basu is going to pick up, and he's going to be our host for a bit. And we have a bunch of people around the world. We have China and across Europe, and we have all these different hosts that are going to be your guides through the night. So I invite you to just drink a lot of coffee and just stay up 24 hours. Fortunately for you, these videos are all going to be available on demand too.
Yes. So don't be worried if it's not matching your time zone.
Yeah.
Everything will be on demand. But like now things will maybe like
shift around a
little bit. So we have
don't
don't be scared. So on YouTube, you should be transition automatically if I'm not mistaken.
The second stream is already started.
So it's good. So now after that was Twitch.
So if you're watching Twitch, it's going to stop and restart. Don't worry. It should, the way Twitch is, it'll just, the stream will stop and then it'll come right back up.
We'll need to like change the pipe here. Like I say we, but not me. Like expert over there.
So one last pitch before we're already, I think, going over here. But we have 24-hour round the world stream. We have two other important things that are coming up. Stay tuned for. We have Friday, we have YouTube premieres. 8 hours of amazing YouTube premieres.
That would be cool.
And then next week we have the Student Zone on Monday.
That will be so much fun.
All right, I think they're going to yank us off the stage and blow us up and
okay.
stuff. So I think it's time for us to, streams will change and move and switch around, and you're going to be on with Sam and the amazing overnight session. So thank you.
Thanks, everybody.